What's the craziest butterfly effect that happened to you because of a small decision you made? I was given 2 start dates for an entry-level job in a large organization. The date I choose to start led to working in a small but high-profile team, so I got lots of exposure with senior management and I became the candid guy who'd fix a million tiny problems. That recognition led to promotions, a fantastic career, further professional qualifications, and working overseas for several years. I also met my best friend and my partner. If I'd chosen the other date, I'd have been sent to a data processing pool and been fairly anonymous. Edit. I can't believe I'm actually writing this, because in my many throwaways I've got at most 100 upvotes. That said, oh my god. When I posted this earlier I didn't expect anything like the reaction. With the upvotes, comments and kind awards, I think I've replied to everyone, and I've read all of your stories and personal experiences. Even the people who sub-posted mean comments. I know you're better than silly trolling. There's so many wonderful stories, I've had a massive grin reading through them. If you've posted, I have imagined whole lives, rich in joy for you. There are also some stories about people struggling through no fault of their own. To them I would say, please don't give up. It can seem reading these comments that everyone else got ahead in life, but that's only part of the story. Behind every success there's a lifetime of wrong turns and what could have beens. I've had more than a few bumps in the road and I expect many more lie on my future. You may be down, but you are not out. Thank you again so much for reading and sharing. I so wish I could meet you all in real life and raise a glass together. You're all such extraordinary wonderful people. Decided to approach a girl in a wheelchair in a bar because I thought it was cool of her to be out and about having a good time. We become bar buddies. A week later she brings a friend with her. I get along with the friend. We start dating. We marry. We have a daughter. Had I not said hi to the wheelchair lady that night, I wouldn't have the most precious things in my life right now. Edit. Okay, since this got a little attention I'll provide a little bit more literature. Like said before, after approaching the girl, let's call her Y, on the wheelchair, we hung out the rest of the night and exchanged contact numbers. I did not intend to pursue her in any romantic fashion, even though she was actually very attractive. Her disability was temporary. She told Mr. she passed out in the bathtub and hit her head, and when she woke up she couldn't feel her legs. SHR was doing physiotherapy. As far as I know, I believe she started walking a couple years after meeting her. So, we were buddies for a while. I would push her chair all over town and made sure she was accepted in my group of friends. Even though my friends made jokes about me liking her, I never put myself out there as someone who was interested, and she always shut those jokes off and kind of belittled me, as if I was not good enough for her. Which was fine. I took it as banter between friends. The night I met my wife, I took Y home because, well, she was in a wheelchair, and it was like 3 AM. We sat outside her house and talked until like 7 AM. We talked about everything, and she asked if I liked her friend, my wife. I said yes, and she asked if I wanted her to give it a little push. I said I didn't need that, and I prefer it for things to be natural, and that I would approach her friend on my own terms, and that was that point. Well, she didn't like that. Not that I didn't accept her help, but that I liked her friend. Apparently I had been leading her on for weeks by being nice and considerate of her disability. I didn't know it when I approached her first, but she confessed later she didn't have a lot of friends, so I tried to be one. Even if I was romantically invested in her, which I obviously wasn't, she would often assure me I had no chance with her. Now thinking about it, I guess she was negging me? Well, it worked pretty well. I had absolutely no interest in her in a romantic way. And after hanging out for weeks I actually stopped liking her because she would create drama everywhere we went. Shouting at waitresses, bullying bouncers in overcrowded bars to let her in because she was in a wheelchair, playing psychological games with my friends. The list goes on. After finding out I was interested in her friend, she cancelled dinner with me and my friends and went to the restaurant her friend worked and created a scene and told her not to see me ever again. Her friend told her to calm down and still wanted to meet up at the same bar we always went. They came and Y spent the whole night bad-mouthing me to my friends every time I was talking to anyone in the bar, especially girls. She would come over and start shouting and telling them I wasn't worth shit. I had no clue why she was acting that way, and it turns out she liked me the whole time and told my friends I was acting like a teenager leading her on, even though she constantly negged me and belittled me in front of everyone. Someone was a little bit delusional. I had to come clean with her friend and said I never showed interested in Y and that I actually liked her and wanted to take her out. Y proceeded to run her friend over with the wheelchair. Her friend is now my wife, and every time Y's name comes up she won't shut up about how her foot still hurts even years after that incident. Y spent the next weeks trying to turn my friends against me. Even though they had known me for decades and knew I wasn't this mean person she was trying to say I was, I don't regret any of it. I was always fair and never tried or showed any interest besides friendship with her. When she asked me if I was into her friend, I straight up told her yes. I'm happy to have met her and that she introduced me to my wife. I hope she is well and healthy, but we don't keep in touch, no. So a few years back, I lived in Nice, south of France, for a while. As a musician I would make a bit of extra cash busking, and one day, I figured I'd go and busk at the Promenade d'Anglaise by the sea. It's usually packed, and it's just a generally pleasant place to be. I set up, played a couple of songs, and was doing pretty well, and making a decent amount of money. Then suddenly not one, but two of my guitar strings snapped. I even remember I was playing The Scientist at the time. I was massively gutted and decided to cut my losses early. I stormed off home, by the station, in a bit of a sulk at having to restring my guitar, and cutting short what was essentially one of my most productive days of busking since moving there. Literally 1 hour later, my phone starts to blow the fuck up with family and friends freaking out and asking if I was at the promenade. It was Bastille Day, 2016. The truck drove into the same crowd I was playing to, killing 86 people, including my at the time girlfriend's uncle. I had 2 other friends who were amongst the 458 injured. I moved home the next month because it was too much and haven't been back since. It's hard to explain. Sometimes I think I was super lucky. Sometimes I just kind of cry and wonder why I was lucky and others weren't. It's surreal, and despite what people think, it's a truly horrible feeling. Edit. I'm overwhelmed by the support of people. I will be getting therapy, and hopefully in time I'll be able to return to Nice, as it was one of my favorite places on earth. Take care of yourselves, and if you've been through something similar, it looks like help is out there. Thank you all. One day when I was about 11 years old, I went to a farmer's market with my father. While we were there, I saw a street performer who was juggling, and I absolutely loved watching him. So I decided I was going to learn to juggle. A few months later, I started 6th grade, and my middle school had a juggling club after classes 1 day a week, where the very same guy I saw performing at the farmer's market would be teaching kids to juggle. So of course I went. 2 years later, I'm now 13 years old. I was looking online for some juggling forums, and r/juggling was the most active one I could find. So I created a Reddit account. Eventually I started exploring other subreddits, and then one day I found myself in r/armor, where I read an armor by a guy who had loaded a bunch of camping gear onto his bicycle and spent a year and a half riding from northern Alaska to the southern tip of South America. I loved cycling, I loved camping, and at the time, I'd recently returned home from my first international travel to Costa Rica, a country he went through on his journey, and absolutely loved that. So the way most 13-year-olds obsess over something, I developed a bit of an obsession for bicycle touring. Finally, the summer when I was 16 years old, I felt ready to pitch the idea to my parents, though on a much smaller scale. So one day, I borrowed my mom's bike, because the bike I had at the time had no way to carry my stuff, and I took whatever camping gear I could find in our garage and haphazardly bungeed it to the back of the bike. And then I rode to a state park about 40 miles from a house that we'd driven to many times before. I camped there for the night, then biked back home the next day. I absolutely loved it. So the next summer, it wasn't quite such a surprise to my parents when I pitched the idea of spending 4 days biking 200 miles, again camping in state parks each night. After that, I was going into my senior year of high school. I realized that perhaps my best opportunity to do some big crazy year-long bike camping adventure would be before I got stuck with a bunch of college debt and then a career I couldn't easily leave, etc. So I decided to take a gap year after high school point. After finishing high school in 2017, I realized that long-term traveling would require more money than I had. So after spending one last summer screwing around with my friends from high school before they scattered across the country for college, I took what little money I did have and went off on my most ambitious bike trip up to that point, spending 20 days cycling 1,300 miles around Lake Michigan, starting and ending at my home in southern Wisconsin point when I returned from the Lake Michigan trip. I had $2 and change to my name, so I quickly found a job selling my soul to the world of retail for the better part of the next 2 years. The first 2 weeks of October of 2018, I took my vacation time from work and flew my bike out to Asheville, North Carolina to spend those 2 weeks cycling up the Blue Ridge Parkway and part of Skyline Drive before turning east to Washington D.C. point, and then, last summer, I decided it was finally time. I quit my job in early July and then spent the next month and a half preparing for that big crazy bike ride I dreamed of for so long. In mid-August, I was finally ready and I left my home in Wisconsin with the vague goal of riding to Seattle and down the Pacific coast. I spent the better part of the next 7 months cycling 5,300 miles around the country, turning east from San Diego into Arizona. In mid-March of this year, I was hanging out in Sedona, Arizona, waiting for the nighttime temperatures at the Grand Canyon to warm up a bit, when the coronavirus really started to take a turn for the worst. I was worried that airports and train stations might start shutting down and not wanting to be halfway across the country from my family if and when that happened. I decided to bike the final 30 miles from Sedona up to Flagstaff and get on an Amtrak back home to the Midwest point. Since then, I've been back to work, saving up some money for my next adventure. Now that I've seen most of the US that I want to, I'm starting to think of doing some international bike touring, and I'm pretty excited about the possibility of New Zealand once they reopen their borders. Eventually I intend to go back to college, but for the time being, I'm not in any rush to do that. But when it does happen, I'll surely be studying for a field that will allow me to continue to travel extensively. TLDR, going to a farmer's market one day as a kid had a huge effect on my career choices and college plan, and along the way I learned to juggle, got introduced to Reddit, and rode a bicycle across the US. When I was 18, I used some spray-on hair dye for a Halloween costume. It looked freaking awesome, so I decided to go get it permanently dyed for the first time. This, in turn, made me incredibly attractive to a girl who was into that sort of thing, whom I began to date. We were in school, so when the year was over, I looked at my savings and realized I had enough to purchase a car, and that way, I could drive over to her town and see her when we weren't in school together. Because I suddenly had a car, my parents realized I was more independent, which made them reevaluate their current hometown. See, they had both grown up in a big city, but they moved to a smaller town to raise my siblings and me. When they saw that we were adults, they decided they didn't need to live in that smaller town anymore, and then they moved back to that bigger city. Well, this meant that I took a work term in that bigger city, where I met a coworker who helped me see where my relationship with this girl was not healthy, so I eventually decided it would be best to leave it. When I moved back to school at the end of my work term, one of my friends needed to go to the city where my parents lived for some paperwork, and because I had a car, and I liked that big city, I offered to drive her over. This led to a long chat in the car where she and I got to know each other really well. We eventually became each other's best friend, after which point we started dating. In comparing this relationship to the previous one, I can see how this one is so much more healthy, and I understand that much more about healthy relationships. TLDR, a costume led to hair dye led to relationship led to car led to parents moving led to job led to breakup plus car plus parents move led to long car ride led to healthy relationship, and that, kids, is how I met your mother. The year I graduated HS, I was dating a guy who lived 1,000 miles away. My plans were to go to college in the state he lived, but work the summer in the state I lived in. I must say our relationship was pretty on the rocks, but I was still going to go through with things, even though at that point I had tried breaking up with him like 100x. He was pretty mentally controlling. I went for an interview at the beginning of summer. I was straightforward and told them my plans for moving at the end of summer. They said they wanted someone who would be staying past summer. So I applied for a bunch of other jobs, one being a grocery store about 10 minutes from my house. Of all the places I applied, I really decided to pursue keeping up with my application process with them. They lost my first application, so I filled out another one, and after a week or so ended up calling just about every day to see if my app had been looked at. Eventually the manager of the position I applied for agreed to let me come in for an interview. After one with her, one at corporate, a drug screening, and so on, they told me I got the job. Well, lo and behold, maybe a week or so into me getting the job, I took my money in the back to be counted and saw this smoking hot guy. Oh my god. I smiled so damn hard my face hurt and I had butterflies in my stomach. I asked the girl training me what his name was and she told me. Turns out he saw me working one day when he was off the clock and was pretty taken back as well. We have been together a little over 9 years, married for over 6.5 years, have a 1.5-year-old little boy and pregnant with our twin girls. It's funny how things tend to work out, especially when you least expect it. Point to my hubby. If you find this while scrolling through some posts/comments on here, I just wanna tell you I love you, and I still think you're so damn smoking hot. I was in the Navy, and for my next assignment, I asked to go to several places, but I just didn't want to be sent to Quantico, Virginia. I was an officer that managed public works. I had already done my time on the East Coast, so of course the Navy sent me to Quantico. Point, my second son was born there with some rare and significant medical issues. The doctor that invented the surgery he needed was in New York, and Quantico was as close to him as I could have hoped to be stationed. He performed the life-saving surgery he needed. A year later, I was going to leave the Navy, but they enticed me to stay with grad school. I went to Boulder. That same son developed some additional complications. He needed a Maloney's surgery. The doctor who brought that surgery into the US was at Denver's Children's Hospital and performed his surgery. After that, I was stationed in Kings Bay, Georgia at the sub base. I was close to getting out, and during a security review of our site, post 9/11 security checkup, I ran into a contractor civilian that I hadn't seen in a decade since we got our undergrad degrees together in New Mexico, my home state. He was now manager at an amazing company in Albuquerque and was building a team. A month later he brought me out for an interview, and I have been working in my home state, close to my aging parents, in my dream job, with healthy kids. I couldn't be happier. My freshman year of high school, I had a crush on a girl. She was into theater. At the time, I was a total loser, smoking weed with the guys who planned on dropping out as soon as they legally could. I tried out for a play so I could spend time around this girl. I got the part, she didn't. Then I found I liked theater, and the people there were actually friendly instead of the toxic friendships I had. I became a theater kid and lost the crush on the girl after a couple weeks. To get better parts, I decided to start taking care of myself. Lost weight, 270 to 190 pounds. Started going to the gym, doing skincare and taking care of my hair. My clothes didn't fit anymore, so I got into fashion and streetwear. By senior year, I was clean cut, in shape, and attractive. My theater friends had gotten me into computers and math too, so I joined an accredited mechanical engineering program. Now I'm nearly out of college with a mechanical engineering degree and a good job. Computers are a hobby. I'm working on website design for my home server right now, with SQL database design next on the list. I recently started moonlighting as a model. The friends I used to run with are still a friend group. They do whatever drugs they can find, and the most successful career in the group is day shift at McDonald's. One day in high school I was walking the hall in between classes and my right lens pops out of my glasses right into my hand. My English teacher just happened to see and said, "Hey, my husband can fix that. He is coming to the school today. I can help you out." In my head I was like, this sounds too crazy to be true, but I'm really blind without them, so I agreed. Didn't know what to expect, but I was called to my teacher's room during class, and it was her planning hour, so nothing going on. I come in and see this scrawny scruffy guy. My teacher is a tough, sometimes intense but very passionate, no sheet here kind of lady, so seeing her husband I had a different picture in my head. A Viking I thought, but no. Anyway, he is polite, says hello and his name, and takes a look at my glasses. Apparently the screw just came loose. He took out a tool in his little kit, and there is his magic. I for some reason thought it was going to be a gigantic problem and process, but no instant help for a very critical issue, which is not seeing clearly more than 2 feet away. So I asked where he went to school, and my teacher helped guide me as to programs and such, and now I'm an optician going on 6 years. The husband is also a very good friend and a respectable work associate. He got me my first job in this field in his workplace, and now have a tight network, family and career, all because my lens popped out of my glasses. Extra content here. Even though I listened to what my teacher said about which college to go to, I sort of went to another because of my friends and my forgetfulness. It wasn't till a by chance warm-up run-in with my teacher and husband a year and a half after high school that I got back on track to my actually career. In her words, "What the heck you doing over there? Apply immediately when you get home." I did, however, meet my wife at the other college, so I'm grateful for the time there. Called a friend when my car broke and ended up losing all agency over my life. I had lost my job in Minneapolis and drove to Milwaukee to celebrate Christmas with family back home. I didn't have much money, but I still wanted to join my friends for a New Year's party in Minneapolis, so I headed back up in the afternoon. My car threw about, the tensioner died too, and instead of calling a tow truck, I called an old friend in the area for help to save money. After a multiple hours long debacle, we ended up at his dad's house, who he'd borrowed the truck from. His dad offered me a job, so I ended up moving back to Milwaukee and eventually renting a flat from my grandma in Minneapolis. It was me and friends. I had no responsibilities, no obligations except the occasional trip home to see family, and my life was truly mine. I didn't even have any financial pressure. I was free to explore myself and expand who I was, and every day seemed to have endless hours. Life was fantastic. Because I moved home, I'm now major support for my sister's mental health. I got into some bad relationships, including a throuple, and ended up with a dog with separation anxiety. I'm taking care of my now 90-year-old grandmother, and stuck in a relationship I get nothing back from. I went from my everyday being mine to snatching a few minutes at a time, here and there, for myself, and devoting the rest of my time to parents, codependent friends, my pup, who I do love, my boyfriend, siblings, my stupid job, etc. etc. I never even wanted to own a house because I didn't want to waste my days raking, mowing, shoveling, fixing, and painting, and now I have to do all that and more for my grandma and for a house that I won't even inherit. It seems like suddenly everyone always needs things from me, and I never get anything for myself. I've lost my life completely because I didn't call a faking tow truck. My life dramatically changed because I agreed to take a trial lesson, was a freelance English teacher at the time, with someone during a time frame. The person who connected me with students already knew I didn't want to do trial lessons. I said no and hung up, and 3 minutes later called back and said fine, but don't ask me this again. Turns out it wasn't a real trial lesson at all, but someone scouting for a private English teacher for one of the biggest celebrities in Japan. I hit it off with her very well and ended up becoming her manager. I traveled the world with her in first class, more than 40 countries and many repeats, for 5 years, rode in limousines, 5-star hotels and restaurants, went to movie premieres, Elton John's Academy Awards party, met/ate dinner with/ hung out with lots of extremely well-known people including Snoop Dogg, Al Gore, Nicole Kidman, Usher, Leo DiCaprio, Adrian Brody, Mary Otistino, Jackie Chan, Stanley, Jeff Goldblum, to name a few. The list of things that we did and experiences we had is too long to write out. It also sounds fake, and yet it is not. The best thing though, I had recently begun my transition from male to female and got to be coached in fashion and manner by a supermodel. and since I was a reflection of her, she made sure to take me shopping frequently. I'm a dorky trans girl from Mississippi who likes space, lizards, and video games, and I grew up dirt poor. To say this changed my life is an egregious understatement. All because I took a trial lesson I normally wouldn't have. My friend offered to dare me to see who could stay in cadets longest before chickening out. I accepted. As a result of accepting my friend's dare, we stayed in cadets before he called the quits, and I won the dare. By that time though, I somehow got accepted onto a free week-long camp to tour an airbase, which in itself cemented my decision to stay in the organization for as long as possible. Eventually I learned/got to assert myself despite being heavily bullied at school. Ironically, one of my worst bullies was a former cadet mate who got passed over a promotion that I got. He ranked much higher in the school social hierarchy and sent his thugs after me, teach classes full of people since I was 16, make friends from all over the country, enter a national space camp competition which I won, giving me a scholarship to enter space camp in Huntsville. All see how a scrawny kid a head smaller than everyone else could stand among and find a place among the matches got a kickstart in an aviation career. Sadly they changed their rules and I fell below the physical requirements to continue onwards. Met a hero of a pilot who applied critical thinking to rescue 400 lives against all odds. His words have changed my entire outlook on life and contributed to a big part in why I love teaching. I honestly don't know where I would be without accepting his dare, because at that time I relied on impressing others to do things. I dig for hidden history at garage and estate sales, but I never know if or what I'm going to find. Looking more closely, or a few minutes longer, has made the difference to really satisfying results. I had been picking through an estate sale that was known for its history, but after 2+ hours hadn't found anything remarkable. As I was exiting the garage I saw a handwritten sign that said basement with an arrow. I had actually been in the basement on an earlier visit and thought I had examined every corner. In a cramped closet with heating pipes I found a box of books. Many were from the 1980s on cat care, except for one. A beautifully bound book was in there from 1876 titled Pennsylvania Soldiers' Orphan Schools. Inside was a military pass from 1861. What a rabbit hole I tumbled down. If you want to know the significance of such a random lucky find, look up the name Elizabeth Hutter. You won't find much, maybe a decent description on the Find a Great site. This woman and her husband should have been First Lady and President. Instead, when they had it all, seemed to give up their Washington political and society reputation and chose to return and serve their state of Pennsylvania. I give talks, virtual now, on these kinds of discoveries and share the importance of people like the Hutters who remain unjustly unsung, all because I decided to open one more door. Around a decade ago, I'm 22, and, after years of academic failure, video games, and aimless drifting, I grabbed a summer job working as a maintenance guy for a parking garage, so I could make ends meet. My coworker, who I will call Jake, was quiet, stoic, mysterious, and spoke in short, monotone sentences. 3 or so months in, and he invites me over for a beer, and against my overwhelming social anxiety and isolationist habits, and my rules about hanging out with coworkers, I say sure, why not? So we both climb into his beater, and go for a drive, and end up at this dilapidated, beat the fuck up warehouse. It's just off a subway line, tucked into a weird little corner of overgrowth, and on the other side of the line are expensive housing developments and a brand new retail outlet. It is, quite literally, on the wrong side of the tracks, and I'm nervous as hell as he leads me in. The interior of that space was an absolute wonderland. Couches hung from the ceiling with chains in front of huge, professional projectors hooked up to fat, thumping subwoofers, turntables on turntables, stripper poles and dirty signs, paintings and graffiti and color bursting from every corner. There were rooms lit up to look like a dazzling night sky, complete with model planes hung on string, and LED lightning clouds which would gently pulse rainbow rhythms in time to the music. Kit-bashed photography dockroom doors lead to checkered dance floors, where somebody was inevitably mixing some real dirty, thumping sheet of their own accord. Somebody had built a hole as ball pit, and decorated it with backlit neon jungle fox flora. Holes had been sawed between the different floors and sturdy wooden ladders had been installed, so every floor could be connected without exiting into the drab, undecorated hallways and concrete stairwells which masked this glorious rainbow assault on municipal fire safety codes, and the people who maintained this marvelous work were utterly fantastic. Artists, musicians, welders, mathematicians, college professors, makers, and designers and coders. I got caught up in a three-way conversation with a professional UFO investigator, a woman who designed her own lesbian calendar photoshoots, and a guy who used 3D printers to build bigger and better 3D printers. Every surface was a canvas, every person was ardently whole and realized every doorway was a portal to something and somewhere new, and I'd never seen nor conceived of any living situation so radically spectacular in my life. I returned to Jake's side of the apartment to find him and his husband grinning at my reaction. I had been led to a burner loft, a home for those folks who make the yearly pilgrimage to Burning Man. I decided then and there that I was going to find a way to live there and contribute, and it was the best and most impactful decision I'd ever made in my life. How going skateboarding ruined my life, relationships, and almost my life. Point: I had just moved to Ohio and a couple new friends wanted to go down to the scatter park. I was drinking, it was late, but it sounded fun. Long story short, I ended up bailing off a ramp and broke my wrist, knee, and foot. That little trip to the hospital sucked, but what really sucked was the crazy amount of Percocet they prescribed me. It's been over 15 years, but I'm pretty sure I remember getting 3 refills, and each refill had like 45 to 60 pills in it. Boy, did they take the pain away. And it made my injuries stop hurting too. When I ran out it was fine. I wasn't addicted or anything, but I have a friend who sells them. I can buy a couple. Just make sure I'm healed before I stop taking them. Point: then it was I'm young and have no expenses. I'm not addicted, I'm just partying. It not like I'm stealing shit to pay for an addiction, haha. Point: then it's really hard to get through a work day without them, so I'll just keep taking them. I mean, they're cheap at the time, and I don't really have any responsibilities. Plus, I'm in a band. I'm supposed to be partying. Point: then there was some stuff in the middle until now I'm stealing from Walmart every day so I can afford to keep shooting up heroin because I'm hopelessly addicted. I've burned every bridge I'd ever made, mostly for stealing. I deserved it. Lost everything that had any monetary value. Was sleeping in my car. I used to pride myself on my reputation. I was proud of the fact that not one person could say I'd ever wronged them, or stolen from them, or told major lies. I used to have my friends' house keys because I was the only one they trusted. I used to really be proud of that. But at that time, you couldn't let me in your house, or I'd have stolen from you. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I figure, if I keep saying it, then I won't forget the shame. And maybe someone who's considering trying, or in the early stages of opiate addiction, might have second thought. Let me just say, stay far away from that sheet. It grabs hold tight, while telling you you're fine, and by the time you realize you might not be, it's far, far too late. You do just about anything to avoid withdrawal. I used to describe withdrawals like this. At first you're afraid it's going to kill you, then you become afraid that it won't. It's almost that bad. Anyway, long story, a little bit shorter, I got in legal trouble. I overdosed and died briefly, and I had completely given up on myself. Point: until my daughter was born. I'll admit the day she was born, before we went to the operating room, I snuck to the bathroom and shot up heroin mixed with crack. That's how important the drug becomes to you. I wasn't gonna miss the birth, but I might as well get well first. Disgusting. Point: anyway, when I held her for the first time, I broke. Like, bawling my eyes out broke. The person I used to be, that I thought was gone, was screaming and fighting with everything to get through to me. You can't do this to her. You can't make her go through what you went through. She deserves a father. I'll admit it took me about 6 more months, but I got clean. Started getting my life back together. Hell, paid off my student loans so I could build some credit. Point: I'm over 6 years clean now, married to the mother of both my children. I'll never understand why she stood by me through all of that. I certainly did deserve it, with 2 kids. I had my own business, but COVID kinda put a stop to that. For now, I hope. I'm happy. I'm clean. I've even rebuilt some of my old relationships, and some of my reputation. Some people will never forgive me, and I don't blame them. Maybe they'll see someday I'm serious, but if not, that's okay too. Because after a decade of having no future at all, it looks pretty bright from here. I know it wasn't just skateboarding that led to this. I could have stopped. But overprescribing opiates has got to stop. And finally, I'm gonna end this post, like I do every time I talk about addiction. I was as bad as you can get. I promise you, you can get clean. You deserve to be happy. You deserve a good life. You deserve forgiveness. And you deserve to get clean. Please, get help. If I can do it, I know you can. It sucks for a couple weeks, I won't lie. But the rest of your life after that will be so much better. If you need help, PM me. I will answer, and I'll help in any way I can. But please, please get help. Nobody deserves to live like that. Sorry for the long post, if anybody is still reading lol. Dated a girl in college. Graduated a semester before her, and started a master's, because a job fell through. I wasn't crazy focused on doing a master's, but I needed to feel productive while job hunting, and if we got jobs in our city I would have done it. I stayed at my same school, because of the ex still being there. She got a job across the country when she graduated. I job hunted like a madman, and found one 2 weeks later. I abandoned the master's after a semester. Of course I moved to find out she was already cheating / moving on in the time it took me to follow her. Spent 6 months out there, and had no idea what I wanted from life. But, when I left it was for a job in quality. I'm an industrial engineer. Quality is one of the focus areas of the field. I never wanted to work in quality, but I strangely liked it. So, while in crisis mode I decided to move home. Home was the city with the master's program I was already admitted into. Didn't have a job when I moved, and I only justified it by saying I'll finish that master's, it'll be productive. And then I got a new job in quality. Finished the master's in night classes. Well, the butterfly effect. During my master's specializing in quality, working in quality, I've realized what I really want to do with my life. And that led to me applying for a few PhD programs. And that led to me being back across the country, different place, getting a PhD in engineering to get hyper specialized in the area I really want to spend my life working in. And it started with taking a semester of master's classes to stay in proximity to an ex. I absolutely would not have made the decision to start a master's in engineering after that breakup. I think I would have gotten an MBA eventually, but my education in engineering would have been done. I eavesdropped on a conversation at work, and it changed my entire life. I worked at a sandwich shop. I had just come back from maternity leave, and was feeling the pressure to do more with my life, now that I had a little one. I was also coming from a very judgmental family, that were very not okay with the young, unmarried, and uneducated mom and their family tree. I heard my manager talk to a lady at the register about taking a phlebotomy course. The lady said she was doing it to get a feel for healthcare before committing to nursing school. I didn't think much else about the conversation at the time. A month later my grandma basically has me in a corner just insisting I do something different with my life. She's really pressuring me to make some sort of plan for education, and I was a weepy hormonal mess still with PPD and finally just pulled out of my as I wanted to go to phlebotomy school. She asked why, and I quoted what the lady told my manager at the register. My mom was a nurse, so my grandma thought this would especially fit. She said, alright, let's pull up classes on the computer, find a school and I'll pay for them. And 3 months later I have an interview at a plasma center. I'm out of school, I have the skills to stick folks, but I'm not sure if I love it, but I'm just kind of going with it. I get the job and quit the sandwich shop. It's been 3 years and I'm still there. I love my job and it quite literally fell into my lap. I'm now the supervisor and make double what I made as a shift lead at a sandwich shop. I started applying for nursing schools. Last month, I was very hungover one morning and was in a bad mood, so I felt I needed to do something small to feel productive. I decided to fill up my tank of gas because I had been neglecting to do so for the prior few days. I drove over to a gas station right by the exit of a highway. When I was filling up my car, I was watching traffic exit the highway onto an intersecting street when another car blew a red light, hits one car, redirects itself, and uses another car as a ramp to launch itself 6 feet in the air, landing on its roof. Being less than 100 feet away, I immediately sprint over to the wreck, hearing screams of 2 girls inside. The car was starting to smoke badly and catch fire on the engine, so I immediately try to open the door. The passenger side door was completely stuck, so I ran around to the driver's side door and started to yank at the door. It budged a little, and as the engine started to really catch on fire, I literally yanked the door off the car somehow and crawled inside the car to take off the driver's seat belt, pull her out, and then do the same for the passenger. Neither were seriously injured, but the car erupted in flames less than a minute after I got the second girl out. People stood around and watched as I helped out, but nobody joined me, likely fearing an explosion in the car. TLDR, I wanted to feel productive, so I went to get gas. Ended up pulling 2 girls out of a flaming flipped car. This is sure to be buried, but I was roommates with my sister and was using Tinder. It had just come out and was becoming popular. I met a girl on there, but she didn't talk to me too much or try to drive the conversation. Just figured she wasn't interested. Fast forward a week, it's Halloween. I get home from class and it's going on 10 p.m. and I have a headache and just want to stay home. My sister insisted I go with her to the Halloween dance a few towns over because a guy she likes will be there. I begrudgingly go because it's my sister and she has struck out a lot and it's rare she has the confidence to pursue something like this. We get there. I'm bored just trying to chill in the corner because of my head. After a while, I go to try and find her, and this hot super girl walks by and my brain does that thing where you know that person, but have no idea why. Then it hits me. She's the girl from Tinder. I stand a ways off creeping watching trying to be sure it's her. I pull out my phone and show my sister while trying to nonchalantly point her out. I ask her if it's the same girl. She agrees but wants to leave. Now Tinder girl is staring at me and giving me that same blank look of mystified recognition. I work up some courage and walk over to her and say hi. We talk for a few minutes and she tells me she doesn't even live around here. She goes to university an hour away and was only here because she was visiting her sister. I get her phone number and leave after an awkward encounter. We text, go on a date a week later. Date for a year and got married and now have 2 kids. Been together for about 7 years now. And it's all because my thirsty sister really wanted her brother as a wingman. Got in a fight with my boyfriend at the time and decided I didn't want to spend the night with him, so drove 35 minutes away to my parents' house to sleep on the couch. My mom wasn't expecting me and I caught her on the phone having phone sex with a guy we later found out was the father of a little girl my mom was a teacher for. So she met him from school parent/teacher conferences. I confronted her and told her if she didn't tell my dad I would. She disappeared and I ended up driving around town to all hotels until I found her car and demanded the front desk to do a wellness check because I knew what she was planning on doing. When my dad came home calling me asking me if I knew where my mom was, I had to tell him over the phone that she had been cheating on him and that I wasn't sure where she went, and then had to listen to my dad sob into the phone asking me to please come home while I sat on the patio of a bar slamming whiskey shots. Sure enough, she had tried to kill herself. Ambulance wheeled her past me, but she was too faked up to know what was going on. She survived, spent several days in the mental hospital, where she told me she wanted to divorce my dad, but was deciding to tell me first. Thanks. My dad on the meantime had decided to forgive my mom and was planning on taking her back. So I had to again be the one to tell him the bad news. Flash forward, my parents get divorced. I choose to stay with my dad. We lose the house and she moves into a studio and I move into a small rental with my dad. My dad hasn't been the same since and drinks himself a little closer to death every day. My mom met a guy at the mental hospital who had tried to kill himself also, and they have been dating ever since and now live together. 4 years later, they are both also alcoholics and have been their entire lives. My boyfriend dumped me shortly after all this, after having been together for 3 years. So 2017 still has been the worst year of my life so far. I always knew my mom had issues and wasn't in the right place, but never imagined my parents divorcing. I have severe PTSD from the night I found her at the hotel and often wonder what would have happened if I would have just stayed at my boyfriend's that night instead of deciding to randomly drive over to their house. Around 6 years ago, an acquaintance of mine at school invited me out to the disco with him. We were only really talking to each other as we both had mutual friends. I asked all of my mates if they were going, but they all were not bothered going whatsoever, so I said I wasn't going. I had only recently come off an acne medication, so even though my acne was pretty much all cleared up, and I had awful acne, my self-esteem was still at rock bottom. I still saw myself as a spotty ugly piece of shit. Anyway, my father asked me was I going to go to the disco, and I said I wasn't, because none of my mates were going, but an acquaintance was going, but I didn't really want to go out just with him. My parents really wanted me to get out of the house more, as they could tell I was sort of lonely stuck in the house all day by myself. For 3 years when all of my mates were going to the disco, I never went as I didn't want people to see my face with my acne. The disco was on at around 9 or so, and I went for a shower at around 7:45. I don't know what hit me, but out of nowhere I somehow got a craving to go to the disco. Suddenly I kind of wanted to go, probably because I had missed out on 3 years worth of fun, and I kind of started to realize that worrying what others think of you is an awfully toxic way to live. Even though I was infinitely more attractive than I was when I had severe acne, I called up the acquaintance and asked him if he was still going. He said he was, and I told him I'd meet him in there. We went inside, and I was buzzing. I didn't really care for the shitty house tunes that were being played, but I was just so overjoyed to be experiencing what I was missing out on for so long. Eventually, I seen this amazingly attractive girl, and I really had a bit of a crush on her the minute I lay eyes on her. My acquaintance introduces me to her, despite me protesting to him beforehand, warning him not to do that, as I was terrified of getting rejected. We talked for a bit, we got on very well, and we kissed a bit. Fast forward almost 6 years, we're still together and still mad about each other. I was sad, and was at rock bottom months before I met my girlfriend. Now I'm the happiest man in the world. We live together and do everything together, like fishing, walking, cycling, etc. I always look back to that day and wonder how differently my life would have been had I not got that weird urge to go out. I still always maintained that it was fate that night that brought us together. I'll never know why I got such a sudden urge to go out with someone that I wasn't really all too friendly with. After college, I was interning with a congressman. It was great, but eventually I had to go make some money. The last day I was there, one of the staffers asked me to stay late and help train the next intern. It was only for about an hour or so I said sure. In that hour, a job listing from a small non-profit got sent over to us, and the staffer, who liked me, immediately showed me. Had I left on time, I never would have seen that listing. I ended up applying and got that job, my first real job. From there, I randomly got involved in the organization's low-income energy efficiency program. I literally could not have told you the difference between a furnace and a boiler, fiberglass, or cellulose. In addition, our organization had a sister organization that was a little larger and a county over. There was a girl there who was super cool that I became good friends with. Fast forward a decade and I now write energy policy and implement energy efficiency programs with budgets in the tens of millions. I have a master's in energy policy and I'm on the forefront of a field that I'm immensely interested in and feel has incredible potential to revolutionize the world in so many ways. Oh, and I married the super cool girl. We just had our 1-year anniversary point all because I stayed late the last day of my internship. Upon becoming a mature adult, my grandfather would tell me stories from his youth. There was one in particular that stuck with me that would resurface later in my life. My grandfather Perry and his army buddy were traveling down an old state highway, circa 1950, after a night of drinking with friends, eventually leaving the party location to return home. My grandpa had lost the cap to their whiskey bottle, so he stuffed a map in the neck and was riding passenger with the bottle secured between his legs. On the way home, their book roadmaster was T-boned at an intersection, and their vehicle rolled and landed upside down in a ditch. No one was seriously injured, or reprimanded for that matter, but nonetheless, a pretty significant event for someone. Fast forward about 60 years to 2009. I was in college, and made good friends with a guy named Jeremy. He was from a rural town about an hour away from my hometown. He and I shared a passion for music, and formed a band together. After we graduated, we went off to pursue life's many endeavors, and had mostly lost touch. At some point around 2015, I receive a random message from Jeremy asking if my grandpa's name is Perry. I confirmed that indeed it was. Jeremy's grandmother recognized my unique last name from his Facebook friends. His grandmother, Joan, told him that she was supposed to go on a date with my grandfather Perry back in the day, which was arranged by their mutual friends George and Sparky. Well, here's where it gets weird. Joan never went on that date with my grandfather, she said, because he got into a bad car accident the night before. Instead, she went on a date with another man, who she married, and eventually started a family with. That family then lived their lives, matured, and then begat a third generation of lives and significant events, that is Jeremy. This all happening in tandem with my grandpa remaining isolated in his own world because of this one incident, going on to raise a family of his own, then my dad having me, and me growing up, and going to university, only to become acquainted with this stranger, Jeremy. TLDR trillions of unique moments running in parallel across 3 generations, never crossing paths until 60 years later, just so Jeremy and I could start a stupid cover band. After dreaming a lot and putting pennies in shoebox for a long time, got just enough to buy a good PS camera. That day the camera shop, Fuji, was introducing new models and a lottery was arranged. There I won around $100 and got an even better camera, a semi SLR. At night there was a party and there were disco lights and fog machines, creating a dreamy atmosphere. To test the night performance of the new camera, took a shot, but due to a battery issue, couldn't take any more. Posted that in my FB Flickr tagging disco plus night plus dreamy etc. From the other side of the country, a girl got the duty to arrange the stage for a cultural program at her medical school. So while searching for a proper backdrop for her set, she searched with the same tags and my photo was brought up. As we weren't friends and had no mutual friends, she knocked me for permission to use that photo and to have the raw file. First time I got the DM, I didn't check the whole MSG and was actually on the way to my office and thought I will see it later. The next second, my phone was pickpocketed. Didn't have money for a new one or any other PC access. Back in 2012, social media wasn't still that big of a thing. Also had a big certification exam, so started studying, and 40 days later it was done. New certification resulted in a promotion along with some money for a phone. Logged into FB, after like 70 days, was checking all the DMs, and found her MSG. I was very sorry that she actually requested for the photo, and I didn't even know. So I knocked her back. 7 days later got first response, 2 weeks, her number, 3 months. First date, 3 years, got married, 5 years, in my arms, wished to count years with her till my last breath. A friend and I launched a startup out of school, after sketching out a rough idea on a whiteboard. When we were officially ramping up, I spammed out an application to every pitch competition within 100 miles, hoping we could win a little money, to survive for a few months. One morning I got a call from Seattle of all places. Apparently one night, when I was exhausted and working late, I accidentally submitted our information to an event halfway across the country. The guy asked me if I was actually located in Seattle, and figuring we might as well not throw away an opportunity, I said no, but we are in the process of relocating there. I didn't expect to get in, but we did, so we hopped into a beat up Toyota and found a random connection who let us roll out our sleeping bags on their floor. It turned out to be this month-long big deal funded by Jeff Bezos. Each week they'd give us mentoring and introductions, culminating in a Friday pitch, where they'd weed half of us out. It felt like being on a reality show. We made it to the final round, where I had to pitch on a stage in front of 600 people, and between event prizes and a little sidecar money we won $100,000. I was dumbfounded. That put us in an awkward position. I knew nothing about Seattle and had no intentions of moving there, but at this point I couldn't admit that I had lied in the contest application. So we bit the bullet, packed up our stuff, and moved. I felt like George Costanza driving to the Hamptons. The miraculous part is that my wife and I had been told that it was too risky for us to have children. After 8 years we had resigned ourselves to having an empty house the rest of our lives. When we landed in Seattle, our primary care doctor referred us to one of the very small university physicians who specialized in our situation, and we were actually able to have 2 children. All because I was too groggy one night to read instructions. TLDR, deciding to show up early to class led to me becoming a respected author, so I was at university studying English and Lit to become an English teacher. I was one of the few people living on campus and I decided to go into class early every day to get the assigned reading done. Turned out there was another girl who liked to come in early who was a real go-getter, and she respected my contributions to class, so she started making a point of coming in to discuss the assigned reading before class and writing assignments. Then one day she came in with an ad for a short story contest and presented it to me like it was the most obvious thing in the world that I should enter. Keep in mind that I had toyed with the idea of being a writer before and tried to do stories, but she didn't know that my only ambition in life was to be an English teacher and maybe one day own my own school. Anyway, the prize was $150 and I thought that'd be a good amount of pocket change worth a little effort, and so I penned a 2,000-word sci-fi allegory for race relations with blue and green people. I won the competition. Then won it twice more before I stopped entering to give other people a chance. Because of that, I got sent an invitation to participate in a novel writing competition. I wrote the novel in 2 months and the book was a finalist, so they flew me out for the prize ceremony. My novel about a girl from another dimension who comes to Earth on the run from spider gods won. The prize was a publishing contract and cash. So, because of my very out of character decision to go to class early, I now have 2 published novels. There isn't any real money in the tier of sales I'm at, but I have been hosted at a few international book fairs, all expenses paid, and now get invited to participate in discussion forums and classroom talks etc. Like I know what I'm talking about, and best of all, I have fans. Earlier this year, with the release of The Witcher on Netflix, Andrew Klavan made the comment that above all else a woman using a sword was the most ridiculous thing in the show. I don't normally linger on random drama, and since I'm a woman I've developed thick skin for this sort of thing. But one day a YouTuber I occasionally watch talked about this. He mentioned how bullshit the claim was because HEMA, historical European martial arts, exists and women do often fight men in this sport. Now I had never heard of HEMA, so I did some digging, and it looked really cool. There also happened to be a local club in my area, run by a woman coincidentally. Now the thing to know is I'm a huge nerd, not known for being athletic, and often painfully shy due to low self-esteem, but I thought, what the heck, why not? I kept expecting to reenact the episode of Goatee where they introduce Samwell. Nevertheless, I went to a class, then another, and another. I got hooked. Next thing I knew I was pushing myself more, exercising, thinking more about my food choices, and getting better and better with a sword. I found myself feeling more confident, less nervous/depressed, and even walking tall, not hunched, staring at the floor. I feel better about myself than I ever have, and I have something I'm proud of. Now I still have a long way to go, but I'm at the point where I'm helping others who are new to the sport learn. I even hope to compete in the coming years. And to Andrew Klavan I'd like to say I'm a woman who regularly fights men with swords, and yes, I can win fights. TLDR. One man's chauvinistic comment online accidentally created the thing he hates most. I was working as an engineer in a textile plant in a very small town in South Carolina, having graduated from university a few years prior. I was terribly bored and depressed. Felt there was so much to see and do in the world, and yet I was stuck in the middle of nowhere with few friends and no plan. but on course to get a house and a mortgage, get married, get a dog, whatever, but just get stuck in the middle of nowhere, never really having experienced life. My boss at the time subscribed to Time or Newsweek, can't recall which one, and I would occasionally read it if he left it around the office. This was before the internet, before even email. By chance I found an article on Prague, how lots of young Americans were moving there as the Berlin Wall had recently fallen, and the Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia at the time, had cheap beer, beautiful women, and a very low cost of living, all in the heart of Europe. Right then I decided to move to Prague, although I couldn't find it on a map, and didn't even know what language they spoke. I was thinking German. 6 months later, after working out my plan, I quit my job and flew to Prague, eventually became fluent in Czech, married, now have 3 kids with my Czech wife, found a great job that allowed me to travel all over Europe, open offices in Russia, Hungary, Poland, witness and participate in the Orange Revolution in Ukraine firsthand while on an extended business trip. Just barely miss a bomb attack in the Moscow metro, spend 2 years in Dubai, 1 year in Beirut, and now, nearing retirement, we've just bought a small house in the Mediterranean, with the most amazing sunsets. I was so scared I'd end up in some small Southern American town with a strip mall and a Hades. Never really experience anything in the world, never know life outside of the USA, and that all changed on a whim. There were some ups and downs along the way, but few regrets. Oh shit, here we go. Something I can relevantly answer. Decided one day to not pup before leaving for work. I now live 3 states away. I'm married and I have 2 kids. One fateful morning I was running a little late and decided to pup at work instead of at home. Well, the bathrooms in our building are cheesy, public restroom looking things, but I just happen to know that the building across the street has palatial, luxury bathrooms and 3 floors of empty office space, so when I need to go I just slip across the street and indulge myself in the wonderful privacy of a restroom on an empty floor. So I go, do my business, I'm walking out, and another guy is walking in. We do the guy thing, just nod and mumble as we pass, and go our separate ways. A couple of weeks later I'm going back to that restroom and he's waiting to get on the elevator as I get off. Then a week after that I'm walking into the building and he's waiting on the elevator. We both laugh and he says he will use the one on the 7th floor. I can have the 8th. As I'm leaving the building he gets on the elevator that I'm on. We laugh again and I mention it's getting a little weird. He tells me that he works across the street, same building as me, as just comes over to use the bathroom. We become friends. A short time later he gets transferred to an office 3 states away. We joke that I'll have the bathrooms all to myself. We keep in touch. He invites me up to his new place to go to a baseball game. His company has a suite and he's got extra passes. Go to the game, meet his boss, hit it off extremely well. Before the game is over we're talking about me going to work for them. A month later I've moved and I'm working with them. Don't really know anyone other than the bathroom friend and our boss, so I spend a lot of nights working late at the office late one night and my boss comes in with his absolutely gorgeous wife. We chat for a few minutes and the longer she talks the more amazing she becomes. For several weeks she comes by the office almost daily and there's a definite flirtatious vibe going on. My boss catches on and drops comments like she really likes you. And she never opens up to people like that. And don't you think she's got a great ass? I'm getting worried that there's a some invitation coming when he walks in my office and says come on. My wife insists that you come to lunch with us. Get to lunch. Thankfully the wife brought a friend. Everything is great. Lunch lasts over an hour. We finally leave, say our goodbyes, and he kisses the friend. Immediately it's like a jump cut scene in a movie and I realize that she's got a wedding ring on, that the conversation hinted that she was his wife the whole time, that she had been with him at the baseball game. I blurt out she is your wife, not girl from office. They all laugh hysterically when they realize what's going on. My boss's actual wife says he may not be gay after all. The girl from the office is the sister of my boss's wife. I immediately asked her to dinner that night, married her 6 months later, and we've been together ever since. At our wedding, when everyone else was throwing birdseed, my groomsmen threw rolls of toilet paper, and that, my friends, is how I have kids thanks to not pupping at home. Content warning. If you hope to see a heartwarming love story, skip this post. This is just a random post about finding a new hobby or something. In 2011 I came back from work to my small studio to play some video games like every other day at that time. My windows were to west, and that is where the sun was at that time of day, and it shone directly through the windows, making the apartment to feel like being in sauna, and like for the first time ever I felt I had to get out of the house because of that. Especially since it wasn't even a hot day, but only like 20°C or something, but in my house I was sweating. So I decided to skip video games and head outside. But where? I wasn't that into walking and never really been a swimmer guy, so what to do? I jumped onto my 3-gear bike and went for a ride and saw some areas I hadn't visited before. Now I'm not gonna lie, this was something I had thought for a long time, years maybe, but never got in real time to do so. Games don't wait. I had lived in my current city for 8 years, but exaggerating only a little, I had not seen the city pretty much more than the roads between my home and work point anyway, because it was a spontaneous decision. I didn't have time to plan my route at all, and I didn't even have smartphone at that time, so I just rode wherever, taking random turns here and there, and explored the nearby areas quite much. Later on I checked my route from Google and saw I had ridden 26 kilometers. I wasn't just amazed, but noticed too, that I really enjoyed it, not only riding itself, but also exploring new areas. Next day I went to another ride, still riding pretty much unknown road, and had like 40-kilometer trip. Then the third trip I did became my first regular route, about 30 kilometers, for like 2 months or so, though that was only on weekdays. On weekends I went for longer rides, exploring new areas and, more importantly, new towns. First it was 40 kilometers, then 50 kilometers, and at the end of summer I ended up on bike trip that resulted to 178 kilometers, according to my printed route plan, plus adding few extra kilometers I spent in my rest stop town. After that summer's main journey I bought a fitness bike, and since it was faster than my old bike, my regular working out route's distance rose to 40 kilometers. On next few years I continued to explore more and more, and my longest one-day trip ended up to be 264 kilometers, and still is. By the way, in 2014 I started to dream about Tour de Iceland, but decided that I would go for it when I got even faster bike, i.e. a road bike. In the meantime I rode on summers and trained in gym during winters to raise my endurance levels, but didn't buy the road bike until 2017. By that time I had found out about ferry going from Denmark to Iceland, whereas my original plan had been to fly to Reykjavik from Helsinki. Living in West Coast Finland, my new plan was to ride from Finland to Denmark, via Sweden. I had planned 2019 summer to be the year of Tour de Iceland point, but I couldn't leave for such a trip without experience of overnight trips. So 2017 I did my first bike tour on my road bike, resulting about 300 kilometers in 2.5 weeks, and sleeping mostly in tent in camping sites. I'm glad I did it, because I learned a lot during that trip, and the most important thing was, the road bike was definitely the wrong choice for touring. So my fitness bike became my main tour bike point. Before the next summer tour I got a new idea. Before I go to Iceland I wanted to ride to Arctic Sea. That was so, because I thought that going to Iceland would be my grand finale and none experience could ever go beyond it. So if I went to Iceland first, I wouldn't have had interest to go for Arctic Sea anymore. Would it have been true? That we never know. So I decided to head to Arctic Sea first. Point, I didn't have enough holiday in 2018 to go Arctic Sea that year, and to tell you the truth, I wasn't sure if I was mentally ready for such trip at that time. So instead I traveled from west coast to east border and back, and when I came home, I said to myself, now I'm ready. So 2019 I headed to Arctic Sea, and on my 6-week trip I saw amazing landscapes. Reason I wanted to go there during the trip, and even though sometimes I went like 6 km/h on up hills, and the Nordkapp tunnel was hell, every single kilometer was worth it, even the rainy ones. Amazing trip which I never forget. And Iceland? Well, this was supposed to be Summer Olympics year, and since nothing comes between me and Summer Olympics, even cycling, and I also had to save holidays for the trip, my new Iceland year was to be next year. Then COVID-19 happened, moved Olympics to next year, and thus Tour de Iceland moved on another year as well, and should happen in 2022 now, of course if the pandemia situation has gone past us. I'm pretty confident that even after all the delays I will see Iceland by bicycle one day, but in case it doesn't happen, at least I have the sweet memories of Arctic Sea trip to carry me through the years. Anyway, just because my apartment was too hot to be inside on one of the first warm days of that summer, it didn't just result me to have a new hobby, but also amazing trips on bicycle around Finland and other Nordic countries as well. Go figure. TLDR, apartment too hot. Hey, let's go riding a bike, new hobby, exploring more and more new places on bike. 6-week road trip to Arctic Sea and back, thanking Slarty Bartfast for the views, solid plans for Iceland trip. So there. I was working as a car salesman in 2013 to 2014 with a group of about 8 other salesmen. We would call people who were walking near the lot. If that person stepped onto the lot, you got to go try and sell that person a car. As this was our paycheck on the line, all the salesmen would gather around the front looking out the large windows to call everyone. I wasn't feeling up to fighting over calls for the day and decided to go sit at my desk away from them all. And from the back of the store walks in a beautiful girl. She walks right up to my desk unbeknownst to the other salesman. She was looking to test drive a new car that she had already picked out online. Awesome. I thought I had just scored an easy deal. We take the car for a test drive and she really liked it. After the test drive we went back to my desk to start working on the deal. I was asking her the typical question to fill out a credit application, payoff, trade, in value etc. In the middle of the deal the power goes out. Apparently a car down the street had crashed into the power box for the whole street. We decided I would just take her phone number down, and when the power comes back on I would contact her to come back in to finish the deal. The next day the power is on, and I text her to get a head start on the application questions. We end up texting more through the day, but not just about the car deal. The questions turned a bit more personal, and we ended up planning a date at the end of the week. She never bought the car though. 6 years later we celebrated our 3-year wedding anniversary. TLDR. Decided to sit at my desk, got a wife. Twice. Same person 13 years apart. Some 37 odd years ago, we were visiting family in the southernmost city in Texas, Brownsville. My parents would put me and my brother on a bus and we would spend a month being shuttled around to our cousins and sometimes our grandmothers for a week or so at the time. Summer vacation in South Texas. Hot summer days are pretty boring for a 10 and 12-year-old. Especially at grandma's house. 3 channels of bunny ear television, only one of which is in English. One day we decide to go fishing in a nearby reservoir. A reservoir is like a lake, but I think it is technically called an oxbow. This reservoir was next to a pathway/sidewalk, which was next to a busy curvy road maybe a half mile from grandma's house. Grandma said, just don't fall in. The fishing can be pretty good. Lots of gar and perch. So we are fishing, and a couple of girls come speeding by on skates and maybe a minute later a younger sibling comes whizzing by. Whatever, no big deal. See it all the time. There is bend in the sidewalk, and if you don't make that turn, you end up in the street. The opposite side has a berm that slopes down, and a concrete spillway. There are some other people walking, and some riding bikes. These kids go back and forth a few times. On the last go round the 2 sisters are way ahead, and their little brother, guessing he is about your age, is holding on to the back of a friend's bike. Me and my brother are like, cool, look at them go. The kid on skates hits the street side of the sidewalk and starts to wobble. He lets go of the bike, overcorrects and goes goose stepping on the grass, and then flying over the concrete edge, splash into the water. My brother and I are maybe 20 feet away. He landed in the water, not far from the bank, and his head pops up, and he yells help, I can't swim. The kid on the bike has turned around, and my brother runs to him, and tells him to tell him to get help. I run over to help, with my fishing pole still in hand, and walk along the spillway which was maybe a foot across. I wasn't about to jump in, not knowing how deep the water was. I used my fishing pole and guess what? A drowning person will grab just about anything, even if it has a hook. The ledge was only a couple of feet high, and man, that boy was heavier than I thought. Skates with mud don't help. Managed to get him up and out of the water, and we sat on the ledge for a bit. He had a hook in his hand, and my fishing line was tangled. My brother had flagged down a passing cop and he helped out. We got a police ride home, and so did the kid. We thought grandma was gonna kill us. She thought we got busted for shoplifting. Kid on the bike found his sisters, and they showed up by the time the cops were helping us into the car. Super friendly dude. Very positive experience. Right place at the right time. So fast forward to about 2014. Wife and kids and Mill are eating out for breakfast. One if the boys must have had a sporting event the night before for my Mill to be in town. A toddler a few tables over starts to joke, and her parents are flipping out. My boys and I had just completed first aid training for our 2-week film and hike. I walk over and give the toddler the Heimlich, and out pops a perfectly round ball of pigs in a blanket. Place is dead quiet. Paramedics show up super quick, give the kid a once over, thumbs up, and back to the meal. My Mill says to our table, "You'll do anything for a free cup of coffee." Pretty good joke. No free meal or coffee. My Mill says to my wife, "Have you ever told your boys a story of how you almost drowned in 3 feet of water?" I'm like, no wonder she is paranoid of pools and the ocean. Happens to every kid at some point in their life. So my wife tells the story of falling in a lake while roller skating. I ask if there was a police car ride home and muddy skates and being towed by a bike when it happened. If this event happened in Brownsville, and if her older sisters who were supposed to be watching her got all the blame for what happened. Turns out they were living a few blocks over from my grandmother. In that moment I put 2 and 2 together. I realized that I had pulled my future wife out of a reservoir while on summer break when we were about 12 years old 38 years ago. Her family lived in Brownsville with her mom for a few years after her parents split up before moving to DFW. We've been married 25 years and met while in college. She had never told the story of nearly drowning to me or our boys, and I had all but forgot about pulling a boy out of the water. All these years I thought that kid I fished out of the lake was a boy. My wife caught grief for looking like a boy when she was younger. Talk about fate putting people at the right place at the right time. We met in college at a party 30-ish years ago. I was there hoping to meet someone else who happened to be a friend of hers and still is to this day. I was leaving the party and my now wife pulled up with a partial flat on her car. She had not noticed. I pointed it out and changed her tire. Very small town college. Thought that was it. She said thanks and I went home. Got a phone call to drive a buddy home a few hours later. She was still there. We talked and there you have it. When I was 22, I was living in a small town in NC. I lost both of my parents within months of each other. My fiance cheated on me with my best friend. I had no job and my life fell to pieces. I packed a military bag with clothes and supplies and resigned myself to a life of hitchhiking and train hopping, living as a nomad. I just wanted to run from everything and never look back. I was at a truck stop in Val looking for a ride further north when a random trucker asked me if I had seen if they had a mailbox there that he could drop something in. I showed him where it was and we started talking. We got lunch at the buffet and he told me about himself. Turns out he lived in CA and was heading home. He offered to let me ride with him. I had nowhere better to be, no destination in mind, so I took him up on his offer since I had never seen the West Coast. We made it to Cali and I never left. He convinced me on the way here to get my 450 as well, and as soon as I got to CA I began trucking school. We became roommates and co-drivers for a company he worked for. I met a girl, fell in love, moved in together. We've been together 6 years now. I drive for a company where I get to be home daily and we have a great life. All because I decided to accept that ride. I was in pain and running from my life and accidentally found a new one. I found my clean slate at rock bottom. I spent some time working as a personal care provider for individuals with mental disabilities, washing dishes, changes diapers, going on outings, the like, and usually in that order. Unfortunately, I also have a severe anxiety disorder, which could make the constant noise of the job difficult, as all food for 4 people had to be blended in an industrial blender in a tiny, Ichoa kitchen. Not to mention, one of the individuals moaned constantly. One day, I needed a quick break, and as I walked out the door I joked that I need some weed. While I do live in a state where recreational marijuana is legal, it's illegal to smoke pot on the job, especially that type of job. Really, all I did was walk to my car, park 2 feet from the front windows, grab an energy drink from my front seat, and walk right back inside to get some ice. Total time out of sight, maybe 30 seconds. If I dawdled, my coworker decided that I couldn't be joking. I had my hair dyed bright red and admittedly did, and still do smoke, when I'm safely at home, so clearly, I was a heathen. Really, I think she was pissed that I was being unwillingly groomed for the soon-to-be empty manager's job. So, 2 days later on my day off, I get called on my cell and told that, effective immediately, I'm under investigation for consuming drugs illicitly on the property, that I will not be receiving any type of compensation, or allowed to work again until the charges are cleared, and that the investigation may take 2 to 4 weeks to conclude. Mind you, this call came 2 days before Christmas, and I was the sole employee scheduled to work 12-hour shifts Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. After receiving that phone call, I sat there for a minute, decided that that job wasn't worth the additional stress. I'd been doing the manager's work for her for a third the pay for 6 months at that point, but that's another story, and I was done. So, I typed a short letter of resignation, drove to work on my day off, slammed it down on my boss's desk, and told all the managers present that if they were going to throw me through the ringer, based on a single comment, and not a shred of evidence, I wasn't going to be coming back. After that day, I took a week off for the holidays, then started applying to job after job in my tiny town. Nothing came my way, so eventually, I turned to Indeed. When that came up blank, I decided to try building a writing portfolio on a couple freelancing sites, as I'd always wanted to be a published novelist. 1 year later, and I'm now published on Forbes as a financial analyst for several major investing and consulting firms. I work from home, choose my own hours, and get paid top dollar, despite my lack of a college degree, for doing what I've always loved. All because I made a dumb, offhand comment to my coworker on her first day on the job. I was in my sophomore year of high school when I was diagnosed blind. Glasses nor any method aware fixed my eyesight. I went 2 years blind and must have been to almost every optometrist in California. Not a single doctor knew why I couldn't see. There was no indicator of why it was J couldn't see to any of them. After 2 long years I had started seeing specialists less and began to give up any hope. One day longtime best friend asked me if I wanted to go with him to have a drink with his redneck aunt and uncle to celebrate his birthday. I had never really drank enough before, and I had never gone to a party or anything like that before, because I was blind. I wasn't planning on saying yes, but after a while he convinced me to go with him, and reluctantly I went, and had a great time. His aunt and uncle were some of the most friendly people I had ever met, and it just so happened his aunt was a retired optometrist that suggested to me an old friend of hers. Knowing not a single doctor I had seen could help me, I really didn't think anything of her suggestion. She gave my friend the doctor's number to give to my parents, and I left that night, and I haven't seen those nice people since. After about 3 months, I think it was my sister that found the card in a drawer and brought it back into conversation, and my mom figured why not and booked her appointment. She didn't have her opening for another month, so eventually I went to see her, and she knew what was causing my loss of sight. She had treated one other person with the same thing I had before, called pseudomyopia, and put me through procedures that gave me my full sight back in 2 weeks, and I have perfect vision, and my life's completely normal now. Half my high school I spent blind. I ended up going to over 150 specialized appointments that were all non-productive, and I was cured in 2 weeks by one doctor, and she honestly gave my life back. I've never been more thankful for beer with my best friend. Around 7 years old, my grandma was introducing me to DOS on her 8086. She had a quick basic programming manual that I picked up on my own and learned from. I was lucky to have a compiler included with the OS. Few years later in 3rd grade I see a kid playing at daycare with some mini toy computer that had one line LCD of text. It had BASIC, so I injected myself into this kid's space and made a friend. Then around 13 the kid was telling me about Ike Chat Network, so I followed him onto there and got involved with Whereas. I started an open source project that picked up a few dozen users on the network, which was a big social networking gateway for me. I met a lot of people. Some 10 years later, with a few more key and seemingly trivial, but possibly personally identifiable choices along the way, I met my wife on there in relation to that project and started my programming career around the same time. Moved cross country with her a few times. 13 years later things are great. It's weird to think about the chain of events that lead up to this point. I was not a good student at 6 to 7 years old. I couldn't sit still in class or do any of my work. But somehow that programming book appealed to me. My life would be drastically different if it were not for that book or that Bill Gates included his GW Basic compiler with DOS. I would have been very savvy with computers still, but not a programmer, nor with my family or even the state I'm in now. This guy was a very vague acquaintance of mine. He was a friend of a friend I worked on a project with once. I'd invited him along to like one thing before and had only hung out with him in a group. To this day I don't know why I did this, but I was having an awful day. I was in a relationship with someone who was very controlling and it was dragging me down, but it was my first relationship and I didn't have much confidence, so I wasn't really registering that I needed to end it. Well, I messaged this acquaintance saying, could we meet up for lunch? I needed advice. I'd seen him comfort our mutual friend over her relationship previously, and I don't know, I messaged without thinking. I was instantly embarrassed, like, I barely know this person and am asking him to come out and listen to all my problems. Well, he responded sure, and we had lunch that day. He helped, showed me ways to approach it to make my relationship work. It didn't. My boyfriend didn't want to communicate at all. Well, months down the line I ended that relationship and fell completely utterly in love with that acquaintance, and he fell in love with me. Not only that, but he introduced me to the society I adore and became social secretary, then president of, and has completely shaped my personality. I'm now outgoing, confident, and have discovered I adore running events, what I did as social secretary, and am pursuing that as a career. I'm still very much in love and still together with that acquaintance now. We have our issues, but we love each other and have been talking about getting engaged now. That one random message out of the blue led to me finding myself, my career, and the love of my life. Was a chemistry major and went to a presentation about internships in general. The person speaking mentioned internships at the Late Show, and I thought, hey, I like Letterman, I should do that. I talked to her about it, and she was basically like, maybe don't be a chemistry major. So I switched majors, realized I hated the school I was at, and transferred. At my new school, a lot of comedians came through, and Alan Zweibel came to speak. It was a very small audience, because most millennials don't know who he is. I went to ask him for advice after, and he spoke to me for about 45 minutes. He convinced me to move to New York. Not hard, I'm from there, after I graduated, and study sketch comedy. Also mentioned improv, but fuck that. I did, made amazing friends, and ended up writing for Funny or Die. But wait, there's more. Mark Zuckerberg bought Funny or Die and fired everyone. I had been considering doing part-time grad school, because I'm a faking nerd who enjoys school. After that I decided to just do it full-time. I had to move to another city to do it, and needed at least a part-time job to cover expenses, and took a job coaching high school rowing. I had been on teams on and off since college depending on time. I love it. I love working with teens. I love being out on the water. I hate writing college recommendations, but I want them to succeed so much that I'll do it anyway. COVID hit a month or two before I graduated, so finding a job has been hard. I've been able to coach them some, but since I have so much time on my hands I said, hey, why not get into baseball again? Got obsessed with baseball. Found a job near Cooperstown, baseball HOF, at a college doing close to what I did in grad school, combined with the creative writing part from my comedy career. So a little older than the teens I love working with, but barely point. There are some schools in the area who are trying to get together and start a club rowing team. Point, I don't actually have the job yet officially, but it looks like I'll probably end up there. At the college my mom, dad, uncle, and brother went to that. Honestly, I would have hated attending as a student. My mom really wanted me to go there though, so nearly 13 years out of high school, I guess I will. Several years ago, I had a boss with a serious coffee addiction. She would drink upwards of 5 restaurant-sized coffee pots a day. No exaggeration. Point, we ground our own coffee at this restaurant, and one day I decided to play a practical joke on her. So the night before she worked, I switched all of our coffee in the restaurant to decaf. Point, the next day she came in normal and happy. By noon she was sick, headache, couldn't think straight. Very common side effects for caffeine withdrawal. She felt awful. So she went home sick. On her way home, she felt so sick she took herself to the hospital. Since in her mind nothing had changed, they had to test everything. Point, during their testing, they discovered the very early stages of a terminal cancer. But since they caught it so early, they were able to treat it and saved her life. After her recovery, she told our corporate offices that she simply couldn't return in the full capacity that she had before the cancer. So they offered her an opportunity to run a new concept they had for a small milkshake shop. So they opened the first ever Shake Shack in Crystal Cove, California. All at the same time, across the country and New York City, restaurateur Danny Meir was starting his own small concept restaurant. He too decided to call it Shake Shack. Since both companies figured they'd never leave their home state, they contacted each other and agreed that they would never operate in the same county. Point, fast forward 16 years and the New York City based Shake Shack is spreading across the country. But now, they can't open in one of the most profitable areas of California, Orange County, California, home of Disneyland. So due to my prank, Shake Shack cannot open a store anywhere near Disneyland. 6 years ago a new restaurant opened in my hometown and a bunch of people in my friend group worked there the first few years. Because of that it was my go-to bar/restaurant. I started going more regularly and eventually became kind of a regular. Eventually I divorced my crazy ex-wife and started spending way more time there. Basically every day after work I'd stop in for a few beers and some food. Got to the point the girls would text me if I wasn't there by 5 to see if I was coming in. One bartender in particular I got along really well with, and the more we talked the more I liked her. But I didn't want to get involved with anyone at my regular bar because I didn't want it to get weird. So one day I came in, she says she has to tell me something and that she's quitting. A few weeks later we went on what was supposed to be a very casual date. Neither of us really wanted to be in a serious relationship at the time. That lasted about 3 months, during which time we spent more and more time together. Well, this January we'll have been together 1 year, and after all the BS I went through with my ex-wife, this relationship is the healthiest, happiest I've ever been in. She is honestly the most amazing person I've ever met. I love her and her family, and I just feel like the time I suffered in such an awful marriage is being made up for now. Point. But had my friends not worked at that restaurant right when they opened, I probably wouldn't have started going so much and probably wouldn't even have met her. My post will get lost in the crowd and isn't crazy, but it's definitely changed my life. Last year March my toxic ex-boyfriend left me. A couple weeks later on Hinge I found my next ex-boyfriend. Liked a picture on his profile, which was of him doing because Annapurna Base Camp. Got talking and exchanged numbers. A couple months later, we went on a spontaneous hike together in the Blue Mountains, which then sparked my love for hiking. During our relationship I always asked him to travel with me, and he kept saying no, even though he went to Japan with his ex, after planning it with her for 2 weeks. Anyway, for our 6 months together he bought me a hiking bag I really wanted along with some other gear. This added fuel to the fire and got me hiking even more. A couple weeks later he left me, October 2019. Depression hit because everything else around me was turning to crap, but my passion for the great outdoors didn't die. 1 week after him leaving me, I went to a travel agent, booked a 3-week trip to Iceland, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Bought myself a Sony a6000 for the trip. 2. Did the trip alone in February 2020. Met some amazing people along the way. Saw the northern lights in Iceland. Smoked some of the devil's lettuce in the Netherlands. Ate some sick food. And sparked my current interest in landscape and astrophotography. If he didn't leave me when he did, I never would have gone to Europe just before COVID struck Australia, never would have found my love for landscape and astrophotography, and would definitely be stuck in severe depression. I sometimes think that breakup was a blessing in disguise. As much as I loved him, I found hobbies I love more. I was looking to join a research lab in undergrad. I had a Comp C class, where discussion sections were optional, and you could go to any one you wanted. There were 6 sections I believe. One day I randomly decided to go to a different section in a building of campus I had never been to. After class was over I walked down the hall to use the bathroom, and saw a poster on the wall of some research stuff that looked interesting. I never went to that discussion section again. There was another one whose star I thought was better, but I emailed the pie whose poster I saw. A few weeks later I ended up joining the lab of that pie. I was able to get a first author publication and present at a national conference. I applied to an internship in California that was well suited to my skill set, and I was shocked when I actually got it. The company has about a 1-2% acceptance rate for interns. I moved to California for a few months and lived far away from home, 2,000 miles, for the first time ever. The personal growth I got from that experience changed me a lot. I became a lot less shy and socially anxious. The pie from my lab also got me my first full-time job out of school with a connection from a friend at a government research agency. I moved 1,000 miles to work at the agency for a couple years. I became super sociable, went out every weekend, and met a ton of new people. I started dating for the first time ever, got enough confidence to go on Tinder, and eventually met a girl who is now my life. One day, while working at the agency I decided to attend a workshop on campus. There were always a dozen workshops or presentations going on at any given time, and I would occasionally go to one on a whim if I had downtime in my lab. I liked one of the presenters and chatted with him after the workshop. A few months later there was a graduate program career fair, and I met a program director from the school of the workshop presenter. I applied to the school for a highly selective advanced degree program, ended up interviewing with the workshop presenter, and got accepted there. My wife and I moved to a city another 1,000 miles away for me to attend school, and we are still living in that city today. Had I not randomly seen that poster I might have joined another lab, never interned in California, never worked at the agency I did, never met my wife or the visiting researcher who presented there, and so be working or going to school somewhere completely different. So while my life might look similar in a big picture view, the details would be completely different. And I don't know how my personality and social skills would have developed without the experiences living far away from home that my lab provided. I definitely wouldn't be married to my wife, and I'm not sure I would be married at all. So all the details of my life and perhaps even some aspects of my core personality can be traced back to me going to the bathroom after attending a discussion section I never went to again. When I was 19 I was hiking for 2 months on the Appalachian Trail over the summer. One night I had just finished setting up camp when 2 more hikers came jogging down the trail and warned me of mom bear and 2 cubs only a quarter mile down the trail. I was exhausted, but decided to be safe and packed up my camp to move further down the trail with the other hikers. They told me of a gazebo near a park in a town just 2 miles ahead that a few people were going to stay at, so I decided to push through the last 2 miles to the gazebo. I stayed the night at the gazebo with all the other hikers that night, and the next morning decided to grab some lunch in town before heading back on trail. Only one other hiker went into town for food with me. We ended up spending the day hiking together and got along pretty good. The whole hike I had been wanting to go on a week-long canoe trip through the Shenandoah part of the trail. I had the canoe back home but no one to go with. That night in camp I asked the other guy I'd been hiking with what he thought of doing the week-long paddle section of the trail. He replied that he had been wanting to, but didn't have any way to do so. I immediately offered for him to join me and he accepted. We completed the paddle section and continued hiking together for a month after. I got off trail and we stayed in touch 4 years later. He is one of my best friends and my only friend who is into survival and hunting like me. We meet up once or twice a year to go on hunting, survival, or bushcraft type trips for a few weeks. It's so crazy to think that had those hikers not warned me of the bear and then told me of the gazebo campsite, that I probably wouldn't have made that friend. This is gonna get buried, and it's also horrible, but whatever. One time I was on Tumblr in the days when Tumblr had Born on it, and for some reason one of my friends had reblogged some random Born image, I think by accident. Since I was like 15 I decided to go masturbate in the shower. When I got to the bathroom I noticed someone had forgotten to flush the toilet, so I flushed it and then stepped into the shower, and it ended up overflowing everywhere and filling up the bathroom. Since I didn't want to step in the gross toilet water I attempted to jump over it and out of the bathroom, vaulting off the towel rack. In a turn of events anyone with 2 brain cells would have seen coming. The towel rack was not able to support a 15-year-old girl's weight and broke, causing me to fall to the ground and break my wrist. Having a broken wrist meant I couldn't take ceramics at school because I had to wear a cast, so I ended up transferring into piano. In piano class the teacher discovered I had a good singing voice and recruited me to join choir, where I became friends with this cool girl. I started hanging out with her group of friends at lunch, one of whom I developed a crush on. Fast forward to today, and I've been dating him for 7 years and we're planning to get married after the pandemic. I probably never would have met him if not for my friend accidentally being horny on Maine. I love this story because my mother hated video games. WoW released in 2004. I bought a copy and tried it, but it wasn't for me at first, so I let my older brother play. I would later get another account and use it as my own. One day my brother was online and noticed a guild looking for members in the chat. He ended up joining that guild and later found out that guild was made up of a group of friends who lived together in a different state. He also found out that small group of friends made up a band and they needed a drummer. My brother is a drummer and a really good one. He ended up driving the 6 hours to visit them and they hit it off. Soon after, my brother graduated high school and moved in with these guys that lived 2 states away. Enter me, a couple years after. I was in a bad place, lots of drugs and nearly failed my senior year. My brother and I are still very close, and he was still with this group of guys. As soon as I graduated, I followed in his footsteps and moved in with this awesome group of people. I would later join the band as a bassist. Our band would end up traveling coast to coast and settling for a while in what state. My brother found a girl and got married, so I moved away to be back with family and met my own wife on that trip. Here we are 16 years later, married for 7 of them, and own our first home. I still play WoW, and coincidentally Shadowlands releases in a matter of hours. I'll be in Azeroth tonight with some of my friends I made along the way. The kicker is that WoW literally saved me, and my mother hated video games with a passion. She's gone now, but we still love her, and I'm grateful for everything she taught me, but I like to relish in the fact that she'd go nuts after hearing this story. TLDR, WoW turned my life around, made some great friends, stopped using drugs, me and my brother met our wives. 6 years ago, my friend's dog had her first heat, got out and got knocked up. I went to go visit said friends to meet the puppies, and even though I said I wouldn't get puppy fever, a puppy chose me, and I couldn't not. This was a problem, because my apartment wouldn't allow dogs. So rather than being an adult about it, my belligerently 19-year-old self decided it would be a good idea to hitchhike to the west coast before settling down with puppy, see what everything had to offer. This wasn't my first time doing the whole traveling thing, but it was my first time on my own. Anyway, first leg of the journey was going on a camping trip with my best friend, a little out of state, in the desert. He had car trouble, so we got delayed for a few days, which wasn't a big deal. Within those few days, I got a Facebook event invitation from this guy I only sorta kinda knew from a band I liked for a clothing swap thing happening in the state me and my friend were going to, but it would take place when we were supposed to be camping. I was a little torn, but whatever, adventure either way. So my friend and I drive out and drive the whole day till we make it to the desert, not quite arriving until late, and by that point we just decided to camp in his car. He had an intense breakup recently, and by the morning, was like, I don't think I can do it, camping, but I'll drop you off in the nearest town and you'll be on your way. So he did, and 2 rides later, I was fashionably late to the clothing swap, where I made a bunch of friends. I ended up staying in that desert town for a week, longer than anticipated, and fell in love. I decided to move there after a little bit of work at home after my trip point. After I returned to my hometown from the coast, the person I fell for hitchhiked to see me. We started a relationship that lasted, on and off, for 5 years, and to this day I live in this little town in the desert point. Always wild to me how much tiny happenstance lead me to stay 500 miles away from where I was raised and the life I'm living now. In 2017, I was working at McDonald's, typical for a 16-year-old. This girl, we'll call her Kristen, comes in a few months later, decides to also get a job there. Later, we start talking, and it turns out she has no idea why she's there. She had formal culinary training, and had done multiple competitions and won them. She just needed some extra cash, but she easily could gotten a job pretty much anywhere else. Anyway, we go on a date, but nothing really comes of it other than us being good friends. But I knew one thing, I was crushing on her hard. 2 years go by. We have extremely limited contact, mostly me just commenting on Instagram posts and stuff. I go through a few girlfriends. I hadn't really thought her, and I would go anywhere. One night, I decided to text her, because she's posting sad stuff on Snapchat, and I wanted to help. I asked her if she wanted to hang out, even though it's 1 AM. We hit it off. We decided to hang out pretty much every night after that. But the second night is where it got great. We're on a bridge over some train tracks looking at graffiti, and she kisses me. Literally, I had been crushing on her for years, and she decides to kiss me. Long story short, we are coming up on our 1-year anniversary. We have our own apartment together, and I'm currently making plans to propose. If I hadn't worked at McD's, I would've never met her. If I hadn't texted her, we would've never kissed. Crazy life. I was 16 and met someone on the game Second Life. They had the same interests as me and lived in the same state that I did, so we eventually met up in real life to go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. The guy I met ended up not being interested in me, but the friend was. It was not mutual at first, but I spent a good amount of time venting to the friend on SL about the dude who ghosted me. Through this venting and being there for each other, we formed a bond and started dating, despite a huge age gap. He lived pretty far away and didn't have a car, so our relationship was mainly via SL/computer. We hung out a lot in a certain place in the game where music was played, and we became friends with an aspiring DJ. As the DJ and I got to know each other, we realized we were like kindred twin soulmates, and since he was 5 years my senior as opposed to my boyfriend at the time, who was 12 years my senior, I ended up feeling more connected to him. Time passed and I fell hard for the DJ, so I made the decision to leave the relationship I was in for a more appropriate one. We ended up taking our love offline and ended up living together and traveling North America, living a whirlwind romance. He was my one and only, and we eventually became engaged. A couple of years passed, and one day I found out he had cheated on me with a prostitute. I was deeply devastated, but couldn't bear parting with him because I loved him so much. Instead of leaving him, I sat around on the computer, being depressed as hell as an escape mechanism. He showed me the game Counter-Strike Source, and I spent a lot of time wasting away. After a few months of playing on the same server, I got to know a lot of the regular guys. At the time, gamer girls were a myth and kind of unheard of, so I garnered a lot of attention and had to thwart off a lot of horn dogs. One guy ended up being my friend, and since a friendship was all he appeared to be interested in, I formed a bond with him. More and more I realized that my depression had taken its permanent toll on me, and that I was never going to get the butterflies back towards my fiancé, so I inevitably gravitated towards the guy on CS. Eventually I decided to let my fiancé go and moved out. I lost a lot of weight and used my newfound confidence to hit on the CS guy, who I flew out to visit me. One thing led to another, and now 12 years later, S guy is my husband. We have been married for 9 years and have 3 children together. He's still a gamer and spends a lot of time playing games, but I have since learned my lesson and don't get on the computer very often, if at all point. If I hadn't chosen to sneak out of the house when I was 16 to go to the RHPS, I wouldn't have the life I do 16 years later, or any of my children, to show for it. Point needless to say, for the most part, I'm grateful. When I was in middle school, I played a ton of WoW. I got into RP and joined a guild that was basically focused on pretending to the police force of Stormwind. I was immature and dumb, of course, and ended up leaving the guild for about a month to pretend to be an edgy thief of an elf on another server. I came back a month later and wasn't sure about rejoining the guild at first, but eventually I did and discovered there was this new guy that had joined a few weeks after I left the first time. Everyone thought he was hilarious. I thought I had been the hilarious one before and loved him. So, middle school girl logic, I hated his guts. I was vocal about it. Things stayed that way for a few months as we both climbed the power structure of the guild, until one day he asked why I seemed to hate him. I, of course, had no good answer beyond jealousy, and admitted that. We ended up talking for hours. We talked more the next day, and the next, and things grew from there. We were both 14, though we lived in very different places, and in very different contexts. Long story short, his parents and my parents spoke on the phone, found a way for our families to meet, and we started dating, long distance, when we were 15. We got married on our 10th anniversary this year. If I hadn't rejoined the guild, who knows? In my late 20s I was going through a bit of a rough patch. I wasn't satisfied with my career, not having much luck on the relationship front, and just felt kinda stagnant. One night on a whim I agreed to go on a blind double date of sorts. My roommate was dating a chick and I went along to accompany one of her friends. This chick was attractive, but one of the most annoying people I've ever known. We grabbed dinner, then found ourselves at a bar where she decided to take out a fake microphone from her purse, insert around $50 into the jukebox. Could be exaggerating, but it was a lot, and perform karaoke to each song in a way that everyone in the bar, whether they wanted to or not, could experience. At this point I started drinking heavily, and at one point I went to the bar and saw a familiar face. It was a girl that I knew through some mutual friends, and she looked sad. I asked how her night was going, and she said terrible, and I noted that mine was going about the same. It would turn out that through a series of events every one of her good friends had to cancel their plans that night to go out with her, and that it was her birthday. She was getting ready to leave at the time because she just realized she would be spending the night alone. As I looked over and saw my date enthusiastically performing Jason Aldean to a captive audience, I decided to hang around the bar for a few more minutes. I told her that I really hoped her night improved. She said thank you. I asked if there was anything I could do to cheer her up, to which she replied, you can take me out Saturday night, and left. I took her out, had a fantastic time, and we've never been apart since. 3 years later we were married, and we've now been together 10 years, and have 3 young kids. TLDR, going on the worst date of my life landed me the most rewarding relationship of my life. Side note, each of those friends that stood my wife up that night are wonderful people who are still dear friends of hers. It was just one of those things. I had just gotten out of college, and to the disappointment of my family, I didn't go straight to law school. I knew it was a big commitment and wanted to be sure, so I got a job as a paralegal at a local law firm for a couple years. Due to a variety of reasons, I had almost no friends at this point, other than occasional happy hours with coworkers. One day a new attorney started in our office, and of the empty offices they chose to put him in, they chose the one right next to my desk. We quickly started talking, and it was clear we both shared a good sense of humor, both enjoyed football, going out for drinks, etc. Didn't take long before we became close friends. I became buddies with his whole circle of friends. We had a couple years having an absolute blast. Time came for me to apply to law schools, and he recommended I apply to one in his home state. I was applying all over and thought, sure, what's one more application? Well, around the time I got accepted, and it turned out to be my best option, he accepted a job offer in his hometown about 4 hours away. So I would visit during school breaks the next 3 years. When time came for me to graduate, the job market was horrible. But he helped me get a job at his office, and now we've been working together for 8 years. Before meeting him, I had never even heard of this city, but now I have a good job, a huge circle of friends, new hobbies, many years of wonderful times and memories. He has since gotten married, and his kids call me uncle. I have my whole current situation thanks to the boss's decision to give him the crappiest available office. Maybe about 6 to 7 years ago, I saw my bus pulling up to the stop. I'd need to catch it. Usually I'd run, no matter how far off I was, if I estimated that I could make it. Even if I needed to sprint, I'd do it, because my job was a valet. I was used to running point well. Today I was relaxed mentally. I saw the bus and I cold made it with a jog walk like people do to get across the street, where they're hardly actually running. I decided no, gonna take my time. I'll just walk up a few blocks and catch another route that will still get me to my destination point. When I get there, there's a sign that says the route had been temporarily rerouted and wouldn't be passing by. I shrugged and kept walking. There's another stop for that route a couple streets up. I'm just going to head to that one point. I'm downtown at this point, so I'm jaunty walking down the sidewalk. I need to get to a different corner of a block that is taken up by one big building. I can go right or left at the building. Then I need to walk up the block and turn left or right accordingly to get to my intended corner. If I go right, it'll take me closer to people and the hustle bustle, which I enjoy. If I go left, I'll be in the sunlight, and I decide I'd like to feel it in my face. I go left. Building to my right. I walk down the block and turn. Now I'm coming up to a stoplight. I need to cross. I'm about to press the button that does nothing, so I can cross. Another gentleman in a suit walks up, presses the button. He's carrying a briefcase. He turns to me and I say, "Hi, Ryan." He says, "What in the fuck are you doing here?" "How the fuck?" I said, "I don't know. Missed my bus and here I am." So, my destination that day was my best friend's apartment. We had plans to hang out. I figured by the time he gets off work, I'd be by his house and he would have time to change and unwind and such before I arrived. We both have never stood at that intersection in our lives, but today here we are at the same time. He says, "Well, my car's parked right over here. So perfect, let's go." How random. I've never parked in this structure before, but today our office is repaving the lot. I just stopped at the first place I saw and decided to walk off a few calories. Amazing coincidence. Life's weird. We go to his place. He says he just needs to chow real quick and change into normal clothes. Then we'll hit the gym. So as he's hastily eating, he starts to joke. Can't clear it. Turning purple. I rush over and perform the Heimlich and instantly it comes free. TLDR. Decided not to jog to catch my bus. Saved my best friend's life. Been friends about 11 to 12 years since college days. I chose to go to a different college and do the same course because my boss is leaving. She said in passing, "You should go here because it's so much better." The week after this, I fell out with my friend group and decided I'd change path and enrolled at the new college. I was doing the same course anyway, hospitality and catering. It was way easier to get to for me, and I ended up on a class of 8 instead of 25. I enjoyed it better and made new friends, etc. In my second year, an ex-student came to speak to us about his career and how it had taken off in 3 years. So he was now a front office manager in a 5-hotel 2 Michelin restaurant. I was never all that confident, but a girl said, "After I could see you doing that." So I thought I'd test the water and went for a work experience and I loved it, and they loved me. I even had a guest comment on how happy I seemed even though I didn't work there. After I'd made the connections, I finished my course and got offered a job. I've been there 2.5 years. Met my partner and am qualified to work on yachts. Something a small village girl never expected. None of this would have happened if the ex-boss of a bakery in my tiny village and a girl on my course hadn't made these small comments. I truly believe small conversations change your life and I live by that. I'm a very social person, but not very close to my family as I grew up in an abusive home. To almost every single family invitation to go out or do something together I always say no, just because I enjoy being home alone. One day after high school my older sisters asked me if I wanted to go to mariachi band practice with them. I always said no, but for some reason I just decided to say yes this time. Went to the practice, and I met my sister's friends. One of those friends invited us over to his house to see a project he was working on. We drive over and go into the house. I sit on a couch and keep quiet as everyone knows each other, and I'm just a friend's little brother. Suddenly a girl came out towards the living room. I find out that we are almost the same age. She looks like she's way too cool for me. I immediately felt something like falling in love the first time. I found out the project the brother was working on was a video for her Sweet 16. In said video, I found out that she is also a band geek just like me, only from a different high school. She looked embarrassed, and I said good luck on your Sweet 16. Left home thinking I would never see her again, and that it was weird to have a crush on a stranger I just met. 2 weeks later my sisters invite me out again to the movies with their friends. I said yes, hoping to meet her again, and to my surprise, she said yes to her brother too, also hoping to meet me again. It's been 12 years since that event. We currently live together. PS. Yes man. 2008 was the movie that we ended up meeting together. A huge coincidence as before all that, I was a no man. I stayed up till late the night before my GMAT test because I wanted to hang out with my friends some more. I felt like I hadn't been spending enough time with them and just wanted to be out and have fun. The next day, I took the test really tired. On test day, you can choose where to send your scores, and on the version of the test I had, you had to fill in these 4-digit codes that represented the schools you wanted to send your scores to. I'd only intended to send my scores to schools in Washington and Oregon, but I made some kind of error when I put in the digits and randomly put in the digits for a small private college in New York. A few weeks later, I got a call from them offering me a place in their fall semester and a scholarship. The only catch was that I had to be at school in 3 weeks. I decided to go for it, and I thought I was going to move to New York and have an adventure. And I was right, but I never went back. I've been here ever since. 2 decades later, that night I spent with my friends before the test was the last time I ever hung out with everyone like that ever again. The next time we all got together was my going away party, but that's not the same thing. It's all a coincidence, but it's almost like if I hadn't gone out, I wouldn't have ended up in New York City and had a last night with my friends. But since I did go out, it was like I ended up having this one last hurrah with everyone. But in a way, that made the night nothing special in the most perfect way. It weirds me out sometimes when I think about it. I know it's all coincidences, but at the same time, it's the one part of my life that feels like fate. I went on a Tinder date with this girl when my entire career changed. I had just dropped out of college and decided to go meet some people. In the middle of the date, she'd asked if we could just hang out at her place, which made me think she wanted to move fast. I was a little hesitant, but equally excited. Then shortly after meeting her cat and gazing at art school drawings and hippie tapestries, she apologized and said she was actually extremely anxious over a freelance design project she was on. I told her that's not a problem, and instead of leaving, asked her if I could maybe help her out with it. After looking at her work and the problem she was solving, I made a couple suggestions and drew a couple things up. That's pretty good. Do you just want to take this client? She asked. We both laughed for a minute, and I questioned if she was serious. I'm dead serious. I'm presenting to the client tomorrow, downtown. Come by and I'll introduce you. I want this off my hands. I had nothing to lose, so I agreed and showed up at this co-working/shared office space in a swanky part of downtown the next morning. After waiting a few minutes, she came down with the owner of an up-and-coming tea shop who had just seen the sketches I did. He hired me on the spot, and I ended up completing the full design of the space, from interior, to branding, to art gallery, to Zen garden. It sustained me for months as my only gig. I couldn't believe it. 1 month after opening, I was making some edits to the menu and struck up a conversation with one of the patrons, who ended up being a business consultant from Spain. He loved my work and was very impressed with the shop. He invited me to meet with him for coffee later that week and asked me to come be his main designer. We ended up doing design work for opera and building a pretty wild client base. From here, I opened up my own consultancy and have never worked a job out of college. If I never went on that date, I might be broke, jobless, or working for someone I hate. I was in my early 20s and woke up a little late one morning because my alarm died. The butterfly hath flapped its wings. Since I woke up late, I skipped breakfast before leaving for a shitty part-time Radio Shack job, one of 3 I had to keep the lights on while in school. I was 2 to 3 minutes late, meaning I was there 27 minutes before open rather than 30. First time I'd ever been late. That day I had a major falling out with my awful boss there and quit on the spot because why the hell not? Because I was peckish and feeling like a little celebration, I walked out of the Shack trademark and straight across the parking lot to Ruby Tuesday for a steak and a beer at the bar. I never would have gone to one otherwise, but that day it was a glistening oasis in the asphalt desert, and I thought sure, why the hell not? It was slow, and since I was alone I got to talking to the manager, who seemed cool and basically considered it an interview, offered to hire me on the spot to bartend. I thought sure, why the hell not? I met some cowhawkers and made some friends, as you do in the hospitality industry. One of them was a musician, like me. I mentioned I could hardly ever play my drums in my apartment, so he offered to let me move my kit into his rehearsal space and split rent with him. While I was practicing there one day, a death metal band elsewhere in the building was having their own falling out with their drummer. The guy quit. The band leader heard me practicing, walked straight into my space, and asked if I wanted to play drums for them. I said sure, why the hell not? I try out, I joined the band. Long story short, I end up as the lead vocalist and bassist and we get a better drummer. We gig a lot for a few years. Things go well. We get offered a Europe tour. We said sure, why the hell not? We go on tour. It's going great. Some Polish locals that loved us say they want to fight an American. I say sure, why the hell not? We drink a shocking amount of vodka together, and I get into a drunken bare knuckle boxing match. Spend the rest of the tour with a black eye and busted knuckles. Later we play in the Netherlands. We start loading in our gear, and the stage side bartender comes in to start setting up the bar. She's beautiful and has a great vibe. I go talk to her, because why the hell not? She laughs at me and assumes because of my black eye that I'm the troublemaker of the group. As is my right as a drunken frontman, I dedicate one of our more brutal songs to the bartender. She's now my wife and lives with me in the US. Because why the hell not? TLDR, my alarm died in my early 20s, so I married a Dutch girl in my 30s. Strap in folks, it's a long one. So lots of people heard about the app called Whisper. It was insanely popular a while back. I downloaded it for fun, or whatever, and would occasionally scroll on it. One person kept posting, if you're having a bad day tell me about it, and I'll draw your identifying animal. Random as hell. He ignored it, but this person posted every single day, so I saw it frequently. Then one day my egg donor and I got into a major fight. She was screaming at me, beating me, telling me how she hated me etc. I was crying my eyes out and just wanted to vent to someone, anyone, so that I could get rid of some of the pressure in my chest, but I wasn't allowed to tell friends or family. Hello, abusive household, red flag. I opened the Whisper app and the very first post was that random poster with the same tagline, if you're having a bad day tell me about it, and I'll draw your identifying animal. I said what the heck, why not? I didn't want to tell them everything, but I needed some stranger's shoulder to cry on for a minute. True to their word, they listened to me give a vague description of what went down. We fought minus the brutal whippings etc. They told me they were sorry and would be happy to listen to me if I ever needed to vent again. Then they drew me the animal and, hahaha, it was awful but endearing. It was a black background with what looked like digital drawing, similar to Snapchat. It was a stick figure version. I don't know what the heck I expected, but it made me laugh, and after so much pain that felt good. I gave it a name which they found hilarious, and after talking more we dubbed ourselves official animal name buddies. Oh, the cringe point. Months pass, and we continue talking regularly. Then one day the subject of where we live comes up. I scrolled to the top to see how far away they live, and it's 1 mile away. They lived right down the road and we never knew. We made plans to meet at the local library. AMD. Honestly, I was a little worried that they would be a serial killer or something, and I was an idiot girl about to be murdered. Important side note, my excuse for meeting there was valid as I had an important document I needed to print out. So I get to the library to print my things and wait for them to show up. Library was closed. I was devastated as I needed these papers. Ladies were inside tidying up and saw me. They let me in anyways, which I was so grateful for. He shows up and sees the place is closed, and with me not outside decides to start heading home, texting me as much while I'm inside busy printing. I check my phone after getting it all set up to print and hurry to text him I'm inside, come back. So I get my papers, yay, and I do a little happy dance outside thinking I'm still alone. Little did I know he was sat at the memorial bench behind the corner and stood up when he heard the door. I thought he was still on his way, not right there. Remember this moment for a second. I turn and face him mortified and has staring at me with the goofiest grin I've ever seen. Dork level 9000. He lows and hugs me. I'm embarrassed but laugh it off too. Then we realized we knew each other. We had the same friend group, we just never talked. Who old guessed? He didn't talk to them much anymore, so odds are we wouldn't have seen each other again through them. Fast forward another month or so, he begins noticing odd things about my life. How I talk about my family and my duties to them. He figures out that I'm being abused, but I still wouldn't believe him. He takes it upon himself to get me food every day at least once, as it was rare I got to eat a whole meal by that point. Then one day he witnessed the abuse firsthand. Saw my egg donor slap me to the ground. He said he would have stepped in then and there, but knew if he did, and I didn't leave with him, my life would have gotten a lot worse. He spoke to his mother that night and they both offered to let me move in with them as I was a legal adult. I pushed it off, but after my egg donor went to hit me again a few days later, I decided to give it a shot and see if life truly could be better. The universe put him in the same friend group in the same area just a mile down the road. The universe gave him that goofy smile and my goofy dance. Remember that? He said it was the moment he knew he wanted to date me, and now calls it the first time he fell in love with me. You can see where this is going. Since I trusted him enough to move out, we've dated. He started putting his focus on a career. He was previously unmotivated, but wanted to be able to start a life with me, so immediately got work as a temp, and happened to love his career field so much he stuck with it, and now works for another company in the same field. Got our first apartment, I got my driver's license, got our first house, officially cut contact with my abuser, had our first child, who is 1 now, and recently gotten engaged, all because I decided to tell some rando I was having a bad day in exchange for a stick figure animal and some puns. He is the love of my life and it still boggles my mind how we were so close, even meeting a few times offhand, and yet he didn't become an integral part of my life until that moment. I never would guessed I'd be laying beside him and calling him my fiance, the father to my first child. Had you asked me about the guy with a goofy smile at the library, or even the guy I texted for months about the animal and day-to-day life, I never thought I'd cradle our beautiful baby girl who has his golden locks and apparently his sense of humor. She always says yes or no to perfectly compliment his jokes. Do you want pizza? Yep. The council has decided on pizza. Celebratory screeches from both the grown man and tiny human with high fives. I love my goofs. I'm currently sitting on a boat in the Bering Sea with my dream starter job with my marine science degree as a fisheries observer, all because of a dick pic I sent in the summer of 8th/9th grade. I've told a lot of people this story, but I've yet to write it out officially. Buckle up rapscallions and scalawags, this is a long one. So here's where it starts. TLDR, at the end point I attended a private Christian school from pre-K through 8th grade. Such a small school that pre-K 12th grade are all in the same building, and my class had a grand total of 10 to 12 people. And I took a summer vacation by myself to visit my cousin out of state. This was peak days of puberty, and being at a Christian school, and living in the Bible Belt, I didn't exactly have the best outlets for understanding anything sexual. That's a more taboo subject within those realms. I had always had the hots for a classmate, and I stole my cousin's phone while I was out of state, and I proceeded to send the most god-awful dick pic that an 8th grader could possibly send with their phone in the mid-2000s to my classmate. Of course, I later deleted the evidence, went to sleep a happy person thinking I was the sex master, not even really knowing how I'm even supposed to use my penis in any sexual situation. I woke up to my cousin on the phone with my classmate's parents, who are calling for legal action. We are in 8th grade, and they eventually work out the connections between them and my cousin, and I was caught within a measly 24 hours. My 8th grader hormone-infused plan to be a sex god was foiled. I still had no idea what sex even was. I was that sheltered. I owned up to it, after trying to lie my way out of it of course. I fly home at the end of the summer. My private Christian school had called for an emergency board meeting because of my actions. My parents were on the board. I was more than embarrassed. It led them to the conclusion that I was not fit to attend this Christian school and was expelled. I later learned this was a very hypocritical action with regards to how a Christian should truly acted. I had had no other infractions or mess ups until that point. So my family and I had to rush to get accepted to a local public school. It's a relatively small city where a lot of the parents went to school together and grew up together. It was technically too late to enroll for the beginning of the year, but the Christian school principal was very close friends with the public school principal, and they were looking to make an exception. However, there was one minor detail. With the expulsion on my school record, I was told I would have to attend 40 days of alternative school before I would be deemed fit to attend public school. I literally shuddered and almost cried at the thought. Now back to my parents. Having been on the board at the old Christian school, when that news broke about alternative school, my family went to the rest of the board and convinced them to overturn the expulsion and change it to suspension with voluntary leave on the grounds that I had never done anything to this degree prior. This expunged any idea of alternative school, and I was now an official public school student. I then went on to my freshman and sophomore year as if nothing had happened. I lost all my friends from the old school, but they never reached out to me either in the coming years, so I guess it was for the better to release myself from close-mindedness. Luckily at this new school, I had other friends that I had known for years from other routes, and they were more accepting of my reason of being there. My best friend throughout life was also attending there. I had found out they were attending a school for the arts and sciences, a magnet school. A high school for juniors and seniors only, with major-based programs, like early college, without the college credit, smaller classes, better quality teaching, more openness to the sciences and arts. You get the point. I greatly wanted to change to this school. My public school was still my base high school, but I went to this other one, and just felt happier. From there, I chose pre-engineering as my junior major. I had a lot of fun in this class, but it was never fulfilling. I then found out that right across the hall was a major called environmental science. This captivated my young self. I heard that my senior year was going to be the last year they were having this program, and I just had to get in. With the right approval from both teachers, I was in. I had found something that interested me to no end. My senior year, I got a job at a popular tourist aquarium, and I became infatuated with the underwater world. I would constantly take the time out of the staff's days to bombard them with questions on husbandry, scuba diving, aquarium maintenance, education pathways, etc. They didn't seem at all annoyed either by my constant bombardments, and I realized they weren't pursuing the money, they were pursuing passion. I fell in love with the water. This led me to my creation of a 55-gallon saltwater aquarium that I utilized for my senior thesis. This aquarium sat in my classroom along with my classmates' other thesis, and I painstakingly learned that saltwater aquariums are not for the passive hobbyist. I spent hours and hours monitoring this aquarium, studying reef habits, understanding hardship for once. I knew where and what I wanted to study for college. I graduated from my magnet high school and pursued my bachelor's in marine science. I luckily had a nationally prestigious marine science program at my local university at my disposal, and I applied and got in. This led me to thousands and thousands of hours of research opportunities. researching ideas from sea turtle hatchling monitoring for the influence of light, local shark tagging programs to monitor migration patterns, to learning about the microscopic world of marine chemistry and phytoplankton's effect on our world. I spent 5 years achieving this degree. Yes, I did a victory lap, and in this time I found out who I truly was as a person. Someone who needed to open their mind to new ideas, constantly changing their viewpoint, based on new facts and evidence. I wanted to be an actual marine scientist. Before I graduated, I researched my, not so many, job opportunities, and I found out about being a fisheries observer. You live and work on fishing vessels, doing day-to-day scientific sampling and monitoring, in order to aid in the protection of a sustainable fishery. It's so far a dream job for me, even though I'm currently looking for new careers. Hopefully some may lead to more memorable positions, but right now, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome in my life than where I'm now. That's how I ended up with my current dream job, all because of a dick pic. TLDR. Sent a NSFW picture to my classmate in the summer of 9th grade, got expelled, went to public school, went to a magnet school with environmental science major, fell in love with the ocean, graduated to college, got my B's in marine science, graduated, currently have my out of college dream job. I probably would have ended up in seminar and a Bible thumper if I remained on the old path, were it not for the prepubescent hormones of an 8th grader. I'm from the Bay. Around 2012, my friends made a spoof video about growing up in the Bay and about the gangster culture there. The video was about a place called Satwa, which back in the day was sort of da hood, but rapid progression completely changed the face of that area, and it was clean and trying the shed da hood image. The day we were supposed to shoot, I couldn't make it as my dad fell ill, and I had to take him to the hospital and run a few errands. I had asked them to postpone the shoot, but they went ahead anyways, which I was super pissed about. Had a bit of a fallout with them and some drama. Few months later, all of them got arrested by the police. They claimed it hurt the values of the country. FYI, Dubai is in the United Arab Emirates, which is a sheikdom, and they are very serious about the image of the country and how it is portrayed. It obviously offended someone high up who was from that area and not pleased about the spoof video mocking the recent history and uncovering the image they were trying to clean up. My friends had to spend close to a year in prison, and the only reason their case came to light was because one of them was American and the American embassy took the case up. It became kinda a big deal with a few small-time celebrities, lawmakers showing support, and even Will Ferrell endorsing his support. All of them were released, but were deported from the country, facing huge financial losses and, more importantly, mental health. 3 of my friends are still undergoing therapy for the time they did. A link to the story, https://edition.cnn.com/tldr. If my dad hadn't fallen ill, I would have been imprisoned and deported for making a stupid YouTube video. I doubt anyone will read this, since we are already 12,000 comments deep, but here we go. When I was a senior in high school, I was working at Walmart for a short 2 months. It was late Saturday night, and I had to be at work at 7 AM Sunday. My parents happened to be out of town, so I was chilling in the living room when I started to see storm warnings flash on the TV. A huge storm system was moving through quickly, and at that time, I was deathly afraid of storms and always expected a tornado to form. So, I did the smartest thing I could do, go to Walmart to wander around like a customer until the storm passed. It hit just as I got there, winds blowing like crazy, power went out for a bit, but ultimately no damage. I ended up buying a Michael Jackson DVD and went home, which was scary enough, since the house was dark. When I got back, roughly 4 am, I decided to just crash on the couch, since I was going to be up in a couple of hours to go to work. Except I slept through my alarm. Whoops. I woke up to a knock at my front door that scared the hell out of me. I looked out and noticed it was my sister's friend. I answered the door, and she told me that something was wrong with my sister. I walk out to the friend's car and see my sister laying unconscious in the back seat, making a weird breathing noise. I didn't know what to do, so I carried her inside thinking we could wake her up. Ultimately, it was pretty obvious that we had to get her to the emergency room. By the time we reached the she wasn't breathing. Hospital people came out, got her inside, and 17-year-old me was just standing there alone with the duty of calling my parents, who were in another state visiting family, which was without question the worst phone call of my life. I couldn't even get a single word out when my mom was on the phone. Point, it was a drug overdose, and thankfully, they were able to save her. Her friend, also under the influence, had driven her around for a while unsure of what to do. Had I been at work at my scheduled time, I'm fairly certain she wouldn't have made it. Thank goodness for being afraid of storms. I worked for a company for 23 years. Months before my termination, I was working on a 87 meters project. I created the decks for thousands of locations throughout the United States to highlight how much each site would save the organization by reducing the energy used at each location. It sounds pretty dull, but it was exciting. During this time, the work environment was tense, and employees complained about the working conditions, yet no one spoke up. I did not like working under those conditions, and requested a meeting with the director. During the meeting, I discussed all of the challenges of the office staff. For my efforts, I was removed from my project and terminated weeks later. The same day of my termination, my older brother confided in me he was experiencing abuse from his wife. My brother is a person with a disability and is considered quadriplegic. After hiring a private detective to determine the validity of his claim, I tried to find multiple ways of moving him with me several states away. However, my home I purchased just over a year could not be converted for his needs, so I had to sell it. The house sold within 45 minutes of listing on MLS over the asking price. A friend from the military and I drove through the night to Colorado. When we arrived at his home, what we found much dire, and he was in bad shape. I immediately hired an attorney, and we filed an emergency injunction to have his wife and son removed, which the court granted. I found his wife was involved in multiple nefarious acts, and I had her arrested a couple of times due to those acts. My brother required 24-hour care, and I could not work right away. I liquidated my assets for us to live and care for him, along with the multiple court cases, which lasted over 2.5 years. The numerous court cases depleted all of my resources. My brother's medical care team said if I didn't take the actions I had, he would not be alive today. Although my speaking up for others got me terminated, it gave me the courage to fight for and help my brother in multiple ways. My termination in July 2013 has helped me to live fearlessly and to use my voice to speak out for others. After years of lurking, I created an account just to be able to respond to this. Finally, about 14 years ago, my best friend forgot her wallet at home. This never happened to her and was completely out of character. I was bored and didn't feel like going to my college class, so I hopped on the bus with her to head to her apartment and pick it up. We planned on being back for 11:45 to meet our friends outside the cafeteria as we did every Wednesday. My bestie was going to go to the cafe and study for her exam that afternoon. After we met with the gang point on the way back, we needed to switch buses to head back to school. I was too slow to push on the door, so it didn't open, and continued on its way to the Metro Montreal subway system. We stayed on, and decided rather than switching lines we could just get off a couple of stops later, and meet my sister for lunch. My sister wasn't going to work downtown originally, and had 2 job offers on the table when she decided to take the one close to my school. When we headed back after eating, police would stopped people from getting on the green line that would bring us to our setup. It was odd. We asked the cop what was wrong as we needed to get to school. She asked where we were going, and when we said Dawson she just smiled and said, "Oh, don't worry about school today, just go home." We walked upstairs to go outside, and our cell phones picked up service. Missed calls from friends and family. As we got close to the doors, we saw helicopters hovering in the distance. There was a shooting at our school. It started at 11:45 outside the cafeteria, the exact time and place we were to meet with our friends. If my friend hadn't forgotten her wallet, we would never have left. If the doors to the bus opened, we would have switched and gone back. If my sister didn't take that job downtown, we would have gone back. Someone was looking out for us that day. In high school, I went on a road trip to Atlanta one summer with some friends to go to a theme park. The day we got back, I was so wired from lack of sleep that when a friend invited me to go play tennis, I said sure, even though I was wiped and had never played before. It turned out that I had a little bit of a knack for it and had a ton of fun. I played every day that summer and gradually improved. In the spring, I tried out for my high school tennis team and made it. I was low on the totem pole. I think I was ranked #10 of 12 players, but I had a ton of fun and kept practicing. The next year, I moved up and was playing competitive tournaments and matches for my school. I even got to play a few matches as the #1 ranked player. I wasn't nearly as good as the really good players. One of the matches where I played #1 was against the previous year's state champ, and he destroyed me, but I was still pretty decent. That led to an invite from a tiny Midwestern college to come and try out for their D3 program. I jumped at the opportunity and flew to Iowa to play with their team and learn about the school. In fact, I really pinned my hopes on going there, even though it was incredibly expensive, $50,000 a year, and a D3 deal wouldn't have paid for it. And then I didn't get in. I hadn't really applied to many safety schools, so I took a semester off while most of my friends were enjoying their first semester in college and worked at a grocery store. One weekend, I got a text from a friend of mine who was now attending a university about 3 hours away. I was so bored that I drove up to go to a football game and fell in love with the town and the campus. I applied and got in as a second semester freshman and made friends with some of the people my old high school friends lived with. The next year, we decided to room together and got a spot in one of the fancy new dorms through our school's housing lottery. At the first floor meeting of the year, I met a few girls from our floor and later met one of their friends, who I thought was incredibly pretty and really fun to hang around with. I became best friends with that girl, and we became a couple after about 18 awesome months. We got married in March, and she's still my best friend. TLDR, went to play tennis on a whim and ended up with a fucking wife. When I was 15, I went to a concert with a group of friends at a small local venue. Afterwards, while the band was packing up, we lingered so we could talk to the band. A guy came up and started talking to my friend's brother, who was 21, and I recognized the guy's name as being someone my cousin was also friends with. So we chatted for a moment. I found out he was 19 and had graduated, and he seemed really down to earth and chill. But this teeny voice told me not yet. Besides, I was 15 and he was 19, and I knew my mom would kill me should I try to get involved, so I let it go. Never saw that guy again until I was 31. I heard about him here and there through my cousins, heard about his wedding, and when he had a kid, he helped a few of my cousins out by getting them jobs, etc. But our paths never crossed. When I was 16, I met a guy and fell madly in love, eloped with him when I was 18, and spent 12 years married to him. He was all wrong for me, and I was increasingly miserable. He kept me isolated from my family and friends. I endured a lot. In the last year of that relationship, I had this increasing feeling that there was a looming window of opportunity heading my way and that, if I wasn't ready for it, it would pass me by. I did a lot of soul searching, changed some aspects of my life, but it still lingered. I finally bit the bullet right after my 31st birthday and dropped the D-bomb on my marriage. Immediately, I knew it was the right decision. It was very freeing to be able to be around my family again. I started rebuilding, lost connections and healing. A few months later, I was at my aunt's birthday party, and guess who's there? That same guy. Only I didn't remember ever having met him before, only having seen him in passing at that concert over half my life ago. I had been about to leave the party to go home for the night when my aunt said Bev just got here. On a whim, I decided to stick around and get to know this guy I always kept hearing about, make a new friend, etc. We all hung out by the fire, chatting and eating and smoking and having a good time. I found out he was going through a divorce too. His ex had kept him pretty isolated too, hence why our paths never crossed. We'd both been married to people who kept us from socializing with anyone. We hit it off and there was this easy energy between us. A few weeks later, he asked me out to coffee and I went. That was 3 years ago. We have a little boy together and just bought a house. Sometimes part of me wishes we'd made the connection the first time we met, but I also have life experience enough to know that if we had, we wouldn't have made it. We were both just kids back then, and we both had to go through the things we went through to become the people we are today. Without those transformative experiences, and without that growth, I'm sure we'd have just ended up heartbroken. It wasn't until we started dating in our 30s and were reminiscing about concerts we'd gone to that we figured out we briefly met that night all those years ago, and that memory came flooding back to me about that little feeling that I should drop it. It's also bizarre. It's like something was working to keep us apart until we were ready for each other. I don't put much stock into fate or destiny, but it's strange how we barely hovered at the edges of one another's lives all that time. That one small decision to cut a conversation short when I was 15 set me on a path that I later diverged from at the exact right moment to end up here. One child's laughing and babbling changed my mind. I hate kids. Absolutely despise them and avoid them if possible. I was in another low point in my life and waiting for a train, but I was having other thoughts. I struggle to show emotion so no one can really tell what I'm doing or thinking because my face is just a glare. I was tired, nightmares, violent thoughts, bursts of anger, anxiety high, and there were a few such abuse cases that were in public eye at the time. I had no clue they were triggering these episodes till much later on. Announcer tells people to step away from the edge as the next train is not stopping. I had the sudden idea to just stay where I was and wait for that train, then yeet myself off the platform. I wouldn't be scared to sleep. I wouldn't be hating myself. I would just be gone. Then a toddler in a bright pink ugly coat screamed and jumped up and down. She laughed and waved at everyone on the other side. I kinda just stepped back and watched the train pass by. Like I said, I hate kids, but I didn't want to ruin her life with my own sudden decision. Years later I'm recovering, not diagnosed yet, but they said it matches PTSD and some form of dissociation disorder. I'm still figuring out triggers, and I've been investing in my hobbies the past couple of years too. I might go back to school too once this COVID situation has cooled down. I'm not sure what I'll study yet though. Was recently single, had just gotten out of an abusive relationship, wanted to go out to a local bar and play some free poker, but I always went with a friend who wasn't available that night, and I was scared to go by myself. Never went by myself before. Debated up until the last minute and decided fuck it, there's poker, so I'm not just sitting by myself at a bar or at home alone bored. Walked in and saw a guy wearing a Dallas Cowboys hat, my favorite team. He kind of gave me a look and I just felt like I knew him already. Randomly got sat right next to him at the poker table. We talked about the Cowboys, their shit the past couple of decades lol, and kind of talked shit to each other. He eventually bluffed me, went all in on a hand, and I caught him, knocking him out. Went on to win the tourney that night, $25 prize lol. He waited on me outside and gave me his number. I debated again, since I was so freshly out of a relationship, and waited a couple of weeks to text him. We went out, but it was too soon, so I told him I wasn't ready for a relationship yet. He said no problemo, I'll be around if you ever change your mind. He handled the rejection so well that it completely piqued my interest. So we went out again a few weeks later. Fast forward, and now we are engaged, and I'm currently holding our baby. I definitely wasn't looking, and by the book, shouldn't have been ready for a new relationship. But he's hands down the best man I've ever been with. I've told this story elsewhere on Reddit before. Okay, so years ago I was married to a woman who I loved dearly and who cheated on me when I was serving away with the military in Afghanistan. I found out whilst away. I came back a few days earlier than I said to my wife, and I watched and videoed her talking and kissing these different men and taking them into our flat, my flat. I bought it before I met her. I was devastated and started divorce proceedings as soon as I could. Then when she threatened to take me to court for the flat, I told her that one of the guys she'd slept with had videoed her whilst they had sex, was a friend, and had sent me the video at my request. It was a lie. She gave the flat back to me then with no hassle, as she was a good Catholic girl apparently lol. Anyway, I had PTSD, still do, and was pretty messed up also with an injury I got whilst serving. I was walking my dog along the seafront with my friend who I served with, and I decided then and there that I needed to do something big. I left my flat, packed up a backpack, and went to the beach. Me, my friend, and my dog decided we were going to walk completely around the coast of our country, England. We walked around the coastline of England, cutting across from Newcastle along Hadrian's Wall. We walked around the coast of Wales too, and eventually, after roughly a year, got back to Portsmouth where we started. I'd made some good savings up along the way from my flatlet and my military pension. The best thing about the whole trip, putting aside its cathartic nature, was that I met a cute red-headed Irish girl and her friend our way. These two girls traveled with us for a few months and then went back to university. It was the best time of my life, and that cute red-headed Irish girl is now my wife and we have 3 kids together. In college I decided to study abroad in Belgium in an international relations program outside of my major. It wasn't a requirement and actually strained my ability to finish all my required classes, but it went anyways because it seemed fun. Our class went to The Hague for a field trip one weekend, and me, my roommate, and his girlfriend were going to get lunch together. We were on a bus and I noticed another girl in our class was chilling alone, so I asked her if she wanted to come along for lunch. She was elated, and eventually over the course of the semester we became friends. End of the semester and she graduated while I still had a year left in school. We didn't speak again for at least a year. At the end of my senior year, I'm panicking trying to get a job and end up taking a shitty position as a courier for a visa expediting company, just so I wouldn't have to move back home. A few months into the job, I see my friend from study abroad posting on Facebook about how her company is looking for paid interns. I hated my job, was heading into grad school, and wanted to get into something related to my field, so I reach out about the internship. We chat a bit and catch up, then she forwards my resume to ours. A while later I have an interview, and I'm offered the position. I take it, and a pay cut, but it's fine. It's better than slogging around as a career. I felt bad about leaving my career job so soon. My boss and I grew to be really close, and she needed the help, so I lined up my buddy who needed a job to fill my old role. My friend ends up leaving the company about a month after I was hired. I stuck around for about 8 months while in school, and on my way out one of the managers offers to put me in touch with a friend of his at a big consulting firm. I take him up on the offer, but it takes probably a month to schedule a call, and by this point I'm unemployed for a month scrambling for another job. This time I end up getting another internship, this time with a government agency. More time passes, and I eventually get an interview with the manager of the consulting firm, which apparently was where my friend ended up after she left the old company. She helped walk me through the interview process and navigate networking. I end up getting hired, and now we are colleagues again. Meanwhile, my other friend I left in the career job switched companies and is now an account manager, and my old boss continues to thank me for bringing him on board. This morning, I got a text from third friend about how she got an interview with my firm's branch in the UK after I coached her on how to reach out and network with the folks over there based on what was shown to me by my first friend. TLDR, I asked a girl in my study abroad group to get lunch in college, and it helped me get to jobs year later, which then allowed me to help my friends get jobs. I caught an early bus and was 15 minutes early for work as an assistant manager at a national electronics store. As soon as I got there, a woman walked in and asked if I could see if she could get approved for cell phones for her business. For business accounts, this wireless carrier only required a name, address and the business ID number. I entered their name, address, and business ID number into the cell phone carrier's approval website, and it was legit. So she got approved for 10 lines and only wanted the phones we offered for free with a new line. I was elated, because I usually only sold 2 to 3 phones per week. We worked off commission, and even though the phones were free to the customer, it rang up as a $300 sale, the real price of the phone, and the store also gave employees $20-30 bonuses per phone. Over the next few months she came back with the same business ID number over a dozen times and got approved for 10 phones every time. She would only come to me and would call me to make sure I was at the store before she came up there. I ended up being the #1 salesperson in the region of over 100 stores and got tons of bonuses and made tons of money. I won all kinds of awards and accolades there as well. I was promoted to store manager of a different store and she even followed me there. At 20 years old I was bringing home $1,800 paychecks every 2 weeks and ended up saving and putting a down payment on a rental property. It turns out this woman was a scam artist and stole this business ID number from a legit business. Apparently this wireless carrier doesn't disconnect business phone lines until they don't pay the bill for 3 months, so they didn't catch on for 3 months. She was selling the phones to friends, family and on Craigslist for $100. I ended up getting fired because they thought I was in on her scam. All this happened because I was 15 minutes early for work. My girlfriend at the time got into a car accident and put herself in the ditch. I was on my way home from a trip somewhere and she called me panicking saying she had gotten into an accident but was hurting and thought she needed to go to the hospital. She said one of her friends could take her, but I, being a concerned boyfriend, wanted to go check on her anyways. So I started rushing home as fast as I could and went out to where her and her car was. She was alright and had one of her friends there to take her to the hospital as I had to get home to do some stuff for my parents. So I began to follow her and her friend out and I told her I was going to pass them on a big straightaway so I could be at home a bit quicker, less than 2 curves ahead. After passing them, I rolled my car 4 times at 110 km/h. I'm never gonna forget that moment. I 100% thought I was dead. Fact, the last thing I looked at before I closed my eyes was a power pole coming towards me. The car stopped and I just slammed the door open surprisingly and got out. I was in complete shock. I was totally okay and not dead. My girlfriend and her friend stopped obviously, and I'm never gonna forget hugging her after that. Had I not made the decision to go out there and see her, it wouldn't have happened. Had I not passed them, it probably wouldn't have happened. Definitely made me appreciate being around a bit more and appreciate those smaller things. Accident was caused by black ice, for anyone wondering. When I was 14, my dad begged me all week to work the snack stand at my little brother's baseball game. I kept saying no up until the day of the game. I was playing Guild Wars on the computer and he said, "Look, I know you don't want to do it, but I'm going to ask one more time." I made the mistake of pausing my game and looking him in the face when he asked. I had already said no all week. I could do it one more time. "Will you please work the snack stand? We are short-handed and we really need the help." It would mean a lot to me. I could see it in his face. This was really important to him and I just couldn't bring myself to say no one more time. So I said yes. While working the snack stand, a girl about my age kept coming back for candy and I could tell she was flirting. So I flirted back, talked a bit, found out she went to my school. We ended up dating and she was my first kiss through her. I made a bunch of friends and ended up dating the sister of another girl in our friend group when I turned 17. That girl would be one I first had sex with, and she was also the one who broke my heart the hardest. She dumped me on our 2-year anniversary after eating the meal I cooked for her, which led me to writing in order to escape the way I was feeling, which led me to a writing forum, which led me to meeting some new friends in Chicago who were on that forum, which led to me visiting Chicago a few years later, which led to me moving to Chicago the year after my visit, which led to me meeting the girl I'm now engaged to, which led to me working harder and moving to Texas with her, which led to us getting a house, which led to us trying to start a family. And it all started because my dad asked me to sell candy and chips at my brother's baseball game 16 years ago. It seems too small, but everything I have now, I can trace back to that single decision. Life was just life up until then, but after that, it seemed like it has been so neatly laid out in a series of events that chain reacted into the next thing. Thanks for being persistent, Dad. In high school I had a group of 6 friends. 3 of them were guys. One of them, M, had a crush on me, but I only saw him as a friend. One was in the closet and still trying to hide it by dating girls, S, and one had been my friend the longest, and we did everything together. J. Junior year I decided I wasn't going to go to prom, It was too much drama and the 3 girls in my friend group were obsessing about it on a level I didn't have any interest in. S ended up asking me to prom, and I told him I wasn't interested in going. He wasn't upset about it at all. We actually went to senior prom together. A few days before the prom I was texting Jay and he asked me to come over, but I was busy and said I couldn't. He got really mad and called me to tell me he was going to ask me to prom, but I said no. My reasoning was, because I had already said I wasn't going. I had already said no to S, and didn't want to hurt his feeling by saying yes to someone else, and I also wouldn't have had time to get a dress and everything with only a few days to spare. Jay got really upset and told me he was tired of always waiting for me. I guess he liked me and never told me about it, but this was his last straw. It broke me because I had liked him since middle school. He stopped talking to me and completely ignored me for the rest of high school. So much of my time was spent with Jay and now he was just gone. I ended up spending a lot more time with M after that, and we got much closer than we were before everything happened with Jay. Anyways, long story short, M and I have been married for 2 years, together for 8, just bought our first house, and had our first kid this summer. Who knows where I would be if I had said yes to Jay. Our parents always joked that we would end up married. Would I be with him instead of M now? Who the hell knows, but I'm so happy with how everything turned out. About 5 years ago I was working at a large format silkscreen studio as the assistant printer and lead graphic designer. I was doing what I loved, but the boss and work environment was so toxic. I was on maximum doubt doses or Wellbutrin and Effexor just to combat the effects this job had on my lifelong anxiety and depression, but was still struggling to get out of bed and get through the day without being too nauseous, so I could go to this job to get a paycheck to try to make some sort of dent in the insane amount of debt I had. It was a freelance job on top of it, and I was horrible at money management. Fast forward to meeting my now husband at a mutual friend's birthday party. He taught me how to budget and allocate my measly paycheck to try to combat the crazy debt I was in. Husband then takes me to another friend's housewarming party, where friend's father overheard me complaining about my job. Turns out he runs an optics company and his head of production was retiring after 40 years on the job. He only hires artists and craftspeople as they have better hand-eye coordination for making the delicate optical parts. Now I'm at the best job I've ever had in my life as head of optics production. I still make art on the side. I make significantly more money, and I'm on the books as opposed to freelancing. I'm almost debt free. I have a retirement plan, and I'm completely off medication after being on one type of anti-anxiety/depression or another for the past 17 years. I truly feel lucky and almost undeserving. To think, I just was complaining about my situation with some cleverly chosen words that made my current boss laugh. A couple times in my pre-calc class in high school I asked my ex-girlfriend's friend, we'll call her H, how my ex was doing after the breakup. Ironically she broke up with me, and that initiated an acquaintanceship between H and myself. This new acquaintance was a girl in a long-term relationship, so I asked her what I did wrong, because I was totally heartbroken, and I had no intentions of being anything more than friends, since I sorta knew the upperclassman guy she was dating for a few years now. While I really liked H, I couldn't make any moves on her, but I could date her single friends. I dated a couple of them, but those relationships had nothing for me to stay for. Fast forward to the next school year, our first time in college. I moved 500 miles away to be independent for the first time in my life. I was so nervous because I knew literally nobody. I had to make a whole new set of friends and create a new lifestyle for myself, but doing all that without a familiar face around seemed impossible. During orientation I see a lady that looked really familiar, which was really weird since I moved so far away. Turns out that lady was H's mom, and H moved to the exact same college. Out of something like 2,200 students at my high school, only 4 went to that college with H and I being 2 of them. I eventually found her, and she was just as happy to see me as I was to see her. I asked her if her boyfriend moved with her to this new town, but she was reluctant to answer and only said we are still together, but we are trying long distance. I figured they could pull it off, since they'd already been together for 5 years at such a young age. H was 18 at this point and her boyfriend was 19. We became best friends and we really only hung out with each other. None of us made any friends on that town. Fast forward to that summer after our first year of college. We are both back in our hometown, and she gets to see her boyfriend anytime she wants. They've been apart an entire year, and are still together, so they should be all over each other, right? Sorta. H and I got really close in college. We had absolutely zero intimacy between us, because I respected her relationship, but we talked 24/7. Texts, calls, FaceTime, email, you name it, and we had each other's info. When we got back to our hometown, no contact whatsoever for the first few weeks. This tore me down. I wondered every day to myself, why won't this girl just take me instead? This other guy didn't even make an effort to see her for an entire year, and after a while I broke the silence with a very awkward text. It went something like, sorry for not talking to you lately, I'm just sorta in love with you, and I can't stand you turning back into boyfriend's girlfriend instead of my best friend anymore. That day she broke up with her boyfriend. He had cheated on her, mentally abused her, and made her feel like she was ugly, and that nobody would want her, but I wanted her. Goddamn, I wanted her. She went on to tell me how many times she had cried wishing her boyfriend could be nice and courteous like me, even though it was common sense stuff, little compliments, opening doors, etc. Until one day she realized she could just date me. That day was June 1st, 2019. So I guess we've been dating for a year and a half now. TLDR. Asked an ex's friend how my ex was doing. Ended up finding the love of my life and that friend. This is a pretty long one. So I was adopted from birth, and I had a pretty rough time at about 7 years of age. Was bullied for being adopted, so had always wondered about where I came from and why I was the way I was. My family are amazing, but I was always so different to them. Also my best friend is adopted, which is why I think we were so close growing up. I decided at 28 to find my birth family and started going through social services. They gave me the name of my birth mother, and I had to go through a series of interviews before they would give me any more information. In the meantime, I doing some secretive work myself and searched her name on various social media platforms. I found one woman about 20 miles from where I lived. I would drive and sit outside the house to catch a glimpse of her to see if we had any resemblance. But I never seen her coming or going. Then a few months later I had a job in a house about a mile down the road from her house. Was a little old lady and we started chatting. And the subject about adoption came up. I told her I was adopted and said I'm trying to find my birth mother and I think she doesn't live too far from here. The lady asked her name, and when I said it, she went white as a sheet. That's my daughter. So my birth mom had hid her pregnancy from her mother. The old women I had just shocked. So this lady said I must have the wrong person. But as I was leaving the house there was a photo on the wall of some kids. It was my brother and I knew I was right as I could see the resemblance. About a day or two later I get a phone call from my birth mother, and we end up meeting. During our second meeting she tells me that she put me up for adoption as she was 19, and with 2 kids already. I had a brother and sister, and our dad walked out on her. She thought it was the best option. She told me she thought it was the right decision as her mother had put my birth mom's brother up for adoption. So she proceeds to tell me that she thinks about her brother being put up for adoption all the time, and his birthday would be tomorrow. My best friend who was adopted birthday was the next day. I ask her was his name Jeremy by any chance. She looked at me in total disbelief like how did I know? Turns out my best friend is my uncle. All them years of us being friends, and he really was family all along. My small decision was taking a job I hated at a manufacturing plant near where I grew up. Now how did butter fly out from there? Well, I met a friend who also played League of Legends. We each had our own friend groups, and over the last 8 years or so we have all became one much larger friend group. One of the friends he introduced me to, we will call Angel. Angel is probably the best in our group, and was playing with random players one day. One of those random players has a rule for herself that, if anyone does really good, she adds them as a friend to play later. We'll call her Mary. Mary added Angel as a friend, who later introduced Mary to my friend, Jerry. Jerry lives in the States, but Mary lives in Canada. Keep in mind Jerry and Angel would never have met if I didn't take this manufacturing job to meet the friend that helped join these two friend groups. A month ago Jerry and Mary got married here in the States, and today they packed up Jerry's stuff and are driving to live in Canada. I got to share this story at their wedding, outdoors, 12 people total, recently, and they were kinda blown away about how, if I didn't connect Jerry and Angel they never would have met, or if Angel played poorly that game he first was randomly grouped with Mary, they never would have met and fallen in love to live the rest of their lives together. Changing my wedding date led to 20 people dying in a horrible car accident that has changed laws and affected countless families, and lives my husband, and I got engaged back in 2016. We live in upstate New York, and have a love for the atmosphere and craft breweries. One of the first breweries we ever visited, and came up with the idea of someday owning our own, and modeled after was Brewery Ommegang in Cooperstown. After we got engaged, we thought it would be amazing to have our wedding there. They have a venue space, and camping for overnight guests, plus amazing food and beer. October foliage in the area is perfect, so we settled on October 6th, 2018, and signed the paperwork to book out the space. Just as we were about to transfer the deposit, I got a call from one of my best friends. His family had just signed over a plot of land with a cabin on it in another part of New York in his name. We had been there a few times to party, and it was on a hill overlooking mountains in a quiet area. We toyed with the idea of perhaps having our wedding there, to save so much money, and since I worked in the service industry, we could hire our friends and really make the wedding our own. We cancelled our booking for Ommegang, and put together a small wedding in October of 2017 instead. The next year, in 2018, the Shohari limo crash happened. On October 6th, 2018, 20 young people, engaged couples, new liwats, new parents, were in a limo that didn't stop down a long hill and crashed next to a small town store, killing everyone inside almost instantly. Everyone. Not one survivor. They were headed to Brewery Ommegang to celebrate a birthday. If we had kept our original plan, we would have booked out the place and they would not have been able to go. We also would have probably taken a limo with our bridal party, and we could have been in that accident. I think about those people every day. New traffic laws are being enacted, and the limo company is on trial for negligence. My heart goes out to those families, truly. Friend's ride didn't show up to take them to a career fair around early 2009. I didn't really have anything to do for a while, and offered them a ride. When we got there we both went in point. This was not something I was planning on doing, so I was nowhere near dressed for the occasion. I was wearing those giant Trips jeans with chains everywhere, and a t-shirt with hands coming from the back grabbing my chest point. I wandered around enjoying the funny looks, and informing a few people, while choosing to speak to me, that this was not a planned outing for me. I spoke to a rep for a local manufacturer, and she told me I should look into a temp agency. Tell them she sent me and wants me for local manufacturer. She would later tell me that I blew away her first impression when I spoke to her. She did not expect me to be in college nor so polite, based on my clothing. 2 weeks later I'm starting at the local manufacturer through the temp agency. This prompted me to begin apartment hunting, which prompted one of my roommates to begin house hunting. They located a house that I was then able to afford to split the mortgage payments with them and move into. Moving to that house led to me getting fired near the middle of 2010 from the local manufacturer due to traffic constraints that I did not account for at the time. The same day I was fired I applied to the company I currently work for. 2 months later I was hired. The hiring person told me I applied minutes before the application window closed. Point being, with this company has allowed me to pursue 3 degrees, pursue my hobbies, and generally be happy. Been here for just over 10 years, and I'm now engineer, all because I gave a friend a ride and I wore baggy chain covered gothic jeans and a shirt with hands grabbing my boobs one day. My career was because I was lonely at college. First generation college student, hundreds of miles away from big family, and I'm lonely. Belonged to a student group in high school, and because another friend was able to join that same type of group at college, I decided that was going to be my solution. Except my college didn't have a group like that. Asked one of my professors, and they said there was a certain professor who would probably be down for advising that. Talked to that professor. He loved the idea. Not only did we get the group started, but he hired me to tar for him. Eventually he pushed me to go for a coveted internship on campus. Emailed the program director over the internship and they basically said, look, heard great things about you, but I have this other great applicant who is a senior and you aren't. Next year I got it. My supervisor ended up hiring me as staff when my internship was up. A few years later one of his old MBA buddies says they are hiring at their institution and my supervisor should apply. He says he is good where he is at, but he has an employee, me, who would be excellent. Turns out the supervisor at the hiring place had a son who played a sport with my current boss's son. They ended up talking about me, and I had a shiny new department to run. It was such a game of networking dominoes I can't imagine it ever starting without getting lonely in college. A friend of mine, my roommate at the time, was in New Orleans for a work conference. He had been in a serious relationship that had ended when she had to move back to her home country and had been kind of aimlessly depressed and inert for about a year. Smoked a lot of weed, drank too much, gained some weight, generally not taking great care of himself. He called me from the hotel and asked, dude, should I go out by myself? Now, being pretty gregarious guy, I said yes man. First of all, New Orleans is amazing. Don't you dare sit in your room all night and miss all those bon temps rowlering all over the place. He wasn't convinced. So I said one of my favorite things in the whole world is to go out by myself, have a couple drinks, meet some fascinating people, have a good chat, become best friends with someone I'll never see again, and write about it the next day. He reluctantly said I guess I'll try. He texts me about 2 hours later, dude, this girl won't stop looking over at me. Should I go talk to her? As I'm about to say yeah dude of course. He texts me, she's coming over. I don't hear anything for another 12 hours or so when he texts me a photo of some clothing he left at his hotel room. I'm super glad for my boy, and he is suddenly a ray of sunshine. He's positively gushing about this girl, how funny and cute and sweet she is. They're already making plans to see each other again after the conference, which it turns out she was there for a month or so later. He tells us she's coming to visit, so me and my other friend are probably not gonna see much of him for a week while he's in his Sech cocoon or whatever. We literally don't see him at all for a week and a half. Not once. I'm stoked again for my buddy. He drops by my place after she leaves to regale us and say also she doesn't really like weed, so I didn't want her to know that I smoke as much as I do, so I figured it was best I just didn't have her around you guys. I get it, I think. But also I think, what the hell man? I can chew with my mouth closed and not talk about weed for a night or two. She comes down again a month later. We don't see him again for 2 whole weeks. Barely even a return text. He apologized again and just repeats that he's in love, wants to spend all his time with her, and that he doesn't want this girl to see his pothead friends whatever. He needs this to get him out of his rut. I'm a nice guy. I say I understand. Mind you, when she leaves he goes right back to smoking like a chimney and pretending he never touches the stuff. They start FaceTiming every day, and he stops telling us when she comes to visit and just disappears for weeks. I kind of don't know what to do at this point. I love my friend, and I'm happy he's with someone that makes him feel good, but it feels shitty to be thought of as a liability. Eventually, she finds out he's been lying about his weed habit. They have a huge, screaming argument, sobbing and slamming doors and dramatically packing and unpacking bags and shit. His brother tells us they might be done, and big homie is absolutely devastated. He's a sobbing, shut-in mess. We try to reach out but no response. Months go by. Finally, my other friend and I get a chat. The chat says I can no longer be friends with you guys. I need to work on myself, and part of that involves getting help for my addiction and removing people from my life that trigger that addiction. I'm stunned. I try to reach back out and say, hey man, it takes a lot to admit you have a problem, but it's weed. And we've been friends for years. Is that all I was? No response. Just like that. Someone I considered my best friend completely cut me out of his life. He went on to marry that girl and have kids with her. He's a totally different person now. Point all because I convinced him to go out by himself in New Orleans. I took French in high school and stuck with it into a 4th year. But it was a slog. My teacher was tough, and if I dropped the class, I could get out of school earlier every day and spend time with my girlfriend. Probably the key reason. So I dropped it at the end of first semester. Apparently only one student made it through the whole year from my class. Girlfriend thing didn't pan out, but hey, done with French forever. Fast forward to college. My major required students to take 3 foreign language courses. That requirement could be waived if you finished 4 years of a foreign language in high school. I'd taken just 3.5 FAC. Got to take French again by one lousy semester, but since I'd already taken it, I had to take a placement test, see how much French I remembered. Apparently, I didn't remember jack shit. I tested into French 1, the lowest, most elementary French class, and it was awesome. Day 1, I had my I know kung fu moment, and everything flooded back to me. I was easily the top student. Everyone in class turned to me for help, and I aced the first 2 semesters with ease. And since they were both 5-hour courses, those A+ weighed heavily into my GPA and floated my lazy ass through the next 2.5 years of college. Just keeping my GPA high enough to stay within my major. This in turn led to a career I'd consider successful so far and a good fit for my family. So thank you, high school girlfriend, for your unwitting help. My fiance and I have been together for 19 years, and here is how it began. It all started in my high school. I was kind of brainy, so in my sophomore year, I had a chemistry class with juniors. This is where I met her sister. My now fiance didn't want to go to a Catholic school, so she wasn't at the same high school as us. I found out the sister in my class had a crush on my best friend, so I played matchmaker as I had a class with him and her. They got together, so as a result of this, my friend and I would hang out with her and her sisters for 2 years. My fiance and I were friends, but when we met, I had a girlfriend at the time. Then, when that relationship ended, she had a boyfriend at the time. Then when her relationship ended, I had another girlfriend at the time. Lol. During this time my friend and the sister mutually broke up, but we all still remained friends and still chatted on AOL. Finally, after 2 years of friendship, my fiance and I were both single, and we finally got together in 2001. We had been friends for 2 years at this point. We have been together ever since. We have also never had any breakups or anything in 19 years as a couple. Next June is 20 years together, and we will probably finally get married. Lol. It's pretty much a formality at this point. Basically, if I wasn't a straight A student, if I didn't get my friend and her sister together, and if any of our previous relationships lasted, we would never have been together. Fate can be crazy sometimes. I was working at Radio Shack while college. For some reason they started their schedule calendars on Saturday. My schedule was the nearest calendar when I got THR dates for my final exams, which were all 50% of your grade. I looked at the date and just out of habit knew which slot was Wednesday, the middle. So I planned to take all my finals on Wednesday. Show up and the classroom was empty. Turns out they were all on Tuesday. I had done 2 years of community college before this first year at a university, and it was time to apply to my program. Though I did really well in community college in the other 2 quarters, the quarter I missed the finals I failed 2 classes. If I did okay on the finals I would have been between 3.5 and 4.0 on all classes. Because they only look at the time you were at their university and didn't care about my sob story, they said my GPA was too low to get into the program. I ended up switching universities. Out of that experience came my wife, the job that set off my career, and a friend who is now co-running a department at the second firm I worked at. We now have a son and live in the same town as university number 2, which I never stepped foot in before. Some person at Radio Shack corporate didn't decide to do their schedules starting on Saturday. I would have a different job, different friends, would never have met my wife, would probably never have stepped foot in what is now my hometown, and wouldn't have my son. Thank you, random Radio Shack employee. I went to brunch with my dad in November 2017. While at brunch, I saw a friend who told me about a strange Christmas parade in the middle of nowhere SC, about 20 minutes outside my town. I had never heard of the Christmas parade, despite living in this relative area my entire life, though it's apparently a big deal, attracting upwards of 30k people to an otherwise unpopulated rural area. This parade included tailgating prior to it starting. So, when the weekend in December came, I had my son, from a recent at the time divorce. He was 3, and we had already had a holiday festivities packed weekend, so when he woke up on Sunday morning crazy early, as he is wont to do, I was exhausted. But he has a power over me, like Popey with his spinach. Despite my exhaustion, and despite my brief temptation of not going to the parade on that Sunday morning, telling myself we've had a busy weekend, maybe we should just relax, but that passed quickly. I don't have him all the time, though I wish I did. So I wanted, and needed, to make the most of every minute. So, I packed the car and drove with him out to the sticks, no clue where I may find my friend and her tailgating spot. I figured I could just call her when I parked, and figure out where to go. That was a mistake. The thing about an otherwise unpopulated rural area attracting 30k people is that there is not enough cell tower bandwidth. My phone couldn't get a signal, and my son, who is a parent's dream of a kid, was growing tired from walking down the spectator-packed main road pre-parade, so I carried him. I was exhausted, but determined. I don't know how, but by pure luck, about 30 minutes into our wandering, my friend called my name as we walked past. We arrived at our destination, finally. My friend and her fiancé introduced me to their circle of friends. Somewhere along the group conversation, my friend mentioned 2 others she had run into me at a musical production of Evil Dead on Halloween that year, to which I responded how great it was, and how much I love horror. That, apparently, was the kicker. That really caught the attention of one woman in the circle of friends, whom I had already noticed at first glance. She was gorgeous, appeared to be my age, blonde, and the kind of bright smile and personality that brings life to any setting. Though my attention was always on my son, as he played with other kids nearby, I was constantly trying to find an opportunity where this woman was alone, since she appeared to be at the gathering with an older woman friend. I wanted to try and talk with her, one-on-one, to get to know her, find out if she was single. But the time never came. Though I was able to passively learn about her from the jokes she made, her commentary on the bizarre parade that ensued, we both found ourselves as the only ones laughing at each other's jokes. Genuinely, the parade ended and everyone went their separate ways to where they had parked. I was disappointed I hadn't found the time to talk with her, but I was not defeated. Once back to my car, my little dude buckled into his seat. I had to wait for foot and auto traffic to clear before I could pull out of our spot. So, while I waited, I texted my friend. Hey, your friend, she wouldn't happen to be single, would she? Almost immediately my friend responded she is. Do you want me to give her your number? And of course I quickly replied yes. About a half hour later, my friend responded with her number, and with a heads up, that she told me friend she was about to go into a movie with friends, but she looked forward to hearing from me. I texted the new woman of my attention, and we were off to the races. I had to travel out of town the next day for work, but we texted constantly, getting to know each other quickly, before we even went on our first date, which happened 4 days later. As soon as I returned home, we hit it off tremendously, and I learned she noticed me immediately, as I noticed her. We were completely in sync, before we even knew it. The things she said, that resonated with me aligned with things I said, that resonated with her. I was beyond smitten. Never had I met someone so gorgeous, so funny, so kind, and so aligned with my values. And the fact that I found her in a part of the country where we both saw each other as unicorns was nothing short of a miracle. We've been married over a year now, and every day we find ourselves crazier about each other than the day before. All because I went to brunch with my dad that random Saturday in November 2017. Just out of college and needed a real job. Formally educated in architecture, but no longer wanted to pursue the career in it. Was always good at computers though. Anyway, just looking for a job, any job. I pulled up the jobs section in the new paper, early 2000s, and there was a temp agency hiring, but the phone number was missing a digit. So I googled the temp agency's name, got the full number, and set up an appointment to come in. I got the temp job, eventually hired full time, and the temp office said, normally we get a big response from these ads, but you're the only one that's responded. Me, point anyway, I grow this office work job, which was about one step above data entry job, into working on the company's databases, automating things, and help spur the creation of an IT department at our office. Get my first IT title, Business System Analyst. Leverage that into a different IT job at a different company, and meet my wife there. Then leverage that into another company, and met the best boss I ever had there. Best boss ever leaves, and I leverage that into becoming IT manager there, and now making almost twice as much money as I ever thought I could. I'm just living the dream now, and saving for retirement. Also have a daughter now, all because I googled the telephone number of a company. So it all worked out, but I was 10, and was getting up to go on the bus. I was bugging my mom saying how I needed my lunch made. I was kind of a brat. She was kinda hungover, claiming she already made, but I got used to kinda doubting her when she had been drinking. Anyway, I end up missing my bus cause I was complaining along with getting myself ready for school. So I tell my mom I missed the bus, and she says she'll drive me to school a bit later. We lived in the country, so mom was having a particularly hard time in her life at that point of time. Details don't matter, and she ends up calling my grandma in the morning, as she does always. Grandma beaches mom out, saying how she's a bad mother cause she let me miss the bus. That phone call lasted about half an hour, so it must have been bad. So I notice my mom is sad, and she says nothing is wrong, and goes outside and just kind of collapses in the snow. I watched from our window, so at this point me and my at the time 4-year-old sister are mortified. Mom's phone rings and I pick it up, and her friend asked if my mom was okay cause she got a voicemail from her saying stuff. They ended up out at our place about 15 minutes later, and brought my mom outside. She was passed out for like an hour before we got her awake. Later found out she took a bunch of pills. My lunch was in the fridge hidden behind some juice. I post this pretty regularly. It's the whole reason for this throwaway. But here we go again. Point: in 2009 I was working a dead-end job, living paycheck to paycheck, and my then girlfriend, now wife, and I were continually struggling with the stress of financial difficulty, and I could never get a job in an industry I wanted to work in. Fast forward to Easter 2009. I was sitting in the passenger seat of our little car while my wife was driving. We got T-boned on the passenger side. That crumpled the entire side of the car and banged me up pretty good. I managed to get out of the car, check on my wife who was okay. I started to feel a minor throbbing in my leg, but quickly composed myself and ran over to check on the other driver. He was fine. It was a big truck, but he was pissed he hit us and immediately admitted blame. It was pretty clear since he ran a red, so we sort out the towing, exchange information, and I'd go home. That night I get a frantic call from my brother. He always calls asking for help. I don't even remember what it was for, but I was like, look man, we were just in a bad car accident and my leg is really feeling faked up. I can't help you. My brother was stunned and told me that I need to go to the doctor. I was mostly exaggerating. My leg was just bruised up and I didn't want to go out and lend a hand. Next day my leg is a bit stiff and I started to feel a bit lazy, so I called into work saying I'm having trouble standing up after the accident. They say no worries, work from home and take it easy. So I do. I spent the day playing WoW and eating old Chinese food. My girlfriend came home and I was really just feeling lazy, and I make this big scene of not being able to walk easily to help out. She immediately takes me to the doctor, and despite protesting, they send me off for x-rays, which while they are waiting, the nurse suggests that I start looking into a lawyer. Since this was an MVC, I don't know what I was thinking, but I just went along with it and started faking this injury. The x-rays came back negative for any breaks, but there was a possibility of a dislocation that righted itself. So I just said, yeah, I think there was a sharp pain during the impact. Anyways, I went on short-term disability. My girlfriend was forced to carry the weight. I went on long-term disability and started going through physical therapy, which I faked my way through. Now, Fast forward 12 months. I'm done faking. I've recovered from my injury. I'm at a party with some friends who introduced me to this guy who heard my story and my struggles. He was so impressed by my perseverance. He offered me a salary job, nothing crazy, something like 45k a year, but when you've been working retail, it's huge. Then came a settlement that was worth over 90k, which my girlfriend and I used to buy our first house. Fast forward 4 years, I'm extremely successful, making over 100k with commissions, been promoted multiple times, and got married, and literally owe it all to being a lazy sheet who faked a sick day following a car accident so he could PvP and WoW all day. My entire life is based around a single lie, but even to this day sometimes I get out things say my leg is acting up, because it gets asked a lot. Wife/girlfriend are the same person. The money was from the insurance company, not the individual. Big truck equals larger pickup truck, huge compared to the tiny car we were driving at the time. For the horde. I have a couple of these. The first is that one insomnia fueled painting session led to me meeting my husband. I'm not a traditional artist at all. I got bored one sleepless night and made some abstract paintings, and I liked how they turned out, so I wanted to be able to post them somewhere online like a gallery. I found DeviantArt and eventually met my husband in the chat rooms on that website. Never painted for fun before or since then. The other is accepting a job I had a lot of hesitations about. My husband and I had moved halfway across the country after our daughter was born, and I had been struggling to find a decent job I was qualified for. A friend from college with the same degree as me messaged me out of the blue and offered me a job with the company she worked for. She knew I had just gotten back into town and that I had the same education she had, so she hit me up when her department had an opening. I researched the company and it was reviewed very poorly online. A lot of people complaining about the CEO and salaries, etc. My friend assured me that their department was great and that it was other departments that were problematic. I decided to take the job despite my trepidations about the company's reputation. In the end I was right. The company was a total shit show, but it launched me into a new career that I'd never considered before. I spent a couple years with that awful company, then left for a better company, nearly doubling my salary in the process. I'm a much happier person now for having taken the chance, but I often think about where I would be now if I hadn't accepted the job, or where I'd be if I hadn't decided to paint that one night. Long story. In middle school I met this girl named Cindy. She was a high achiever and always pushed me to do better. I wanted to apply for an academy, and she told me joining NJHS was a good thing to add to my resume. So I applied and got in. Doing so I met another girl who was friends with Cindy and was an officer. I got really close to all of the officers and ended up working with them the entire time. Officer meaning like official, president, vice president, treasurer, etc. The girl I met I thought nothing of and didn't get close to her specifically, but she had a very unique name. I eventually got accepted into the academy I wanted and went to a different high school than all of the NJHS people. In my freshman year I see this girl who is a friend of a friend and I immediately think she's extremely beautiful. Cut to senior year, I'm in English and she's in the class too. I sit next to her and we start talking and become very close. At the time I'm dating another girl, however. About a quarter of the way through the school year an app gets really popular. It was a fad. The app gives you a little sentence like most likely to make you laugh or the cutest person you know and gives you 4 options out of your followers to choose from. The key to it is that it's all anonymous, but you can see who the other options were. I start getting some that are very much flirty and this makes my girlfriend pissed, so I eventually deleted it. But before I did I looked at all the name options and there was the girl from middle school. The one with the unique name. I knew who was sending them. It was the girl next to me in English. She was friends with a lot of people that went to my middle school and now a different high school. So I knew it was her. I brought it up a few times trying to pull out a confession, but she never did. Until a couple of years later. Now I'm in college my second year and a Discord is created with her and a few friends. By this time me and my girlfriend had broken up a few months ago. Close bracket. In the Discord I call her out fully in front of the few people, so she couldn't avoid it anymore. I told the Discord about the app and that I always knew it was her. We ended up talking that night and have been off and on dating since then. So the story is kind of ongoing now. TLDR. I remember a girl's name from middle school that gave me a hint to who was flirting with me. I brought it up in college with the girl who was flirting with me and we have been off and on since. This is one of the cooler stories in my life, but I'll boil it down. I got a small puppy a while back. This puppy chewed up an old novel I'd borrowed that belonged to my mom. The opening line of the book directly references the town in which I'd grown up. Also, it was a wedding gift, and there was a message on the inside cover from one of my mom's closest friends at the time. Book wasn't ruined, but my mom was audibly upset over the phone when I told her what happened. I swore to myself I'd fix things. I managed to track down an original printing being sold in a shop in Utah not more than 20 miles from where one of my brothers lived. Bought it and asked if he'd pick it up. Next, randomly, I checked the author's website and saw, serendipitously, that he was actually having a book signing in a week. In Utah. Not more than 20 miles from my brother's place. But said brother would be out of town. A different brother lived 50 miles away, and I convinced him to go to the event and get the book signed by the author. During all of this, I'd searched Facebook for the woman's name who had gifted the book and left a message inside for my parents' wedding. I sent out half a dozen messages to random people with similar names living in the Utah area where my parents got married. Even found a few phone numbers and made a few calls. Guess what? I found her. Convinced a brother to bring the book and meet her to have it remessaged and updated. I ended up gifting my mom the damaged copy and the new copy, put her in touch with her old friend who she literally hadn't spoken to in 20 years, and felt like I was the luckiest damn son that ever lived. In middle school I went to a summer camp. At camp I learned how to play Magic the Gathering. In high school some loose friends decided to get into MTG, and I told them I had cards. We became close friends and eventually roommates. I joined the Air Force. At tech school I went to play Magic at a local card shop. There I met a girl from my hometown, 2,000 miles away, who was married to a guy in the Navy at a nearby base. We became friends until I had to leave. 6 years later I got out of the Air Force and reconnected with her. She'd since divorced, moved around a bit, and moved back to our hometown. We started hanging out, started dating, moved in together. We've been together for 3 years all because I decided to go to summer camp in 6th grade. Going on a different track, the camp was also a school, which I told my best friend about, and he ended up going there for our junior and senior years of HS, which also forced me to branch out and find more friends, which is part of why I became such close friends with the guys I played MTG with. We were super close, so him being so far away effectively forced me to be more social and led me to do a lot of things, like joining track and field, that I otherwise wouldn't have done. And if not for that I wouldn't have been in shape to join the Air Force at all. There's more involving girls and teenage life drama, but that gets convoluted pretty quick with backstory, so I'll leave that out. I worked in retail for a very long time and was wanting to get out and get into veterinary medicine, but had no experience. One of my supervisors in retail told me about the vet she started taking her new puppy to. I looked them up and they were hiring. I sent my information over and never heard from them, so decided to drop by to try and get my foot in the door. I stopped by and got the usual manager is in a meeting excuse. Defeated I walked to my car, only to realize I had locked my keys inside. I called AAA, and as I got off the phone with them, it started to snow. It literally never snows where I live. I went back inside the vet and asked if I could wait inside while I waited for AAA, and they let me. As I sat there, a woman approached me. I guess they were conducting interviews that day, and she was wondering if I was waiting for mine, or if she had interviewed me and already forgot about me. Haha. I told her neither, and that I was waiting for AAA. She said the interviewee they were looking for was a no-show, so she asked if I'd like to interview while I was waiting. Of course I said yes. They hired me on the spot. 6 years later I'm no longer at that practice, but still in veterinary medicine. While working at that practice I met one of my very best friends though, and I also met a guy who I dated for 2 years who really shaped me during some pivotal years of my life. All things that would have never happened if I hadn't locked my keys in my car and it hadn't started to snow. A career in computes starts with randomly joining my little brother to watch him compete as a Cub Scout in the Pinewood Derby. I'm approached by a scout leader. I joined the scouts. On the way back from one of the camping trips, two of the senior scouts are talking about computers. This is the spring of 1981. How with a computer you can program Pac-Man to do whatever you want. I was a poor kid in the projects, but I begged for a computer. And then William Shatner promoted the VIC-20, and then there were the other Commodore commercials showing the kid playing computer games and the kid learning computers from Commodore. I begged, and the VIC-20 shows up at Uncle Bill's, a department store of the region and era. Both sets of grandparents chip in to get me a VIC-20, tape deck, and some software. From there, I learn to program. I get a C64. I get online in 1985. I start a BBS in 1985. I hook up with chicks online. I hook up with like-minded people online. My so of the last 7 years is a woman I was introduced to by one of my users in the 80s who I dated from 89 to 91. I'm introduced to a new area in Cleveland called Coventry. Imagine a college town in the city, 2600 meetings. I make real friends. We'd does that. We'd sit at an apartment picking locks, talking about computers, working on programs, college kids sharing what they are learning, over weed. I lose my welding job, and my friend gets me a help desk job, and boom, no formal education, a JED, and today I make 62k as a provisioning engineer in the ISP/telco world. I knew a lot of the people who started local ISPs, they were BBS users in the 80s. I had a strong reputation on the local online scene. We'd have parties, groups I was in would go to parties, we ran a lot of BSEs, and so on. Some of the first drinking experiences of some of these folks were at these parties. I was hired at one place kinda because someone knew my alias and was like, holy wow, we need him working here. We would take our co-workers and pull them into our social scene in the 90s and zeros. It was kinda easy. We'd bring co-workers to a wine bar after work, and that was in the Coventry area. Out friends would hang out and bam. So out work circle and our social circles mixed. Some of the people I worked with married my non-work friends. Had I not randomly decided to watch my brother's Pinewood Derby, something I think I was talked into, no Boy Scouts, no camping trip, no computer, oh, and my first box of pirated discs, copied from a fellow scout, my first copy of a BBS program, Rabix. Good chance I would have just ended up dead or in jail as a loser kid from the projects. 3.5 years before my best friend was having a party to celebrate her degree, I decide to go a day before the party to be with her on her hometown. That night we were drinking and I opened Tinder to see what her hometown had to offer. She insisted I have Tinder a chance. I match really fast with this guy who had very crappy pictures but likes beer. We begin talking right after the match and he was looking a Rick and Morty episode, which I knew where it was because I recently finished a marathon. We have been dating for 3.5 years. Now there is no way we had match on any other way. We lived at that time on different cities very far away for each other, way too far for our match radar. That day he was traveling to his hometown, that is a little close to my friend hometown, but still not quite for our match radar. So, we match while he was still traveling, on the bus, so he was closer to my friend hometown, because he has to pass by my friend hometown to reach his hometown. Basically if we haven't opened Tinder on that exact moment there is no way we could had met. Bonus, we had friends in common but not too close to had met either way. He was a classmate to my best friend's boyfriend on freshman year, but she had break up with that boyfriend years ago. She remember him, and he also has changed university and city after that year. He will play a card game, a local version of Magic, with my best friend, but they were only acquaintances. And I lived on his small hometown for a month. Hated the place. Exactly at the same time he was on holidays there, but I never get out to the few places around, so there weren't any change to met. I didn't shave one Sunday morning when I had a 3 AM shift due to the store I was working at having sales on everything, and they needed everyone to put up signs/prices. The store was a 15-minute walk, so I didn't want to be late. was going to cross a street when I noticed a Hummer just parked at the corner of the street I was about to cross, where usually they'd turn into the street. Decided to walk several yards behind it, walked under an overpass, crossed the street to a gas station right next to the store I worked at, walked a few feet to a shortcut I usually take between the corners of two fences. Not even a yard away from the shortcut I end up getting hit by a car. If I had shaved, I would have more than likely missed the Hummer, which moved about an hour after I walked behind it cause it was being shady as shit. And either witnessed the driver that hit me slam into a fence, cause as it turns out they hit someone's rear bumper as they ran a red light and proceeded to freak the fuck out. Driver was intoxicated and hit me on the side in the process while hitting the chain link fence facing the street point. If I had just decided to go on and walk in front of the Hummer without shaving, I'd probably be okay. The time I wasted there, I would have more than likely have already crossed the shortcut I was about to take and probably would have only witnessed the accident. Meeting and clicking with my boyfriend will always seem so tenuous to me. First, I only apply to the uni I got into because a friend sent me a nice picture of a bridge there. It looked pretty, and I thought it would be a nice place to spend 3 years. Then I get accepted into the uni. For some reason, despite getting lower than the required grades, AAA star instead of A*, I had decided to do an open application, so any college/dorm could invite me to stay, instead of me choosing a specific college. I get accepted into a certain dorm point. My now boyfriend applied to a different college. That one rejected him, and my college said sure, come on over. So he went to the same college as me. Point, he was vaguely in my friend group, but we never had time alone together. One day I decide to uncharacteristically go make another cup of coffee in the shared kitchen around lunchtime. My now boyfriend has for some reason decided to go do work in that shared kitchen, which was a weird choice considering his room was the complete other side of the dorms and he had his own shared kitchen group. He just wandered around and decided to settle in my kitchen. Point, we got chatting for 12 hours and now 3 years later he's still the best goddamn weirdo of mine that I found in a kitchen at a college we both lucked into, at a uni I shouldn't have even been accepted into, that I applied to on the whim of a picture. Point, nuts. Was researching a friend's family. Pretty sure he got born because of some bad eggs. The mayor of a town in Maryland had a restaurant, and my friend's father, call him Norton, was a cook at a nearby naval base. He went to the restaurant to eat one day, and he didn't like the food that the mayor's restaurant served. Very specifically the eggs. So he complained, and they got into a loud, abusive argument of some sort. There's differing accounts of what happened, but something like, the mayor told him, fine, if you don't like it, just leave. Norton says he was leaving when the mayor hit him on the head with a nightstick. The mayor, after first lying about the incident and saying he knew nothing about it, later claimed that he was escorting Norton to the door when the sailor took a swing at him while he was leaving. So he tapped him on the shoulder with the nightstick first, then hit him on the head with it when he continued to be abusive. Norton claimed the mayor took a second swing at him but was stopped. Either way, the mayor definitely hit him on the head. Point, so the sailor Norton waited about 2 months, then put out a lawsuit for $1,000, 1960s, in damages for serious pain and injury. And the mayor countered that action a couple days later by putting out a warrant for Norton's arrest. Again, after the mayor initially lied and said he knew nothing about it. The sailor was arrested by state police and was then tried in court and found guilty of disturbing the peace. A whopping $10 fine. Point, the trial of the sailor against the mayor got delayed, but a year later, they put the mayor on trial, and he lost. Had to pay the $1,000 plus another $4,000. About $42,000 today. And so, a couple months later the sailor and his new money got married, and 9 months later my friend was born. Marriage didn't last long at all, though. About 15 years ago or so, a co-worker friend of mine asked me if I wanted to go see a movie after work. Another co-worker of ours was going to, and they were going to travel together. I said yes, but later flaked out after he called me saying he was going to come pick me up. Point, before they got to the theater, my friend pulled up to a red light, and since he was really into fast car stuff, he decided to challenge some other fast car that was next to him. Once the light turned green they started racing, and my friend got into a car accident because of this and died. The other co-worker who was with him survived, but ended up with both legs amputated. It was a really terrible thing that affected us all for some time after anyhow. For a long time after I used to think that my flakiness somehow saved my life. But after thinking about it more, it's probably the exact opposite. Had I gone to the movies, he would have spent about 5 to 10 minutes picking me up from my house, which would have altered where he was at the exact moment where he decided to race that other car, meaning the accident would have never happened. He wouldn't have died, and my other friend would still have both of his legs. I don't beat myself up over it though. Those what ifs will drive you crazy if you think about it too long, and you don't have any real control over them anyway. My unreliable father not being on time to pick me up from my football game led me to reconnect with my soulmate. Joined football in high school because I wanted a chance with a pretty blonde cheerleader, as most teenage boys do, even though I wasn't really that passionate for football. Found out she had a boyfriend and was devastated. She invited me to hang out with them at concessions after the game to clear out the leftover nachos. I wasn't too enthusiastic about meeting my crush's definitely, way hotter than me boyfriend, but my dad said he'd be 30 minutes late picking me up, so I told him I'd find a ride and decided I'd suck it up and meet the boyfriend. Well, they both walked up and I recognized the kid. He was on the varsity cheer team all 4 years of high school. This year he was a junior and I was a senior. Kid had like a wall of medals and sheet from competitive cheer. My younger sister used to cheer with him as kids, and he was her role model, and I always thought he was so impressive too. I remember younger me used to watch him teach my sister how to do things. I was always impressed and shocked with his ability to split elegantly with what appeared to be zero effort. I remember thinking he looked so much more grown up than I'd remembered as kids, minus the up part. Haha, short joke, cause he's only 5 feet 1 inch. I was convinced I was only attracted to women at the time, but he definitely had my attention. He went right for the hug and he literally somehow smelled like flowers. He still thinks it's weird that I sniffed him, but I was a weird kid, so feel free to judge. And we went to talking and decided to hang after school the next week. Well, long story short, that blue-eyed boy is now my husband, and that blonde-haired girl has asked to be our surrogate. I can't imagine not having stayed to reconnect to him after all those years. I don't know where I would be if I'd never met the love of my life, the handsome blue-eyed man I'd always secretly wanted to sweep up in my arms. I finally accomplished my goal of marrying the most beautiful cheerleader in the entire school. Like, he is literally the cutest little thing ever. He literally reminds me of this emoji, but like way better, and I'm obsessed with my boyfriend. I'm sorry. And this is super cheesy, so I hope he doesn't see this. My cousin was a troublemaker who was tearing his family apart. Instead of being sent to a foster family, my parents decided to look after him so he wouldn't be fully separated from his family. He got into some trouble shoplifting with my brother. My older two brothers had a different father than me, and my 2 younger sisters. We lived all together, 5 kids plus my cousin. So back to the story. My brother, 13, and cousin, 13, were being disciplined. My dad didn't beat them or nothing, but he did scare their socks off by giving them a pretty degrading 13-year-old spanking. That action led to our family being completely separated, starting with my brother moving to his father's house. My mom couldn't forgive my dad for scaring her son, so she left with one of my sisters, and my oldest brother being old enough to leave the house, he moved away. We went from being a house of 8 people to being a house of 3 in the span of 3 months. This butterfly effect continues to this day, and it's been over 20 years. My dad fell apart after my mom left him. It led to a massive depression, losing his house. His business still has a black heart to this day. Peas, my cousin ain't doing too good to this day either. Bum on the streets bumped into him handling at a concert 15 years ago, and even in our digital age he's impossible to get a hold of. When I was around 12, I had a friend that was a bit of a bully. She would throw things at me, hit me, and pretend she didn't know me in public. I didn't say anything to anyone about it for a while, but my mom noticed things here or there. Finally, this friend threw something kinda heavy at me, and it left a bruise on my arm. When my mom asked where the bruise came from, I decided to tell her the truth instead of just saying I fell. Within a month, we had cut off contact with that friend, changed churches, where we mainly hung out, and that was that. When I got to my new church, I quickly developed a crush on one of the other kids in youth group. Because I wanted his attention, I picked up some of his hobbies and musical tastes. Because I picked up some of that, I met my first boyfriend. The boyfriend broke my heart and took my crush with him, leaving me alone. Because of that, I met my high school best friend and my computer interest was still hanging around, so it led me to meet my first husband. My best friend soon started dating the guy that would later become my second husband, and 10 years and a long, climactic, meandering storyline later, I'm now married to the second husband, studying to be a web developer, and I've got 2 kids, one with first husband, one with second. If I had lied about the bruise, we never would have changed churches. I wouldn't have gotten into computers to impress my crush. I wouldn't have had my heart broken by my first boyfriend, also a computer nerd, and I wouldn't have met my HS best friend, or my second husband, or my first husband, etc. I wouldn't have my 2 kids, probably. And no, I wouldn't have met either of these guys any other way. I've really thought about it. TLDR, a bruise I got when I was 12 led me to both my marriages and my kids. Finally, in a Reddit I feel I have a good answer for. First things first, I had 2 offers from universities I wanted to go to, so it was a literal coin toss which one I went to, meaning this whole story was a complete coin toss. So I was at university, and we had a field trip in my first term. I had made a few friends from lectures that I had been sitting next to, so the plan was to sit next to them on the bus. I ended up being very late because my printer wasn't working, so I had to go to the library and was pretty much the last person on the bus. The friends I had made were already sitting next to other people, so I ended up next to this guy who I had never seen before. Things were a little quiet at first, but we got talking and ended up having loads in common, and he seemed like a really nice dude, so we ended up spending most of the field trip talking. The next lecture we had, I decided I'd go and sit next to him and the couple of people he had got talking to us. To be honest, they seemed like a nicer bunch. A couple of months went by and we formed a tight-knit group, and on one night out he brought along a couple of friends he had made from kayaking, one of them being this gorgeous girl who I was immediately attracted to. Let's call her Co. At this point I had a girlfriend I was very content with, so it didn't cross my mind at all that I would ever think of her as more than a friend of a friend. Fairly soon after this my relationship broke down, and it's fair to say I was distraught. For a good few months I barely left my room at university, and my flatmate would drag me out for a walk occasionally. It got to the point that I almost dropped out of my friendship group entirely because I became such a recluse. I end up feeling better about things and end up going out a little more and start bonding with Co, who was very patient and supportive with me for a while before I felt ready to ask her out. Luckily she said yes, and here we are today, 5 years later, all moved in with each other. The other side of this story, which makes things even more wild, is that Co didn't originally intend to go kayaking. A flatmate of hers wanted to go and convinced her to. Co can't stress enough how close she was to not going in favor of an app being cozy after many nights out. There are just so many things at play here which could have changed our likelihood of meeting and actually dating. I'm so thankful things turned out the way they did. TLDR, impulsive decision to ditch meds takes fat, depressed alcoholic to astrophysicist. I was at rock bottom, and with nothing to lose I decided I was either going to emigrate or kill myself. I was a train wreck of a human being, unresolved trauma from the unexpected death of my best friend, sexual assault, and attempted suicide of a family member, all within a year of each other, struggling with alcoholism/binge drinking, in an abusive relationship, too depressed to do anything but sleep and drink. I had dropped out of university because I was too out of it to follow the material. I would slur when I spoke even when sober. I was having panic attacks almost weekly. I was sleeping 16 hours a day. Then something that I thought was just a minor detail in my plan turned out to transform my life. I figured if I moved country I couldn't afford to keep taking my meds, so I started weaning myself off them. Immediately I started to come back to life. I could string 2 thoughts together for the first time in years. I had energy for the first time in years. I could follow conversations and was starting to gain the confidence to make jokes and tell stories and contribute to my relationships. I was still sleeping 14 hours a day. With the newfound consciousness and support, I started to take an interest in my health. I finally had the faculties to track symptoms that I had been ignoring for over half a decade. I got diagnosed with celiac disease. I was forced to restructure my life around a restricted diet. My weight stabilized and my energy levels soared. The brain fog began to clear. I stopped having full-blown panic attacks. I was sleeping 10 hours a day. I abandoned my plans to emigrate and enrolled into university again, a fairly prestigious one in a new city. I struggled to keep up as my body recovered from years of unintentional poisoning. I managed the absolute minimum despite still dealing with anxiety attacks and agoraphobia. I just made it into second year. I decided to continue my trend of removing potential poisons from my life, and I stopped taking the contraceptive pill. I stopped having anxiety attacks. I could go outside whenever I wanted. I passed my second year with low as. I was sleeping 8 hours a day. I finally put down the drink about 18 months ago, and I no longer have anxiety symptoms at all, despite being diagnosed with GAD. I'm still recovering from CD, but getting better all the time. I've won a handful of awards for being amongst the top of my class last year, and I'm on track for a first-class master's degree in astrophysics. I plan to start applying for PhD funding in 2021. I'm happier now than I have ever been. So yeah, I had given up on my life, and there is just no way I could have known that I was about to trigger a knock-on effect that would still be improving my life 4 years later. Was graduation day from my 1-year physiotherapy course. I had pretty much flunked the year due to various reasons, primarily taking way too many days off to look after my grandparents, who I lived with, and my mental health. Anyway, I passed the course by the skin of my teeth, while all my friends received merits. I felt pretty shitty after the ceremony, even though I had still managed to get a place in my first choice university abroad. It felt rough to be at the bottom of the class, when I knew I would be at the top in other circumstances. I was talking to a girl at the time. She was planning on visiting my country from Brazil for a few months. We met online as she was looking for friends to show her around the city when she arrived. We had an instant connection, but I had ruled out anything romantic as we'd only have a few weeks together before I left for university. My classmates were all going out that night to celebrate their results. I really didn't feel like going out, as I didn't feel like celebrating my below average results. She convinced me to go out and enjoy myself. A few hours later, a friend of mine was quite drunk and decided to run and jump for a piggyback without warning. The guy is about twice the size of me. I instantly crumbled under his weight and he fell on my leg, snapping my femur. I spent over 3.5 weeks in 2 different hospitals for surgery and rehab. Had to rule out traveling abroad for college at that point. Anyway, my Brazilian friend came and even stayed at home with me for a couple weeks to look after me. We instantly struck up a romantic relationship, and nearly 2 years later I'm over visiting her family in Brazil with plans of moving abroad so I can finally start my college course. TLDR, met a girl online who I never had a chance with as I was moving abroad. She encouraged me to go out with my friends. I broke my femur, ended up staying at home with her, and we are now approaching our 2-year anniversary. I don't know if this even counts as butterfly effect, but back in university I had this extreme depression on my second year, and my Photoshop teacher was a complete asshole. So one day I got fed up and decided to not join his classes. The reason why I went to a design university was because my biggest dream is to become a designer in Ferrari. I've always been a huge fan of the brand, and it basically became this final goal throughout the years. I remember leaving the class once and for all and walking out the school gate. As I was walking down the street towards my house, I saw this bright red Ferrari 458 coming towards me. I don't know why the driver made this particular decision, probably because of the reactions whenever I see a Ferrari, but he stopped next to me, rolled down the window, and said, "Would you like to take a look, buddy?" I remember feeling extremely happy while taking a seat in that beautiful cockpit and hearing that Italian V8 roar. I immediately went back to the class, apologized, and later on graduated. A couple of years later I won a scholarship competition for master's degree on car design. This particular school's biggest sponsor was Ferrari, and in fact the competition itself was started by Ferrari. It was like that bright red Ferrari 458 was a message from life for me to not be stupid and get my ass back in that class. Still puts a smile to my face. Reading through some of these, I think I actually have a story to share. I was home from college. I believe it was during a summer break, and I had just been getting into D&D. Being home for a week or so, I just had this drive to geek out. There was a gaming store nearby that I used to pop into, but I had gotten up too early, and they wouldn't open for another hour or so. So I jumped in my car, a little dejected, but remembered there was another comic shop not too far away from where I was. I'm not into comics, but I hadn't had my fill yet, so I threw the car into drive and decided that I would at least pop in and see what was up. This building was a literal hole in the wall, and I was skeptical about entering, but as soon as I entered, I was greeted with a friendly staff who I quickly made a conversation with. Long story short, I told him about my desire to geek out, and he informed me that there was a group that played D&D every Saturday there. He told me the time and said he would introduce me to the group if I stopped in Point. So I went that Saturday and met some really awesome people with whom I stuck around and played with for a few months. This group told me of a little convention that was happening soon. The DM, who incidentally had the same name as me, just a little aside, said he would bring me to this convention, where at this convention I met another guy who invited me to his usual Friday game. That was had to have been 15 years ago. I'm still playing with this group to this day. They are the best friends I could ever ask for, and can't think of my life without any of them. Nearly a decade ago, a guy from the local goth scene invited me to come with him to a gathering at a pub in the next city over via text. It's actually quite close by via train, but seems further away because it's in another county. I said sure, because I was bored. That night I met 3 young women who would all go on to have massive impacts on my life. The first is my best friend and kinda the reason I realized I was bi. She is one of my most beloved friends. The other 2 were also incredibly influential. One has always made me valued and worthy. The other, well, we stopped being friends for some time. We are friendly again now. But I learned some hard, but ultimately positive lessons through that point. These 3 women introduced me to a slightly larger group of friends. Some have come and gone, some have stayed. Being around these people who didn't expect me to change for them, who were welcoming, accepting, and introducing me to new joys and experiences, made me realize I wanted better for myself. I ended a long-term, but dead-end relationship. Dated a close friend of Lady 1, and we had a couple of years of fab romance and fun. Admittedly there was another hard lesson about heartbreak in there, but he's also my BFF now. I changed jobs and ended up working in their city, building up my confidence and self-worth. It's not a story of crazy changes. My life isn't suddenly a starlet life. But I spend my time with people and places I enjoy. I work a job that gives me satisfaction, and I ended a trajectory that would have inevitably led me to misery. When I think about it, a little text message one Friday evening led to changing my life. I went to the wedding of a college, Texas A&M, friend and asked out a girl I met while at the wedding. We dated for about 9 months, but during that time we went to the birthday party in uptown Dallas of her cousin, where I made acquaintance with her cousin's close friend from college, who still lived in Lubbock after they graduated from Texas Tech. We had a great conversation, but were both dating other people at the time, so nothing else besides a brief connection and an Instagram friend request came of it. I had been liking lots of her Instagram posts for a while after I had become single again, and 2 years after we met, she met me on Insta. She was then single too, and we exchanged numbers and became texting buddies for the better part of 6 months. Then before Thanksgiving, she said she was visiting Dallas for the holidays. Her family is in Dallas, and we made plans to get drinks. Ended up going on 4 dates that week. She was in town 3 years ago, and when she left I made plans to visit her in Lubbock, 5-hour drive, 2 weeks later. After that, we switched off making the drive between Lubbock and Dallas every 2 weeks for 7 months, after which she found a job in Dallas to be close to me and her family. We just got married in September and celebrated 3 years of dating last Wednesday. We often talk about the astronomically unlikely circumstances that led to our meeting, But since then, we have found all sorts of coincidences where we were nearby or almost in the same places growing up, since we both grew up in Dallas. One example is her high school boyfriend lived next door to my college roommate. So it kind of felt like the universe was pushing us together for a while and finally took drastic measures. When we didn't get the hint point, we also joke about the fact that my playing the long game of being an Instagram lurker and liking a girl's posts actually worked in our case. I was in bowling leagues for years growing up. I met a girlfriend through it, became closer with some friends I had already, and had a hobby for years growing up. After we all had graduated from the youth leagues, we found a fourth guy and joined a beer league. We would all hang out before bowling every week and have a couple drinks before walking over to the bowling alley. One day one of them says, "Hey, I found a version of Smash Brothers that seems cool. Wanna play Smash Brothers Tien?" So he brought his Wi-Fi and had downloaded Project M and we tried it out. And it took over our lives in the best way. We were having such a great time playing Smash that it became what we did before bowling every week. After the bowling league ended for the summer, we kept meeting Wednesday nights for Smash Brothers nights. Eventually we decided to hold a tournament at a little event center. At the tournament, we met some folks from a nearby town that had moved to our town for uni, so we invited them out on Wednesday, and they invited their roommate and his friend from high school, and before we knew it, we had an entirely new group of friends. We started traveling to tournaments out of town. We had viewing parties for major tournaments. Smash was all we did for about 4 or 5 years. All three of us who just wanted to enjoy bowling together met some of our best friends through Smash Brothers. One New Year's Eve, we drove to where the folks we had met were from for a tournament/party on the 30th, then a New Year's party on the 31st. That was about 3 years ago, and the first time that I met my now girlfriend. One day the three of us will look back and all probably agree that playing Smash Brothers before bowling was one of the best decisions we ever made as a group. It seriously changed all of our lives in a great way, and not a day goes by that I don't take a minute to appreciate all the fantastic people I've met and experiences I've had, all because of a party game that some kids took too seriously. Like a whole lot of people here, I only meet my wife through a weird butterfly effect. Mine was actually kind of a double butterfly effect. Neither of us originally planned to be where we meet that first night. I was in college at the time living with my uncle. My mother is the oldest child, and he is the youngest, so there is only a handful of years between us in age. He was more of an older brother to me really. Anyway, I went to college in the same town he was now living in, so we decided to move in together because he needed a roommate post-college, and I didn't wanna live with random people in the dorm. I was really into an MMORPG at the time, called Star Wars Galaxies. I had plans that night with some guildmates, but the servers went down early in the afternoon and were down all night. So my original plans were out. My uncle tells me I'm welcome to join his friends who were coming over for DD. I never played before, but he told me I could control the monsters and help him try to kill some of players, so I was down. I didn't have anything else to do that night as it was around the holidays and all my college friends were out of town. So I played DD. Now, my wife didn't start off the day expecting to come over to my place and play DD either. Her original plans were to hang out with one of her friend that night and go clubbing, but the friend got sick and couldn't go out. So she called up one of her other friends who happened to be in this DD game already. Long story short, she decided to come and join the DD game. It's hella cliche, but as soon as I saw her there I was instantly smitten and knew I wanted to marry her. We started dating the next night and have been together ever since, which has been 17 years now. When I was 18 I signed up for the army for an information systems analysis and operation job. I waited 4 months to go in, delayed entry program. They had all my information and test results for 4 months. I went through all the top secret clearance interviews. Then the day comes. I hug my parents goodbye and head up to Fort Benning, Georgia. After a week there I'm called into an office with an officer saying I can't do that job because I'm colorblind, which I've known, and they knew, because of the testing before the delayed entry program. For some reason it came up now though. They tested me again with those little cards with different color patterns, where you're supposed to see a number. I failed again, no surprise. I ask if they can get a waiver. They say they have to call my duty station. I wait. They call the Pentagon, which caused me to freak out because I thought I was being stationed elsewhere, but it was never in writing. They wrote feet Gordon in pencil on my papers. So they called the Pentagon and the Pentagon said no. So they offered me other jobs: cook, AM radio operator, infantry, chaplain's assistant. Nothing against people doing those jobs, but they weren't for me. I got out under erroneous enlistment. 4 months later was September 11th, 2001. Color blindness could have quite possibly saved my life. My mom was bawling her eyes out that day. This will likely get buried, but here goes. Apologies for the long story. TLDR at the bottom, my mental illness's competitive attitude led me to my current partner, H, and the life of my dreams. I realized I had depression anxiety when I was in high school. When I graduated, my family was living out of our home country, from Canada to the US. Dad had been posted, military, and I wasn't ready anxiety-wise to leave home. Everything was too familiar, and I was too scared to go back to Canada all on my own. So I took a gap year. It ended up being a gap 6 months, and I moved back, just me, and moved in with my aunt and uncle January 2018. I'd become really depressed, more anxious. Living with my family needed a change. They helped me get set up to start university the next fall, and even got my volunteer job at a nearby public school helping kids with learning disabilities catch up on work they'd fallen behind on. Meanwhile, H is finishing his undergrad, getting ready to start his masters in the fall of 2018. When fall came, we met through the Finnis Club. First years not in residence. Anyone who didn't live in campus dorms was invited to be part of that club, and he was part of it cause during his undergrad he didn't live in a dorm. I was part of it cause I lived with my aunt uncle. We weren't super close, didn't know each other super well, but we got along and considered each other friends. Just before winter break, he hosted his birthday party at a local pub, had an after party at a friend's house. At the after party I got super cocky competitive about how strong of a drink I could handle, and let one of our friends, M, pour my drinks. In retrospect, I didn't know him well enough to let him do that, and shouldn't have let him in the first place, but you'll learn soon enough that I learned my lesson. I'd tease him about how I couldn't even taste the alcohol and the next one would be stronger. About 5 drinks later, I barely make it to the bathroom. I'm so drunk that I think I'm holding my hair up on my own when I throw up in the sink. I found out months later that H held my hair for me. I could barely walk at this point, and so he helped me into his friend's bedroom where like 4 people made sure I was alright. On the way to the bedroom though, I threw up again, on him, on my now partner, and on my own pants. I ended up having to borrow the host's pants, bless her heart. My friend who was supposed to drive me home that night came to check on me because it was time to go. My aunt, uncle, I agreed that I'd be home at 2 AM cause they work from home and need to sleep, and me coming home woke up the dogs, which woke them up, but I was so drunk that I could barely move, let alone open my eyes. I had to call my aunt uncle to let them know I wasn't gonna make it home because I drank too much and couldn't be in a moving car lest I throw up my own stomach. They definitely teased me for that one, lol. After everyone but H left the room, he just sat on the bed with me and held my hand while we talked about random shit. I kept my eyes closed. When I could finally open my eyes, we sat on the couch for the rest of the evening and kept holding hands. He gave me his number so he could text me when he got home safely, and I could let him know how hungover I was the next day. I slept on the couch and woke up hungover as hell and had to skedaddle because I still had to get home and shower before my sister's birthday get together. Later that week we set up a date to the Humane Society. I like to cuddle the cats. Cats are my favorite, and I couldn't have one at my aunt and uncle's because I was broke. The dogs were old, eaten it, and the rest is history. We celebrate our 2-year anniversary in a couple weeks. We later agreed that if we had met any earlier, then we probably wouldn't have dated at all. We both went through major changes and changed as people as a result, and we probably wouldn't have gotten along had we met before the fall of 2018. We also might not have met if H had decided to do his masters in another province. We now live together in a 1-bedroom apartment with our 2 cats, Oscar Biggs. When I was younger I didn't have huge goals for my life because I didn't think I'd make it past high school. Thank you, depression. So all I hoped for was to have cats, a partner I loved, and who loved me, and to be happy. I dreamt of living in an apartment with my partner, our cats, and that dream has come true. TLDR, my mental illness has delayed me starting university, and once I got to uni, my competitive nature got me so drunk that I threw up on my friend and he decided to ask me on a date. Now we've been dating for almost 2 years, live together, and have 2 cats. I'm loving my life. Went to a job interview back in 2008 or so. One of the guys interviewing me said he recognized me from school and decided to befriend me. Didn't get the job, but we started hanging out and he brought up the topic of God. At the time I was an atheist, but I was somewhat curious about returning to the church. I had the feeling that the church helped people feel better, so maybe if I returned then I'd stop being depressed all the time. So we get to talking, and he answers a lot of my questions about God, and he invites me to his church. I go with him, and wind up attending that church until maybe 2016 or so. Oh yeah, and it turns out we did attend the same school, but not at the same time. Also, back in 2013 I met someone on an online dating site. We message each other a bit, but I decide I'm not ready for a relationship. A few months later, I decide I'm finally ready and come back to the dating site. I meet someone else there. She recognizes me, says she's the woman from before, but with a new username for whatever reason. We decide to meet up. We start dating and eventually get engaged and then married in 2015. TLDR, meet random guy job interview. He mistakenly thinks he's met me before, befriends me, and brings me back to Christianity. Then I give a dating site a second chance and meet my future wife for the second time. Technically my mom made the decision, but I still count it. I took algebra in 8th grade, but then when I got my schedule for 9th grade, they had put me in algebra again. Being an apathetic 14-year-old, I was content to just retake the class. After all, I had liked algebra just fine, so who cares? My mom called the school to fix it, which at the time I remember being mortified by, and I ended up in an honors geometry class. Taking that class set me on this advanced math path at my school, where I ended up getting to take 7 math classes, 4 for college credit. When it came time to choose a major, I opted for math, since the college I was going to offered an opportunity for a scholarship, as long as I stayed a math major, and key, I didn't have to pay it back, when I switched majors. I figured I would just take math classes until I figured out what I wanted to do. Turns out that I loved math/stats so much that I decided to just make a career out of it. Technically, 2 careers, as I have switched from my actuarial career to one in academia, where my goal is to teach statistics as a college level point. And it was all because my mom called the school to fix my schedule. Again, it was so embarrassing to me, even though all she did was politely tell them I already took algebra and ask I get put in whatever class came next. I think mine was deciding to go on a free college trip to a public university. I thought I didn't want to go because I hated everything the school stood for at my HS and just thought it would be great to get away from my rocky home life and get some free shit. Almost 4 years later, did it as a 3rd year in HS. I'm about to graduate, despite all the odds, and I've made some of my best friends due to choosing to be in honors, as well as the man I want to spend the rest of my life with. It's been trying at times because of finances and mental health issues, but if I hadn't been so desperate to get away from my parents and my hometown even for a few days, I never would have met any of the most important people in my life, or gone to one of my favorite countries twice. I'm forever grateful I decided to go, because I have an amazing partner, wonderful friends, a second family to grow into and love, and I have more confidence in myself and my abilities despite all of my challenges. I'm going to be the first in my family to actually graduate from college with a bachelor's degree. I hope to do further schooling after a much needed break. I'm overall healthier and happier than I ever could have been anywhere else. I toured other schools and ironically the one I thought I didn't want to go to the most has been the best choice for me. Sometimes all it takes is free sheet and a second chance to shape your entire life. Buying a paintball marker. I was a freshman in college and did not know many people outside my family as I had been a military brat and wasn't from the place I went to school. That first semester I spent a lot of time at my cousin's house playing video games and the like because I was awkward and didn't make new friends easily. This is still true, but it doesn't matter quite as much when you're old. One day, I went over and he and his dad were heading out to a store to buy him a paintball marker. I tagged along and ended up spontaneously deciding to buy one as well, figuring we could learn the ropes together. We ended up getting really into the hobby, joining tournaments and traveling to out-of-state events, and I even tried to start up a college-affiliated group. That plan ultimately fell flat, but I did meet the person who would eventually become my roommate of several years and best friend. This friend was who introduced me to my current career, as my original major lost its accreditation at my school, and I had to decide to switch majors or move. I ultimately decided to take a couple classes in what he was studying, and now I've been working my job for 13 years and I can't imagine having done anything else. This friend also introduced me to a much larger friend group back in college. This close-knit friend group eventually led to my meeting the majority of my adult acquaintances, including my now wife and mother to my children. Essentially, every single aspect of my current adult life can be traced back to a spontaneous decision to purchase a paintball marker with my cousin. In my mid-20s, I made a seemingly terrible decision, at the time, to fly out to East Asia to attend a friend's wedding by myself. Mind you, I was already loaded with credit card debt at the time and I only knew a couple of people in an eventual crowd of 200 plus. Additionally, I added in multiple stops before and after the wedding to neighboring countries and to make it a nice 2-week trip for myself, which obviously made the debt even worse. The trip and the wedding was nice, but I was marred with guilt and anxiety during my time out there, knowing every cent that I spent would throw me into further financial oblivion. Right before my plane ride back home on New Year's Day, cause that was the cheapest flight available, I accidentally ran into a friend at the boarding gate that I never expected to see. Pleasantly surprised, I managed to get my friend to switch seats and sit next to me in a row of 3. I was at the aisle seat. Friend was in the middle and an unassuming girl with glasses sitting at the window seat. Her carry-on was apparently pretty heavy, so I helped her stow away her suitcase before resuming a random soccer conversation with my friend. This random soccer conversation attracted this girl's attention to the point where she jumped in and wowed us with her impressive knowledge on the same topic. Before running into my friend, my plan has always been to sleep through the flight, and not even this seemingly intriguing conversation with a stranger could encourage me to stay awake. Lo and behold, I fell asleep as soon as the flight took off, only waking up during meals and to go to the bathroom. When we landed, I exchanged phone numbers with this girl and went my way, not thinking too much about this encounter as she was transferring to another flight and doesn't live in my city. After a month of back and forth texts, this girl became my girlfriend. A couple of months later, she moved to my city and became my wife. We are now happily married for a couple of years now with a hyper-energetic 2-year-old and an even more energetic lab mix. My wife eventually helped me work through the debt, and I ended up paying off everything right before we got married. Never had I thought this was how things turned out when I agreed to fly out for my friend's wedding. I was going to take my campfire kids camping and hiking for the weekend, but thought I'd better drop my car off to get new brakes just to be safe. Got held up at work and had to run the 1.5 miles to get there before it closed on a Friday night. I was just wearing little Japanese slippers, not running shoes, and I was really overweight. My feet were killing me by the time I got there, but I made it in time. Took the kids hiking for the weekend. One foot was killing me, but just figured it was because I was so overweight. Fast forward a week later, my foot was still hurting like crazy, so went to the doctor for an x-ray. Sure enough, had broken a bone in my foot. So I'm sat there getting a walking boot put on and the nurse mentioned that I was due for my annual lady parts checkup in the next week. So did I want to save a trip and just have it then, since they had time. So at that time in my life, I dreaded those appointments, because I'd been in a ton of pain for 4 years. From the moment I gave birth to my daughter, nothing felt right. But I figured, what the hell, let's get it over with. So about 10 seconds into the exam, the doctor looks at the nurse and I saw his lip quiver. He looked back at me and asked how I felt about taking the entire month of December off work. It turns out that my uterus had prolapsed, likely while I was delivering my daughter. It took 4 years for it to get bad enough that it was taking other organs out with it, most noticeably my bladder, which was what the doctor felt as soon as he stated the exam. I think he'd spent those years thinking I was nuts, sending me to specialist after specialist, none of them able to figure out where the pain was coming from. He genuinely felt bad, which was at least some small comfort as I sat there just crying tears of relief that finally someone believed me. And that's how getting new brakes on my car led to me getting a hysterectomy at the age of 25. I've never gone over the speed limit while driving because I've always said I would get nailed for speeding the second I did. After driving for 10 years without ever getting a ticket, I forgot my ADHD medication at my dad's place, and I was already 2 hours into an 8-hour drive home. I was mad, turned around and punched the gas for 4 seconds too long and hit 120 km/h. I got pulled over and ticketed and had to do a roadside sobriety test because my eyes are incredibly light sensitive, and the officer interpreted my difficulty keeping my eyes open as being under the influence of something. 40 minutes after I was pulled over, I was released. My dad was checking on me but got concerned when I stopped responding because the officer wouldn't let me have my phone in the back of her truck. I had a full anxiety attack and my knees almost gave out on me in the middle of the sobriety test. My dad was already aware I forgot my meds and was rushing to get to me to try to save me some time. I was trying to return home for a joint birthday party for myself and a friend as our birthdays were really close and it was going to be a nice day for the event. The delay in getting there and the ticket completely racked my brain for the day, and then my little brother, who was living with me at the time, decided that was the day he was going to go on a massive bender, quit his job and kinda bail on our plan for him to watch my kids while my wife and I were at this party. I left to take care of my brother and my kids, completely missing out on my own party, and then my wife cheated on me with my friend's son. So speeding for the first time in my driving life caused the end of my marriage 2 years later, after trying to go through counseling and therapy for the sake of the kids. My boss rang me on his day off and told me to go into his office, clean out his laptop bag, and put all the stuff in a box, and just leave the empty bag on his desk. Dude would be by later to swap it out and give him a new one. I go in and empty it out. Laptop, charging cable, large bottle of lube, 50 condoms. What the fuck? My boss is a grumpy old bastard, mid-50s but looks mid-60s, surrounded by a semi-permanent nicotine cloud, despised by all, and generally a pretty angry and unpleasant man. Whatever. I leave all his gear in a box as instructed and leave for the day, off to the pub, and meet some mates. I have a laugh about the situation. I didn't mention the old bastard by name, but one of my mates there has met my boss before and already knows his name. He goes home and tells his wife, who then goes off to her work the next day and tracks down her co-worker, who is my boss's wife. Armed with this info, the boss's wife leaves him, pretty much draining their bank accounts in the process and setting her gun divorce lawyers on him. It turns out she'd been preparing this for a while and has been hiding cash away in a buy things on the credit card, argue about why she keeps buying stuff on the credit card, return it for cash, and hide the cash in my secret account arrangement. They proceed on a fairly long angry divorce until my work announces a restructure. The boss quickly settles with his now ex-wife and concedes a lot of ground. She gets the house entirely, etc. In this restructure, departmental heads are required to report on possible savings through reduced services, potential staff attrition, etc. My boss now deliberately tanks his presentation, and this, in combination with the 8 months he spent screaming at his wife during business hours in his office, ensures that his boss, we'll call her the senior executive, promptly identifies him as no longer required. He gets made redundant and happily for the first time ever, retires with access to his multiple pension and retirement funds he would not normally be able to access at his age until he was involuntarily terminated, and which his ex-wife also agreed to relinquish any right to in exchange for the house. The senior executive also takes the restructure opportunity to get rid of all the old men and terminates a bunch of other 50+ guys in a fit of score settling. The restructure proceeds with my department being merged with another, but it turns out I'm now the only person that has worked and been a manager in both. I now proceed to get what is effectively my boss's old job with a very nice pay rise. A few years later, I have a falling out with a senior executive, primarily because I don't shave often enough and a messy person must also have messy soul and get sent on projects. She regularly demands that I resign from my position or be placed on the unattached list, career suicide, and I continually refuse in a very tactful and well documented fashion. After a few years of that, following a change in CEO, the senior executive suddenly gets caught in an anti-corruption sting and is aggressively terminated. With my departmental experience and the several years of project experience I have obtained whilst she was trying to get me to resign, I have a very eclectic mix of experience and particular skills. I get a job and a massive pay rise, and that's how my inability to keep my mouth shut and not gossip really helped my career. This sounds crazy, but reading Twilight, I was around 15 years old and was held back a year because of mental health reasons, so I was the new girl in class that year. I'm as socially awkward as they come, so I struggled making friends, but at some point a few girls mentioned Twilight while we were working on a group project, and one of them offered to loan me her copy. I didn't really read books for fun at that point, but I figured I'd give it a shot, and that decision literally changed my entire life. The next day me and those girls were all fangirling together and bonding over our love for shiny vampires, and after we went to an early showing of the movie we all became best friends. We're actually not friends anymore, but they did introduce me to my current best friend and they all helped me ask out my boyfriend, dating for 11 years now, and that's not the end. Twilight helped me discover my inner geek and introduced me to other fandoms, and joining those fandoms introduced me to comic conventions, and I now, well, not now, travel all over Europe to attend events and meet new people. I also rediscovered my love for reading, writing, and collecting, and some of my best friends are people I've met through those communities, so basically Twilight is directly and indirectly responsible for my love life, all my friendships and all my hobbies. I don't even like Twilight anymore, have been reading Midnight Sun since its release and it's a struggle, but I'll always love the books for what they did for me. Not sure if this counts, but there were so many ways my boyfriend and I could have not met each other. It started when I was unhappy with the company I was working for. My then boyfriend advised me to apply at company X. His mother had done the same job and what she told me about it sounded boring as hell, but I applied anyway. I didn't hear from it until months later. By then I already left my other job and had an interview planned for a part-time gig that I preferred. I got through with company X2 anyway, just in case. At that time my dog was very ill. She died days later, and I was rejected for the part-time for being an introvert at the interview. I just wanted to get home to my dog. I was accepted for the boring job at X, though, but they would keep me posted on when I could start, and I didn't hear from them again for weeks, until they called me, asking why I wasn't there. Despite being unprepared and not really motivated, I rushed in anyway. That week I got my training with a small group of others. One of them was my current boyfriend and soulmate. He had been accepted for the training a week prior, but decided he wasn't ready yet and agreed to join the next group. We are both not very social and X is a big company that hires a lot of new people regularly. Had we not have been in the same training group we most likely would have never talked to each other. It was somewhere in the 1990s. I turned on the TV to watch something. I don't remember what. It was a rerun of an episode I didn't like. So I flipped around and found a show called The Next Step. 1. There was a neat segment about making 3D images out of a rotating helix and lasers. It seemed cool, so I decided to watch more. A few episodes later they talk about this new free computer thing Linux. I spent my youth as an avid Microsoft fanboy. If it didn't come from Redmond, I wasn't interested. In high school I built my own DOS rescue disks with CD-ROM and USB support out of freeware. It even had a set of mouse drivers for the file manager application I put on there. Valet. Fast forward to my senior year of high school. As a combination of birthday, Christmas, and graduation gifts, everyone gave me cash at my request. I built myself a computer. I put the latest DOS on it, Windows Me. It was not remotely stable, constant crashing, random IO slowdowns. So, I try and load Windows 98 SE. Alas, I've got a first edition Pentium 4 system, purchased the day they were for sale. Hardware unsupported in Windows 98 SE. So, I rip apart Windows Me until I find the drivers I needed and get them loaded into the installer. It installs but gets stuck in a boot loop. Windows 2000 wouldn't run any of my games. Each install takes about 40 minutes only for my hopes to be dashed later on. At this point I'm 30 days into fighting with this thing. I've gotten help from several IT professionals who can't get it to work. Then my memory says remember that free Linux thing. I download Red Hat Linux 7.1 over my parents' 28.8 modem. 2. It installs in 15 minutes and 100% of my hardware works out of the box. All of it. It came fully loaded with the open source equivalent versions of all my non-game applications. Office, Photoshop, Nero. It even had some neat games. I was instantly hooked. Every job I've had since that day has been in Linux, either support or development. TLDR, I got bored watching TV and ended up finding a career because I purchased next-gen computing hardware. 1. When I was 5 my stepdad had an alcohol problem. One day he came home screaming and stumbling around destroying things. I had the decision to either stand up for my mom and try to protect her or to pretend to be on his side so he wouldn't hurt me. I was scared, so I acted like I was on his side. Obviously my mom had a lot of problems at the time, so she couldn't care for me. Now because of my decision I thought that it was my fault. I betrayed her by taking his side, so she doesn't care for me. I accepted my loneliness and didn't care to make emotional bonds with others because of something closely related to this scenario, and I continued to do so for the next 16 years of my life. When I turned 21 I experimented with psychedelics, and as I did this, I realized that my entire childhood was a big misunderstanding, but at this point it was too late. I don't recommend the use of psychedelics. Remember, I'm a very weird and specific example for when it has a positive impact. I lived with this for 16 years, so it became my personality to be an introverted person who has trouble to commit to an emotional bond with someone else, and even though I try to work on it, I have a hard time making progress. If my stepdad would not have been an alcohol addict I would probably be a pretty normal person. This was for my dad. When he was 19 he dropped a college class. First person in his family to ever go to college. Dropping that class made him eligible for the draft. He ended up getting drafted, and after a short stay in Washington State he went to Vietnam. Before all of that he started getting toothaches. After about a week in Vietnam actually seeing firefights, he wakes up and is in agony. Apparently the tooth was totally dead and he needed a root canal. So he gets a 1960s army dentist to give him a root canal. 2 days later he has a massive swelling on the side of his face. Apparently the dentist drilled too far and drilled into his jaw, which developed an abscess. He gets sent to the infirmary but is rejected due to being full of wounded patients. They then decide to send him to Korea, the nearest non-battlefield base. There he recovers from the abscess and infection. But while recovering he was interviewed, and it was determined that, although he was physically capable and could go back to Vietnam, they decided he was too bright to send back to the field, and he spent the rest of his time safely in Korea and even did some modeling in his spare time over there. Moral of the story: procrastinating going to the dentist may save you from getting shot by the Viet Cong. Or something, I guess. Through the end of senior year in high school and beginning of freshman year of college I had this girlfriend that wasn't awful to me, but also wasn't great. Halfway through freshman year I was getting food in the dining hall with my roommate, and we were just about to head back up to our dorm room when this girl from orientation walked in that I hadn't seen since the beginning of the semester. My roommate and I were getting up to leave, so I just said hi and we left. As I was walking back to my room I just felt this weird urge to go back down and do homework in the dining hall with the friend from orientation. When I came back down, her roommate was with her doing homework as well. We immediately hit it off and began this amazing friendship for a year. They both watched my current relationship begin to crumble and fall, and my heart was broken. This whole time I had a crush on the roommate from the dining hall. About 6 months after breaking up with my high school girlfriend I got my heart broken again by some random girl. The roommate was there to help me out through it again. Flash forward a year from that night and now me and the roommate are dating. We are hopelessly in love and I've never been happier in life. If I hadn't gone back down to the dining hall to do homework I might never had met the love of my life and hopefully soon to be fiancé. I met both of my significant others because I chose a PC over a PSP for my 16th birthday. A year after I got my PC, I was hanging out on FrostWire, downloading music and using the chat rooms. I was a dork and would quote lines from Loveless, Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core in the main chat. Someone messaged me, I'll call him K, saying they were a huge fan too. We hit it off, became fast friends, and I told them I was in love with them the following year. Our parents let us meet up, chaperoned, of course, in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a day. We would take many such trips, even staying for a month each at each other's house. We lived 500 miles apart. Eventually, I graduated and some shit went down in my life. His parents came to get me and my stuff and moved me in with them. After 2 years of college, he got a job at a local grocery store while I battled crippling anxiety and depression. He eventually made a friend, we'll call him A, at the store. 6 years go by. K's family is kind enough to let me stay with them all this time. I quit his job at the grocery store and moved up to Oklahoma City for college. While there, he made some local gaming friends and would hang out at their apartment when his own internet was down. The three of us played FFXIV together. One of these friends, I'll call her H, was sick with an autoimmune disease and in a toxic relationship with V, who had multiple lovers on the side. I introduced H to FFXIV and my fiance and we all hit it off really well. Not long after, H confessed she had feeling for me and my fiance gave his blessing. Pretty soon, I was in a poly relationship and my first gay relationship. Fast forward to the end of 2018. V and H's relationship eventually came to a breaking point and K and I moved her in with us, all while under K's family's roof. They have no idea H and I are dating, or even that I'm bisexual and she's a lesbian. And they would definitely not be okay with it either. They are both southern religious conservatives. The three of us today are a happy poly family. TLDR, chose PC for birthday. Met my family and found my happiness after years of suffering silently with anxiety and depression. When I was in high school in the late 90s, we had 5 grades 9, 10, 11, 12 and OAK. OAK stood for Ontario Advanced Credit, basically pre-university type courses for college and university bound students. Each year was divided into 2 5-month terms. There was a special OAK co-op program I got accepted into that had you spend 5 months at the University of Waterloo taking 1 OAK course, 1 university course, and spend 20 hours per week working under a professor in a department of your choosing. I ended up getting in with a professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering and got to work on some data analysis and reporting. While there I met an adjunct professor and did some random tasks and so forth. Nothing terribly exciting. Or so I thought. Later in the spring of 2001 I had applied to and got accepted into mechanical engineering at the University of Waterloo. I graduated in 2006 and now have my P England license as a professional engineer. When I applied to the university I had to fill out this questionnaire and make a essay of sorts, and all of the applications get reviewed by an acceptance panel. I found out later on the adjunct professor was on that acceptance review panel, so I can't help but think my co-op placement just may have given me an edge despite not having a super high grade average. TLDR, decided not to kill myself. Now I'm a mother and soon to be married, and faking loved my life 4 years ago. I was addicted to heroin, miserable, and to the point of committing suicide. I had a plan to off myself the very next day, had it all figured out. By some dumb luck I was accepted into rehab that day, and even though I wanted nothing to do with life anymore I decided to go. After rehab, instead of going home I decided to continue with my care as I knew I wasn't ready. They sent me to the other side of the country. Slowly, but surely I start to get my life back together. Friends, job, apartment, etc. I don't even remember applying to this job. They just called me one day for an interview. At this job, I met my now fiancé, and we have a beautiful 6-month-old son together. My son fiancé are the biggest blessing and they have saved my life in more ways than I'd ever be able to repay them for. It scares me to think of where I would be, or if I even would be here, if I never made that decision to go to rehab that led to the butterfly effect that is my life today. Just goes to show that when you're at your lowest, it's not permanent. Nothing is permanent, but it always gets better also. His story is pretty crazy as well. His parents are from a different country and came here illegally when he was 1. He wasn't supposed to be here or grow up here. His dad had to save up thousands of dollars, next to impossible in a third world country, to hire someone to help them go through the dangerous process of coming here. On top of that, had his sister not married the guy she did, he never would have gotten the job that we met at. Life is pretty crazy sometimes. This isn't all of it, but the amount of small and big decisions made by us and others in order for us to meet is crazy to think about. The decision saying yes to going out to dinner when I really didn't want to go out. The consequences a very long night and hefty fine. I was cranky, likely hangry, and really just wanted to stay home and get some tequila, but my boyfriend tempted me with going to my favorite spot. Bad decision. 1. This spot has no real parking in a resort type town. Parking across the street at the fast food place was always safe, though there was a tow away sign, but it was full there, so we opted for a little strip mall where most of the shops were closed for the night. That should be fine, right? Bad decision. 2. Have dinner. Come out to discover the car has indeed been towed. We decide to walk to our friend's place of work to see if we can borrow his car. On the walk it begins raining. Sigh. Friend agrees we can borrow his car, but need to put some gas in it for him. I offer to drive, but my boyfriend insists. Bad decision. 3. At the gas station we both get out of the car. I can't recall why. As we walk away from the car I hear the door locks engage. Say to boyfriend, you have the keys right? No, I left them in the car. Why? Due to some aftermarket stereo install and messing with the car's system, it allows the lock to engage automatically, even though the keys are in it. Proceed in the rain to walk back to friend's work to inquire about spare keys. They are at his house. Take a cab to friend's house and have to climb in through a window because his house keys are on the ring in the locked car at the gas station. Thankfully I seem to have exhausted all my bad karma, and we do not get spotted committing a B-point. Get keys, get car, get gas, go and pay $150 tow fee to pick up my car, and go home about 5 hours after we started. My boyfriend swore from that moment to always listen to me when I say I'm not feeling like going out. One day I was bored while trying to find something to watch on YouTube and decided to just watch the next random thing that was recommended to me. It ended up being a kids show, Miraculous Ladybug, but hey, I said I'd watch it, so I did. It actually ended up being a fun show with a decent online following. While scrolling through Instagram one day, I saw that the owner of a fan account wanted to make an international group chat for fans of the show. I was like, WTH, why not, and signed up. Sometime later, in this group chat, I asked for music suggestions because I was bored again. Someone recommended BTS, a K-pop group. I ended up liking their music and actually getting really into them and finding out a lot of stuff about each of the members. One of them was really into this one game, Overwatch. It looked pretty interesting, and I hadn't Xbox at the time anyway, so I decided I'd start playing that too. However, I had to share this box with my younger brother, who would either quickly go and start playing when he heard me walk down the hallway, or if he was too late, demand it was his turn after I played like half a match and throw a tantrum until my parents told me to just let him play this time point. When I eventually got a better laptop for school, I decided to get Overwatch for PC so I could actually play more than 10 minutes at a time. The laptop wasn't exactly made for any real gaming, so I spent a lot of time in friendly custom matches just talking to people and having fun with the very limited FPS I had, about 20 FPS usually. There'd usually be at least 7 to 8 friendly custom games active at a time point anyway. I met my boyfriend of 2 years now in one of those custom matches, so yeah. A children's show about a clumsy girl with magic ladybug powers eventually caused me to meet my boyfriend in a shooter game. Not me, but my aunt. Point around 20 years ago, the summer after 6th grade, my mom, aunt, cousin and I all piled into my mom's trusty Land Cruiser, loaded to the brim for a trip to beautiful Myrtle Beach. Now that I have the attention of the Ohians in the room, here goes what happened. Point after a stop for gas in West Virginia, my aunt starting her driving shift. As we left the gas station, she rolled a stop sign. My mother, a very safe driver, really starts giving my aunt hell about how dangerous that was. I get tired of listening to them bicker, fire up my portable CD player, and crank up my headphones. We merge onto the highway and get up to cruising speed. Point I'm on the driver's side in the backseat. Right as Prodigy's fire starter really gets going, I hear a loud noise and shrieks from my mom and aunt. I look to my left and see a dark green Isuzu Rodeo with a gold emblem package flying through the air across the median at us, almost perpendicular to our vehicle. I'll never forget watching that gold Isuzu logo get bigger and bigger and bigger. The only thing that hit the car was about a shovel full of good old West Virginian terra firma. The car missed us by what seemed like inches. If she had fully stopped at that stop sign, we all would have died in this bout of vehicular lawn darts. We found out later the driver had a heart attack and died on impact. I still shudder every time I see a dark green Isuzu Rodeo with gold emblems. Luckily most have rusted out by now. Point my aunt still doesn't fully stop at stop signs and is always ready to tell the story of when a traffic violation saved our family. Point edit. Context. 8 years ago I was working at a gas station. My wife and I at the time had very odd work hours. She was early morning and I was graveyard. Never got to see each other. So every Friday afternoon we would eat at this Italian mom and pop restaurant for lunch to catch up on our week. Well, one trip there the owner came out and told us the sous chef had a stroke that morning. Very sad. My wife goes, "Hey, hi Daniel. He's a hard worker and wants to get out of the gas station job." He goes, "Yeah, it's very hard work." At first I was hesitant about it, being as change is tough to deal with. I was content at the gas station. Easy money as they say. Well, anyway, that night at work I got robbed at gunpoint at 4 AM by some punk kids. Not only did they take $250, but they also took my comfort in that job. So I said yes to the restaurant job and bye to graveyard shifts at Chevron. I started off as dishwasher, which on weekends can be a toughest job. Started questioning if this was for me. Got on Craigslist to look for other gas station job cause I thought to myself I was done with restaurants. Well, long story short, fast forward to 8 years, I'm now the executive sous chef at that restaurant. A culinary degree under my belt, a divorce from earlier said wife, and plans to buy the restaurant in 3 years from the current owner when he retires. Life is crazy sometimes. Hey, my love story is due to several instances of the butterfly effect. Butterfly, get out and sling some hammers. For love, I originally planned to go to medical school, but when those plans fell through, I scrambled for a last-minute 1-year job. I ended up spending a year working on building houses with Habitat for Humanity, learning how to do a lot of work that will maybe someday pay off if I can ever become a home winner. But each year, the Habitat office throws a big party and invites all its former members, fundraising for future homes. Current members were asked to volunteer to help at the party, which sounded like a terrible time to me. I planned to skip it and stay home, because I'd much rather play video games than act as a waiter to one of my coworkers. However, Phil that night, He begged me to take his place, so I agreed. I quickly put on some decent clothes and carpooled over to the gala point. When I arrived, I was put in charge of running a game of Hammersklogen. It's a fun game. You all stand around a tree stump with nails that have just been started, so they still stick up a few inches. The goal is to toss a mallet into the air, catch it as it falls, and hit your nail with the pointed backside of the mallet. Each time you hit, the others drink. If someone drives their nail all the way in, others finish their drink. Point. Yeah, my job was to get attendees drunk, so they'd donate more. Point. Well, the guests insisted that I had to drink with them if I was running the game, so by the end of the night, I was more than a bit tipsy. The organizers herded us all into one room as the party wound down, where my eyes fell on a cute young woman in the corner. Fueled mostly by drunken confidence, I went over to talk to her, and somehow, incredibly, ended up getting her number. 2 days later, we went on our first date, in a back alley, starting off strong. 6 months later, we took a road trip halfway across the country. Point. About 3 years after that, we got married. Point. Now, we are in a different state, working different jobs than what we planned to do, and I'm still amazed sometimes. If I hadn't agreed at the last second to help out with the party, I would have never crossed paths with my future wife. I simply cannot think of any other situation where we'd be in the same event or location. Point. Thanks, Chaos Butterfly. I'm sure I'm coming to this too late, but this is something I often think about. At uni I chose to do an elective module because my friend was doing it, and I thought it would be cool to have a class together. In one of the lectures I looked up the lecturer and his website said he was looking for students to do research with him, so I go and talk to him after class. He and I chatted a bit, and turned out we both had an interest in a kind of niche statistical methodology, which I only knew about because it was my tutor's area of research. Anyway, to cut a very long story slightly shorter, I ended up doing a paid research placement with him, where I met my best friend and another person who is now my fiancé. The research placement led to me doing some cool work in my 3rd year at uni, which definitely helped me get my first job. Point. My whole life was changed by that one conversation with a lecturer I would never have met if I hadn't wanted to take an easy class with a friend. My best friend killed himself a year ago. At his funeral I saw the lecturer and thanked him for all he had done. He said he was glad to be a useful node in my life, but I would have done it all myself without him. Thing is, that's not true. That one opportunity turned so much around for me, and I met the most wonderful people who I never would have interacted with otherwise. I'm grateful for the time I've had, and constantly amazed that so much could come from such a small event. I've had 3 points in high school. I got into a bunch of top schools, Stanford, MIT, and Caltech. But Virginia Tech offered me a full scholarship. So I had this choice: go to a big name school and come out with a pile of debt, or go to the state school and come out with money in my pocket. I chose a state school, figuring I could go to one of the big name schools for grad school. But when it came time to apply for grad school, all the big name schools turned me down, so I was stuck at Virginia Tech. In the middle of my PhD program, my advisor got a job offer to go work at JPL, and he took me and another grad student there with him to finish our degrees. When I finished, I tried to get a faculty job, but failed, so I stayed at NASA and ended up working there for 15 years. So my decision not to go to a big name school ended up leading me to a career at NASA. While at NASA I discovered that a colleague of mine was a member of the Magic Castle. He gave me a guest pass. I invited all my friends. One of my friends asked if she could bring a friend, and I said yes. The person she brought is now my wife, and we're about to celebrate our 25th anniversary. After marrying my wife, and while still working at NASA, I got an offer from an obscure little Silicon Valley startup company. It was the height of the first dot-com boom, and I could see the big crash coming from a mile away, so I turned them down. But they wouldn't take no for an answer, and they recruited me relentlessly until they finally made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and I went to work there. I was employee #104. That company was Google. When I was 17 I purchased a new car. This was during the time when tuning cars and car clubs was huge. The Fast and Furious craze. I joined an online community for said make of car and became very active in that scene. After a bit, me and a few others from that area decided to do a meetup. The meetup went well, and we decided to continue to do normal meetups. At a meetup I met a girl. Kids, this is not how I met your mother. Her and I dated for a few years. During our time dating I was introduced to one of her longtime friends and his roommate. Myself, him, and his roommate, because pretty good friends her, and I ended up splitting up. Whole other story, but TLDR is I broke it off as she just wasn't invested in our relationship, and was more invested in someone else. After we split, the friend and his roommate offered me their spare room, so I moved in with them. One day the three of us went to get lunch where one of their girlfriends worked. His girlfriend introduced us to one of her waitress friends who had recently moved to the area from out of state and had just started working with her. Over the course of the next few months all of us hung out a few times, went to beach, went to zoo. Her and I talked, got along very well, but both of us had recently gotten out of bad relationships and weren't really on the market. Fast forward a few more months, and I had made the decision to move back in with my mom. The house with my roommates basically turned into a big party house. We had huge parties every weekend, and sometimes weeknights. I started drinking more and more, which was getting in the way of my job, and I decided to make the responsible decision and move out. Me and the ex-roommates still went out every now and then. My ex-roommate's girlfriend's birthday comes around, and I decide to meet up with them at a pub. Welp, her waitress friend is there. Again we chat and flirt. I was still in the not really looking for anything mince it, but I guess a few drinks changed that. At the end of the night we ended up kissing. We recently celebrated our 12-year anniversary and have 2 kids together. I've always loved chaos theory / the butterfly effect and have used our story to help some friends through hard times. When my ex and I split up I went through pretty bad times. I call them my dark days. I was very depressed and drank way too much. All the shit I went through, that relationship in general was pretty bad, lead me to the best thing that's happened to me. If you're going through bad times, remember it does pass. Yes, some situations are harder to deal with, but they can be dealt with. With this fuck atrocity of a year, that is 2020, I just want to tell everyone I see you got this, cause I know some people are really going through some bad times right now. But right now is not forever. TLDR car I bought when I was 17 lead me to my ex. My ex lead me to my old roommate. Roommate lead me his girlfriend's friend, who I married. We recently celebrated our 12th anniversary. Honestly, I think we all have potential butterfly effects every day, but the one that stands out most for me is when I moved to Los Angeles in 2009. I had just graduated college and the economy was in the shitter. On New Year's Eve I was at a party, jobless and miserable. I decided then that I was gonna go to LA to see if I could find work, film major. A friend there said she would join me for the trip out, so she could see her boyfriend, now husband, in Colorado. I eventually make it to LA. My cousin had decided to move there too, so we got a place together. One day I come home from work, and as I was opening my front door, this beautiful blast from the past walked out of my house. Turns out this girl I'd known a long time ago had also decided to move to LA, unbeknownst to me. She got wind that my cousin had moved out there too and so called him up and came to visit, since none of us knew anyone out there. Well, it's 11 years later, and I'm married to that beautiful woman and we have 2 kids together. We lasted about 10 months in LA before realizing we hated it there. So I was only there for a very short time. I often think about timing. In the grand scheme of life, 10 months isn't long. And had either her and I put off that move even by a month or 2, the life we have together probably wouldn't exist. Sometimes fortune favors the bold. I hated LA, but it 100% made my life. And for that, I will always love that city. 3 summers ago I wasn't aware that I was in a mentally rough spot and I was not coping healthily, in my opinion. I was often feeling lonely, insecure with myself, and hated the idea of being by myself, and yearned for somebody to fill that void. That late afternoon as the sun was almost setting, I saw a shooting star for the first time in my life. I was excited and in awe, so I did the most cliche thing ever and wished upon that shooting star. The direction I was facing was south at that time. I wished that someone would be my lover. A year later I met my abuser in the first few months, and so on grew very intense and painful. This summer in August we took a road trip to help his sister move and to visit his family. During the long drive and many stops came with many disagreements and fights along the way. It was truly exhausting, and I have never been in the most emotionally exhausting state of my being. One night my ex had a fight with his sister and tried to get me into it, even though it was none of my business, but my ex felt threatened that his sister was threatening our relationship because she called him out on a lot of his harmful and toxic behavior/emotional reactions towards me. He was painfully jealous that his sister and I got along. That night we stopped at an empty campsite, and it was really dark. My ex continued to be angry at me and was manipulating me to my wit's end. I was very emotional and powerless. I looked up at the sky. I was looking south, and to my surprise I saw a shooting star. Be careful what you wish for, the universe listens. I went to a job fair in 2007 on a whim. You may think that's just smart, but I was still 2 years from graduation and I didn't have any portfolio to talk about. No resume, no plan, just curiosity. There were 32 architecture firms at that job fair, most of them from Georgia. I was in Savannah. There was exactly one firm from Virginia, where I'm from. The fair was empty. There were maybe 10 architecture students, and each firm was begging us to come look at them and give us swag to entice us. When I got to the VA firm, they had 45 people behind the desk, so I could chat with them all morning, even as other students came by. It was their first time at this fair. They were only here because their boss man had a daughter apply here, and he thought the place was cool. They weren't even hiring for that summer. They were also there on a whim, basically. The person who I talked to the most was the director of architecture for the VA office, which I did not know at the time. I emailed her a few times over the next year, still not knowing how high up she was. 2008. Recession. There are now 5 firms at the job fair instead of 32. Each firm has an hour line to talk to them. I pop in first thing, say hi again to the VA firm's people, drop off my resume, and go. Later on I was told I basically already had the internship secured, and the next year I got the job. Out of the 100 plus architects who graduated with me in 2009, literally only one other person had a job in the field, because the recession was extra bad for architects. I was like mid to bottom of my class, but I still got 1 point. I worked there for over 10 years, and can't even begin to count all the ways it shaped my life. There's 2 I can think of now. One affects love, the other career. A good friend convinced me to use a dating app. I used it for 2 weeks and deleted it afterwards. During the 2 weeks, I met a couple of people. One of them, I swiped yes by accident. We had a moderate match score. I think it was around 60%. His profile photo looked really bad, so I wanted to swipe no. But, because I was really tired, I accidentally swiped yes. Funny thing was I deleted the app, and we lost contact. I messaged everyone I talked to and left my phone number if they wanted to stay in touch. He found my message a few months after I left the app. It was in this other inbox since I deleted my account. He found it one day and texted me. We met up for the first time then. We are now dating, and this was about 3 years ago. The second was when I wanted to attend a language meetup about 4 years ago. I almost didn't go because I was going to be late and I was also shy. As I walked to the subway, I wanted to turn around and go home. But I convinced myself to go. I met my boss there and he gave me my first job out of school. He became a mentor to me to this day. After I worked for him, it helped me build experience for my next job. He gave me a lot of useful life advice and tips on how to make money. I'm still in touch with him, and it was one of the best things that happened to me. When I was in middle school I was bullied a lot. The decision my parents made to put me into martial arts, rather than ask administration for help, led to the following: a world championship in Taekwondo, which was the one thing that got me noticed out of 1,000 applicants for an adult swim internship, which I got and hated. But I pitched a show and got promise on TV, and it connected me to a former camera operator. He gave me a list of 10 names in Los Angeles, and one of those connections led to another list of 5, and one of those led to working on set for Jaden Smith, unpaid. I had no clue what I was doing, but his agent had a crush on me, which got me a small role as a Clan member in a music video, and an opportunity to make concert visuals for Willow Smith and an album cover pitch for Jaden. Jaden didn't like my cover, which pissed me off, and so I decided I had to put the visuals and anger to use by starting a punk rock band. I did it while working on set as a PA for NO 911. When the directors found out that I was in a band, they put me in a speaking cast role in the most recent season of Reno 911. That's like asking the janitor to teach a college class for a day. Now I qualify for SAG. Started as a bullied eccentric kid in small town Michigan. Now I'm a retired internationally certified martial artist, cross-dressing frontman of a punk rock band working in the Los Angeles film world, occasionally playing neo-Nazis. Twice. Now, that may be a flimsy butterfly effect, but I'm convinced that none of it would have happened without my parents' choice to make me fight. Will probably get buried, but I think it's a good one-point backstory. This was in my college party days. I was an education major, and had always wanted to be a teacher. One summer morning after a night of drinking, we all woke up at my buddy's and drove back to our respective houses. One of my buddies lived in the same direction as me, so I followed him down the road to a T intersection. He didn't stop at the stop sign, went through the intersection, and hit an electric pole in a yard. My yard. This isn't even the crazy part. He had minor injuries. His brakes cut out. He was sober at the time, but of course, IMS and police came. Waiting for things to be straightened out, I struck up a conversation with the police officer on scene. We talked about school and family, and since the accident was at my parents' house, she spoke to them as well. Fast forward about a year in another town, I was pulled over after leaving the bar. The officer who came to my car was a pretty aggressive guy, and he eventually asked me to come out and take some field sobriety tests. Keep in mind, I'd on my record all but guarantees I would never be able to earn a teaching certification. So, when I nervously exited my car, I saw that the aggressive cop's partner is the officer from my friend's accident. She immediately recognizes me. After passing my field sobriety tests, I'm asked to give a breathalyzer. After what felt like an eternity, the female officer came to my car and told me that her partner wanted to arrest me, but she convinced him not to, as long as I drive directly home. Now, after 10 years of teaching and coaching, I still think back to that night and am eternally thankful that my one idiotic decision didn't ruin my dreams. Thanks, officer, wherever you are. So when I was 16, I broke up with my boyfriend, but we agreed to be friends. My dad, to cheer me up, decided that a trip to the nearest Chapters bookstore 2 hours away was in order. I agreed. At the bookstore, I got talking with a woman in the pagan section, who told me about the local pagan temple in the area and the Yahoo group online. Since where I lived wasn't a great place for people like me, pagan, LGBTQ etc. The idea of being able to connect with other people like me was really appealing. So I set my sights on the colleges and universities in the area. I started dating someone else, and when he was interested in applying to a computer science program, I really sold him on the program at the University of Waterloo, one of the universities in that area. When I applied to school, I went to another school nearby, and we continued dating, and I connected with more pagans in the local LGBTQ community. Our relationship sucked. Didn't realize how bad it was at the time, but hindsight is 20/20. We got married. At the 10-year anniversary party for Kilowatt Pagans, I meet my best friend and soul sister, who also happens to be a therapist and LGBTQ activist. I end up joining the same activist group they're a part of. They point out how I let everyone treat me like crap, and I start actually standing up for myself for once, which leads to cutting some toxic people out of my life. And I start to see some of the really abusive things that were happening in my marriage for what they are. I get depressed and suicidal trying to fix it. It's really not great. While doing work in that activist group, we end up, just for fun, making a team for Jishwas. One of the items on the list for the scavenger hunt involves a fighter jet. Well, remember that boyfriend I broke up with in high school? Well, we broke up, because he was joining the military and we were still friends, though we barely talked. So I call him up and we get talking about things and doing some real catching up. He tells me about his insane partner, how every time he gets deployed his kids get taken by Children's Aid because she won't do basic housekeeping. He tells me that he doesn't know what to do and how horribly depressed he is. I tell him about how suicidal I'm in my situation and how I've been struggling to fix it, but I think it's hopeless. I just can't do it anymore and I've been thinking of just ending it all. It's the first time I've admitted it out loud to anyone. And somehow we save each other. We support each other through the divorces. He admits to me that I was always the one who go away and how stupid he was to have broken it off with me in the first place, and he asks me to marry him lol. Not out on a date, just a marriage proposal right off the bat. I think my answer was something along the line of how about you take me out and do this properly and not over the phone. So he did, and I flew out to see him in person for the first time in years. And now I've moved across the country to be with him, and we face our problems together. So if my dad hadn't driven me to the bookstore when he did, who knows how it would have ended up. 4 years ago I was supposed to drive home from my college town to spend the following day celebrating Easter with my family. It was already going to be a late trip as I was attending my friend's senior recital. Before heading home, this guy I had met around the music building as he was new that semester was having a housewarming party after the recital, and for some reason I just felt like I had to go, even for just 30 minutes before driving home. I didn't really know him, but something was drawing me to this party. I ended up being the first person to show up, ate a special brownie, got way too faked up to drive. Needing to escape the ukulele circle downstairs singing Wonderwall, I crawled up the stairs to this guy's room, where he was laying on the bed and a few people were sitting on the floor. I decided he was going to be my new best friend, so I confidently laid on the bed next to him and joined the room's conversation, eventually falling asleep. That was the first day I moved in with him. Through a few years of college ups and downs, we now find ourselves 4 years later, living together with our 4 cats, moved to a new city, with plans to get married. None of this would have happened if I didn't last minute decide to go to this party I had a strange compelling feeling about. I had a bit of interest in VR, and got a headset that kind of gathered dust more than I used it. It was back when PUBG was really booming, and I was playing more standard games. I saw one VR game that looked cool, so I sold a bunch of crates on the Steam market and was able to get Sprint Vector for under $1 after my wallet. The game was really physically demanding, but really fun, and I kept playing it. I was bored one day and saw a Discord link advertised as the game's official server and joined it. Once a week in this server there was a competition to get a special role that distinguished you as an exceptional player, and I decided to go for it. I was pushed hard and got really good at this game, and that's when the real competition started. They had a giveaway for a new map they released, and the winner got an i7-7700K processor. It was random as far as I was aware, and I got picked. I sold it to a friend that was looking at that processor and used the money to build a new PC. Esports League started up a VR league, and Sprint Vector was one of the games. They were doing tournaments with real money as prizes, and I joined them all. But this was only the start. After a few of these, they had qualifiers for the big tournament. It was going to be hosted in San Jose, California, and the top 8 players worldwide would get an all expenses paid trip to compete in a tournament with a lot of prize money. Even if you were in last. I made it in. I took a vacation at work, bought a friend of mine a bus ticket as my +1, and we had an amazing week. I got to see the original Quest reveal and use one about 6 months before they came out. I got to demo unreleased games at the time, and I got to meet all the people I had been talking to over voice chat this entire time. All in all, I was paid roughly $2,000 from the various tournaments, and came in 6th at the big tournament. That doesn't include the super expensive hotel, plane, and 2 $400 Oculus Connect tickets. I don't do much in the way of VR now sadly, and I don't do any more esports. But that was unexpected from what amounted to a 0.87 cent purchase. TLDR bought a game, joined tournaments. The real friends were the prize money we made along the way. My doctor called in a prescription to the wrong pharmacy. It was Friday evening, and I had no chance to get it until Saturday afternoon. I got off work at 4 p.m. and had to drive across town and go into Costco at 5 p.m. on a Saturday. About 2 months ago, I was going to just say screw it because it was far, inconvenient, and I had to pay because wrong pharmacy, but I went anyway. Because I was already on that side of town and I had recently moved out of my apartment that a friend took over, I decided to stop and check my mail. When I pulled into the apartment complex in my old parking spot, there were 2 dirty hypodermic needles, one with brown stuff still in it, but the needle bent, so it was just thrown on the ground. Then I get out of the car and see this 2-year-old boy in the parking lot walking over to where his parents' car is, but no parents anywhere in sight. I've seen this family since before she was even pregnant, so I knew which building they lived in, just not which apartment. This is a very busy intersection in a shitty part of town, like prostitution and drug use in the parking lot, although most people living there were nice families. He can barely speak, but I asked if he can show me where he lived. Up 4 flights of cement outdoor stairs, the kind that have no back, just a step, so small kids and animals could fall through. He pushed open the door and I yelled very loudly over the TV, music or video game a couple times without going in. Finally Dad comes out from around the corner out of the bathroom holding a lighter. He's been in there smoking weed with the volume up full blast, and his kid is running around in a parking lot with dirty needles and people speeding through to avoid traffic lights. When he came out he looked very shocked and said, "Oh, I thought you were my wife." I said, "You're lucky I'm not." His wife is a grocery store checker and was on her way home from work. Had my doctor not screwed up and called my prescription into the correct pharmacy, or if I had been a couple minutes earlier, or if I didn't stop to get the mail that day, who knows what could have happened to that little boy. 2 years ago I was in class, undergraduate, and I was feeling bored and in a rough spot. I had been feeling frustrated for a few weeks about my life, because I was working nearly a full-time job in an office and didn't have time for anything extracurricular. I was always really anxious about what that meant for my future and had this really scared feeling I was going to end up working at the office job after my degrees, psychology and English, in a state I hated. I was also dating a guy that had just gotten laid off and was applying to jobs out of state. So feeling the pending breakup, I was miserable. I don't remember the context, but on one of the slides my professor was showing there was, quote, "The future is a decision today." This really resonated with me for some reason. I wrote it down on a little virtual sticky note in my desktop and thought about it for a while, and I had this sudden urge to just make an impactful decision. So, still not paying attention in class, for some reason I decided to just start looking at research labs available at my university. There was one I saw that was really unique and still on that back quote, "Make a decision that will impact your life." Hi, I am Wild, introducing myself. For some reason they liked me. I spent 2 years as a research assistant and they even liked me enough to promote me to lab manager. I graduated feeling confident my next step was a PhD. There's absolutely no way I would have been able to consider that path without it. My boyfriend, for a while ex, then LDR boyfriend, had been laid off for a year and took the first position he was given in San Diego. I had visited him and reconnected with family in the area, and on a whim one day I was like, you know, I'm going to get out of here. I'm moving to California too. I have family there and I'll be surrounded by quality schools. So here I'm right now, typing this as I'm laying in my boyfriend's bed in San Diego with his cat, exhausted from PhD applications due in a week. My top choice is San Diego. So hopefully the end of this story works out as neatly as I want. But otherwise I'll end up in SoCal pursuing a PhD, in thanks to all my research experience and help from those in my lab with my application materials, recommendations, etc. I still have that sticky note on my desktop and I think about it a lot. Without it I would still be stuck in the worst state and wouldn't be in the amazing relationships I'm in now. So in case this sentence changes someone else's life too today, the future is a decision today.